Hello, hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, I hope you can hear me. It wouldn't be a stream without me having some audio issues, would it? Oh, I hope it's working. Can indeed hear you. Thank you, Trombones. Hello, Dan. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I thought it was coming through live, but it wasn't. We had a bit of an interruption in the feed. Hopefully, that is the main technical issue just to kick things off, and from here, it should hopefully all go really well. Let's hope, anyway. But, for now, just try and get... I can't actually hear the game audio myself, which is a little strange. Not unusual. Might just be quiet. Oh, there we go. Got a little bit now. Hello, Keely. Hello, Emilio. Trombones, Mystery. Everyone's here. The gang's together. We're back. Everyone's back. Oh, dear. It's all happening. All right, I'm just going to try and just pop that chat screen up a touch. Nobody wants to see that big flashing yes up there. That's not looking the goods, is it? That's not what we're about today. Let's just try and get that beautiful little spot about there. I reckon that's looking pretty good. How are we all? Hope you guys are well. Hope the audio's coming through okay. Please keep me posted if it goes a little askew. It wouldn't be the first time. Certainly won't be the last time either. I'm just going to try and get the game audio just up a touch. And we just got that little bit of a background playlist. Excellent. Guys, how are we? How are you? I hope you are doing well. I can't believe it. Good, been watching Twilight. Yeah, I know that's happening over at the Forge. I'm a little bit out of sync with what's been happening there. I'm trying to catch up. I actually dedicated a whole hour just trying to go through so much of the chat stuff to see what you guys have been doing. It's absolutely crazy good. I feel like I've got a lot of catch up to do and a lot of work to do to jump back in. So just a huge thanks to everybody out there. Dan, thanks for your daily updates and stuff. It's been awesome. And yeah, it's looking great. Keely just woke up from a nap. Gonna get some baking in a bit. Ooh, sounds great. What are we having today? That sounds fantastic. Dragonlord Cedric, how you going, buddy? Am I going to stream Tears of the Kingdom next week? You betcha, as of the day of release. Trombones is going to be fun. Heck yeah. Mystery's there. It's going to be the longest couple of days of our lives. Oh, don't worry. Well, for me personally, I can say it won't be. I've got a lot to fit in before then, including some theory videos coming out. So that's the plan. Can somebody make an Ocarina of Time, please? Yeah, I love it. Can indeed hear you. And we're pretty much up to speed. Dragonlord Cedric, are you going to stream Zelda Tears of the Kingdom next week on May the 10th or 11th, just a few days early? I see YouTube's games 1 to 2 days early. Look, my plan is to do it day of release as official from Nintendo, as I've sort of always done. Just so you know on that, for me, being in Australia, we're kind of a few hours ahead of the US, depending on where you are there, Dragonlord Cedric. My understanding is it comes out basically if you pre-ordered, you can do it from midnight on the 12th. I've got a deluxe edition I'm waiting to get, but I will probably do the pre-order and digital download, and my plan will be to kick it off the second it's in my hot little hands, mainly because I can't wait to play it, and my daughter will probably start it the second she can as well, as will my wife, so I need to keep up with my fam, but I think how that will work, it'll probably be roughly 12, depending on where you are in the world. If you're in the US, anywhere between 12 to 15 hours potentially behind us. So it will probably likely be kicking off. We were talking about it today, maybe around the early hours of the 11th. I will probably start. But again, if you guys have got feedback, if that's an issue, you'd rather me hold off, I'll try and wait as long as I can. believe you me, the live stream is something where I'm very much wanting to kick it off. As much as it is for streaming for you guys, I just can't wait to play the game myself. So I'm going to be really keen to start it up, see everything from the get-go and just experience it. And so, yeah, that's the plan. I'll try and put some more solid times around that when I know exactly how that's looking. Obviously, if it comes out on midnight, you'd still... I know you can pre-download it, but by the by, I'd still rather give it an hour or so, just set up for technical stuff and the like as well. But that's the plan. Hope that answers your question. And yes, Keely theory videos, I can't wait to finish them and get them out. I've got one definitely planned in the next couple of days, and hopefully another one as well before release. Is it okay to play 1 or 2 days earlier, because if you pre-order a game, you get a game a few days early? It's more it comes out in your time zone, I think, Dragon Lord Cedric. So where I sit in the big scheme of the time zones is in Australia, we're about, say, roughly 12 hours ahead of the US. So we do have that slight advantage. But look, 12 hours by the by is not the biggest deal. Definitely not doing it days ahead or anything like that. And I don't really want to. I want to do it when it's proper. As it was intended by Nintendo, so to speak. But I think my family will be chomping at the bit to start it all at the same time. So, yeah, can't wait. That's the plan. Tears of the Kingdom, that Master Sword is broken, Master Sword broken, fire equals fire's back. You know what? We'll find out. I'm going to try not to speculate too much today on what's coming in that game. And I just, you know what? Rookie mistake, went straight in and scared away fairies. So you can tell I'm a little out of practice. So, but yeah, I don't want to speculate too much now. We're at the point where it's nearly there. I've avoided spoilers. If anyone puts a spoiler in the comments, I'm going to just delete the heck out of it and move it on, because we're spoiler free here. I've managed to avoid it all. I know a lot of you have too. So I just want to go into it and just enjoy the experience for what it is. A cool Zelda game and get into it. It's going to be great. But yeah, as you guys know, I've got quite a few theories going. What time zone do I live in? I live in GMT +8, or on the time zone thing, if you look at Perth, Dragon Lord Cedric, that's where I'm hailing from. Mystery, it's not a spoiler, just a theory. No, all good mystery. No, I know you. You're a pretty solid bloke. Well, I believe you're a bloke, as much as the name says, but that doesn't matter really to what I'm saying. I know you're pretty solid, not in spoiler territory. I just don't want to speculate too much on fee or what that might mean at the moment. I know a lot of people have got their running theories, so it's cool though. It's exciting. It's the eve. I've only watched like 2 of the previews and cut it off there, so naturally avoiding leaks. No, fair enough, mate. I did the actually I just wanted to try and put the sneaky outfit on for a sec. I'm going with the one that Tiny picked. But by the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just trying to do a bit of the build prep before we head towards the castle, because kind of don't want to go in and out of the castle if I can avoid it. Want to just do a solid run through there and have a bit of fun. But might need to just level up a bit of the armor and a bit of the food. Not over the top, nothing OTT, just a bit of basic prep like you do. So maybe CA, always be collecting and always be preparing ABCP, and just completely try to collect fairies, not like what I just did there. And at the moment, this is where I'll happily put my hand up and admit I don't know everything about Zelda or Breath of the Wild. But I'm fairly sure you can enhance certain clothes. I'm not sure if you have to go to any of the different fairies. I don't believe you do. But certainly worth just grabbing any of the enhancements on any of this gear, just in case it comes in handy. You'd be remiss not to if you're heading for a final boss fight. Keely, so... I'm personally not going to watch any streaming or video of TOTK until I finish the opening and tutorial for my first save at least. Where I'm at, I've got 5 days, 8 hours, 41 minutes. So excited. Nice. I'm not sure what the time zone is. I haven't done the calcs in my head yet, but that sounds about right in the the general US vicinity, I believe. Trombones. Fun fact, Breath of the Wild's Great Fairies have Skyview symbols on their jewellery. There you go. And people who spoil anything is worse than scum. You know what? I had a conversation with somebody earlier today, and I'm running a touch behind because we were having a very good chat about Zelda theory stuff. That was with my friend Wiz, actually. But we were talking about things and general life stuff and judgment and stuff. And I always say I try not to judge people because I don't like to be judged too much myself. But yeah, if we're pretty much clearly saying to people, hey, please don't spoil, and then people spoil, that's kind of like, well, are you just doing it to troll? Because if you're doing it to troll, you know what? I'm sure there's bigger channels you could troll than mine. That's all I'm saying. Dragon Cedric, you're not mad at me watching people play early gameplay of Zelda? No, not at all, mate. But I will not spoil them. No, you do what you got to do. Look, I will spell this out for absolutely everybody that's here or anybody that watches it after the event. As we head towards Tears of the Kingdom, on its release, even let's say a couple of days prior and the weeks after, it's a situation where for me, any Zelda fan needs to handle that time themselves. What's best for them, what they want to do. I've talked about this with the sages in the Discord as well, and sort of said, look, if you guys want to go underground and just tune the world out and just do your thing, I get it. Because to be honest, if I wasn't live streaming it, I'd be very tempted to do the same thing myself. I would not want to see theories and videos about it because odds are it would cover something that I haven't seen, that I want to experience for the first time. When I played Breath of the Wild, I got to do that. I didn't have anything spoiled. I got to enjoy it. It was magic. And that's part of the reason I'm going to stream it, is just to do that experience where I get to see it for the first time myself and share it with you guys or whoever's here. But that doesn't mean you guys need to be here as well. If you want to play it yourself and do your own thing, you're all good by me. There's no love loss or anything like that. It's a personal thing. And as a Zelda fan, first and foremost, I get it. I really get it. You do you, and go with love and peace. Do what you need to do. Mystery. I was looking in my recommend and I saw a Tears of the Kingdom video. I thought it was a joke video or something. It was a leak. Dun, dun, dun. Do you know what? I deliberately filled a lot of my YouTube searches up with the boring work stuff that I do. A lot of boring stuff. And my recommendations at the moment just look like something a 40-odd-year-old man would look at for work stuff. So I'm not getting hardly any Zelda stuff on my feed at the moment because the algorithm's like, man, you love that boring stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I sure do. Keep giving me that boring stuff. So I don't know if that helps. I'm also trying to avoid YouTube like the plague a little bit. Not because I like YouTube. I actually watch it predominantly. But I've had plenty keeping me busy anyway. And anything Zelda related, I'm just like swipe. What is it? Swipe right or swipe? I don't know what the thing is, but swipe away from it basically. Sorry if you did get spoiled though. I watched Zelda Tears of the Kingdom gameplay last night, the one with the Aonuma. Great video. Nintendo official stuff I'm good with. I've actually avoided going to the Japanese site too because I've heard there's additional stuff there. I'm like, that's cool. It sounds great. I don't want to know. And like I've had a few people in the comments kind of go, hey, I've noticed this and based on your theory, it looks like this. And I'm like, cool, sounds great. But I'm taking everything honestly with a pinch of salt because it's like, I don't technically know what is leaked, what isn't, what's real, what's not. And so I'm living in this wonderful fantasy where anything can be real or not. It doesn't really matter. I don't care. I know what my theories are, what I think's happening, and I'm just going with that. And if that helps anyone else out there, it's a good way to do it. Even if somebody has technically said they're spoilering something, do you know what's right? Really? Maybe it's not. Maybe they've just spoiled something that's actually not true. That's a good thought, if that helps. Cool Night Skate spoiler. Every GameSmith theory published and unpublished was wrong. Every video made has been for naught. Love your work, Cool Night Skates. Absolutely smash it. Probably are. You know what? They probably are wrong. You know what though? I don't reckon they are. Personal perspective, I reckon you're gonna find that there's more on the money than you expect. And I base that on a few reasons. But we'll wait and see. Look, not everything's going to be right. And I've certainly made a point to, along the way, leave as much as I can open for interpretation, so I don't direct anyone to my way of thinking. I'll try and generally will present the facts, and maybe a bit of speculation happens in there, but a lot of it's kind of like, hey, notice this? What you thinking? Do you like that? Do you not? Do you think it's something, or do you think it's crap? And as a community, you guys let me know what you think. It's pretty cool. Mystery, when I saw it, I clicked off so fast, bro. Yeah, I bet you did. Do you know what? There was the morning I got a thing, there was like notifications everywhere. It's like, Zelda has been leaked. And I have to tell you the funniest story because you just prompted me. This is how I know that things have changed so much in a year. We're celebrating the 12 Days of Legend and the anniversary of the Discord Forge, which I will always credit that idea to Hero of the Stars, Darth Asgarath, who pushed me to do a Discord. He convinced me it was a good idea. And since then, I've been lucky enough to have the likes of Dan and G-Quirt and so many others come along the way, and now Jordan and It's Storming helping out with the celebration, which is awesome. The launch of that Discord, I didn't have it open to public. It was private invite only to a couple of people. And I made a point of saying, you don't need to come. And so naturally, nobody really came. It was just like me going, hey, we've got a Discord channel, and listen to Zelda music and stuff. A year on, with the anniversary now celebrating it, and the sages in there just running it like champs, and the whole community basically just doing their thing in there, being boss, with me not doing anything in there, which is dream level. Cannot be more happy with how that is. Top community, right? I wake up with the morning that, and notifications everywhere. It's like, Tears of the Kingdom's been spoiled, there's something out there, blah, 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 blah. And on this day, it was the day I was taking my wife in for surgery. And before we left the house, I grabbed my daughter and I went, by the way, because she loves YouTube, I'm like, be careful with YouTube. Don't go on there, or be very careful. Tears of the Kingdom's been leaked. Don't want you to spoil it for yourself. She turns to me with that blinking and says, Dad, it's cool, I already know. And I went, what do you mean you know? And she goes, Dan told me. So my daughter now takes her Zelda advice from Dan, first and foremost, over me. I used to be the Zelda authority in my house. I no longer am. Dan, Jordan, the sages, when you guys talk on the Discord, you're communicating directly to my daughter, who takes that as gospel more than from me. Which, do you know what? Couldn't be happier with that. That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. So I chuckled. I went, this is great. I love where the Forge is at. That's a good place to be. Cool Nightscape. I've curated my YouTube recommendations from TOTK stuff quite effectively as well. Yeah, it's a good technique. And the algorithm plays into that, doesn't it? And avoiding YouTube also, other than deliberate searches. Good way to be, mate. Just try and stay on the surface level and skip across. No, someone playing the game. Wait, I missed that Dragon Lord Cedric. I was watching someone playing through Zelda Tears of the Kingdom last night. He had part 1 and part 2 up, but I only watched part 2 because part 1 showed stuff I knew. Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about that dude. That sounds like someone's maybe doing some spoilery stuff. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what it is, but sorry if that has spoiled it for you. I hope it hasn't. But, yeah, that would suck if it has. Yeah, but also, you do you, as I say. All my support for you guys to do whatever works for you is good, but for me, I'm just going to do my journey my way, and I know you guys are too, and you have my full support in how you want to enjoy this game as a fan of Zelda, because that's what we do as a community. We support each other, right? 100%. Bro, Dan is the man, bro. 100%, of course he is. What is the reality equals one massive spoiler. What is reality? Oz Game Collector equals one. Do you know what? Reality is what you deem it to be, my friend. And I love that. Love your work there as always. Good to have you on board, Oz Game. Super early where you are, by the way. You're in the same state as me. What are you doing up at this hour? Probably working. Probably doing cool stuff. You champ. Love your work, bro. Dan, I put that up as a warning as fast as I could. Do you know what? And the fact that my daughter was all over it before I even said it to her shows just how effective it was, Dan. It's really cool, actually, like what the community is doing in the Forge. Trust me, I hear about it from other people in my life, and it makes me super proud that I'm actually lucky enough to be a part of a group of people who are that cool. It's really sweet, actually. Dragonlord Cedric, yeah, he played the game. Oh, well, that's him spoiling it for himself. You know? Some people can't wait, I get that. I get where they're coming from. But for me, there's a time and a place, and it's the same time it's meant to be for everybody around the world, I guess. I kind of wish it came out the same time for everybody, regardless of time zone. So if people sort of want me to try and hold back till they've got a chance to play it as well, I get that. I could try and accommodate that as much as possible, but I'm sure you guys would also appreciate that for me. If I've got it and I can play it as it's released for me, I want to play it. I'm pretty excited. Mystery. Yeah, Dan is the man. Of course he is. He is the champ. By the way, if you didn't see, because I don't know if the stream opening came up, but I have put a thing in there about Dan's channel. Check it out, man. Show him some love. He does a lot of work for this community, and, you know, go check him out. Sign up, subscribe to him. Who knows what Dan's going to do in the future, but I'll tell you what, my little recommendation to you all, I'd want to keep a tag on Dan, because he's only warming up. He's meant for big things in the future. And I think you want to keep a tag on that, because watch that space. You never know what Dan's going to do. He's a mysterious man himself. Almost as mysterious as Mystery the Mysterious. But not quite. Nobody's more mysterious than Mystery, of course. And also, check out Mystery's channel. Check out OGO. Check out Wiz. Going to be doing a bit more promotion and a little bit more collaboration work in the near future too. So watch out for that. I'm going to try and start upping my game in terms of working a bit more with the community in terms of Zelda material where I can, because I need to try and push myself to do that a bit more now that we're at the place we are. Mystery. Oh, wait, I missed something there. Cool Night Skate. Anyone doing a midnight release or digital download? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing, mate. But because I am going to pick up the physical copy, but I've got a real concern about how that's going to go. Just because of retailers and issues and pre-orders I've had before that aren't there on the day, which should be, and I don't want to be caught out, so I probably will, just to make sure. By the way, Mystery, I just realised bruv is a British thing. Yeah, it is, but I've heard it in Oz too, so you're all good, man. You're all good. Dan's getting it physically in the afternoon. Got something special coming up in the future. Multiple of them. Ooh, Dan just dropped a teaser. Can't wait. I'm trying to convince Dan to... I want to feature him a little bit in an upcoming video if I can. Not putting you on the spot, Dan, but... love a bit of Dan goodness. I'll still say it, though. What are you saying, Mystery? I'm going to have trombones. I'm going to have to play, but Tis of the Kingdom in the morning, then play it later because I'll most likely have work. Oh, yeah. I've booked some time off work trombones, I'm not going to lie. I will still have some reports to do, so I've got to try and mix that in. But, yeah, I get where you come from. Work comes first, definitely. Dragonlord Cedric, I do not like spoilers, but I just can't stop myself from watching cutscenes. I had the same problem with Breath of the Wild. No, fair enough, man. I get you. I know. I think... it's Storming. I hope he doesn't mind. I know he's had stuff spoiled, and I feel for him. He's not the only one. There's a few people in the community. And you know what? I love the fact that they've come out and just gone, hey, guys, I'm spoiled. I'm damaged goods. I don't want to say anything. And I totally respect that. They are heroes who are honest and genuine. There's a few Laurelians, another one who kind of went, I know stuff, so I'm not saying anything. And you just got to love that. That's just a real positive way of dealing with it and going, hey, I'm here, I'm talking, but I'm not going to say anything. Really cool, really sweet. And hopefully they can run up a set of stairs straighter than I just did. Mystery. Oh, trombone's the most annoying thing. Wait. Oh, with work, yeah. Yeah, I know, I feel you, brother. Mystery Mysterious. Wait, is everyone subscribed to GameSmiths? I don't know. I don't know if they are, and it's okay, you don't have to subscribe. I know I continue to market myself the most poor manner possible, but you know, people, you do you. You want to subscribe, subscribe. If you don't, make choice. It's one of the great freedoms of life, is the ability to choose Why wouldn't you exercise it? I love it. I think I just... Oh, there's an announcement on something on Discord. Wait, that's not mine. It's alright. It's not my Discord, so that's alright. I just wanted to make sure I covered if anything was happening in the forge, but we're all good. I'm just selling some stuff just so I can make sure I got the food there. Dan, everyone should be. Well, everyone should give you guys a chance too. Mystery's got some cool stuff happening over there. Just check it out. Just show people some love. It's good. I don't get around as much as I should. I promote it, but I know it's hard. We all got time constraints and stuff, but yeah, I have checked out some Mystery stuff. Dan's shorts are really interesting. The language shorts are really cool, and just like some of the sayings. I know I smashed out quite a few in one hit, and it was thoroughly enjoyable. And plus his theory video and balance was awesome. So plenty more to see there, I think, in future. Mysteries videos are pretty cool, and they're different. I like it. Cool Night Skate, I was told GameStop will have 2 times number of pre-orders in stocks staying at midnight, but they're also charging more than the other stores. Son of a... You know what I'm saying. That's annoying, isn't it? That's a bit sucky. That's a bit suckfest right there, but look, I hope it's a profiteering thing, I get it. And it's more, it just sucks for people who can't afford it, that's all I'll say. And I've been there, by the way. Like, I've seen people in the last week or two getting their pre-orders of the OLED special edition, and I'm so happy for them, but at the same time, I'm like, I can't do that at the moment. It's not that I'm a broke person, but I have a family budget, and there's a time and a place for things, and I could get it, but there's probably some more important things that I need to get first. So I get it if people don't have the money for things and the games are a bit expensive. I feel ya. I've been there. It's hard times. So all I can say is just try and hang in there if you are in that situation. Right, I don't even know what I'm doing. I was just trying to sell the stuff and obviously completely misread the situation there. Dragonlord Cedric, did you hear that Nintendo's going to do a Treehouse live stream on May the 11th? No, I haven't, Dragonlord Cedric. Wouldn't surprise me though. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Probably be a good watch, to be honest. But yeah, hadn't heard that. I've been otherwise indisposed with quite a few things actually. Big J, how are you, fella? Hope you're well. Man, Mountain You. Man, I remember tuning in at the beginning of the first stream right when there were audio problems. There still were at the start of this, which is hilarious. The culmination of the fun had these past few months has led to this epic finale, with Tears of the Kingdom yet to come. 100%, my friend, 100%. In fact, I want to pause at a point and just quickly reminisce on some of that, because I had a plan of putting together a bit of a compilation, but I might do that after. And just so you guys know, and I'm putting it out there now, the plan was actually, initially I was going to do a bit of the shrine stuff and try and clear up all the shrines and maybe even do the Troll of the Sword first and then do Ganon after. But being Saturday night my time and tomorrow will be Sunday night before I have work on Monday, I thought I'd prioritise the Ganon fight first, and then if I get to do anything after that, we'll call it an encore. So just want to make sure we hit the mark, because it has been a journey we've done together. And Big J, yes, I remember the first stream, and it's funny, if you pull it up, the audio is that quiet, it's terrible. And man, watching me copper hammering in the first streams was quite fun. It was good value all the way through. I don't know why I'm actually even running up here. I'm trying to think what I'm doing, and at the moment, none of it is what I should be doing. So I'm just going to go over and just throw a couple of things in to cook, and then you know what? We're just going to make our way there, I think. But actually a good chance to get some of these fortified pumpkins too. I'll touch on that again, Big J. Put a pin in that one. Trombone's on the weirdest situation. I'm in the weirdest situation in history. I have a theory about Tears of the Kingdom, but there's quite a bit of what seems like foreshadowing for this plot point. But I've elected to treat it like a spoiler. No, fair enough. I've got 2 theories I want to release before then that are only 2 of the 40-odd outstanding theories I've got for Breath of the Wild on its own that kind of do relate to Tears of the Kingdom. And I can tell you right now, if they touch on spoiler stuff, I haven't watched it. I'll hand on heart, not a problem in the world. Will I say it was already planned? I've got documents and scripts and evidence anyway, but I'm not going to hit all the theories I want to get out there. But these two in particular I want to hit mainly for myself, just because one of them, the hand and power type base theory, is one that I think is interesting, and it doesn't matter if people have spoilt parts of the game. They can't know everything about it, and I don't reckon they'll know some of that stuff yet, which would be cool. And we didn't live stream stuff, so you guys know about it anyway. What the heck was that? Oh, Coco. I can't even get it in the cooking pot. What hope have I got for Ganon, I tell you. And the other one is Master Theory Part 2. I didn't actually even think I was going to try and attempt it before TOTK, but in talking with a few people, it's kind of prompted me to try and just get it out there a little bit, because it's a good touching point in terms of my understanding of Zelda and the universe and where things fit in. This one's less of a theory. Master Theory Part 2 is more about just the generalization of my understanding of how this all links together. And I think it will be interesting for people who maybe don't know some of the material. Certainly was for those I've spoken with. Just realising I missed some of the chat, just scrolling up a bit while I'm doing it. Subscribe to Dan. Good choice, Mystery. You won't miss out. And I'm sure Dan will probably make sure he checks you out too. He's a good guy. How long is a Nintendo treehouse? Well, it's about 5 meters wide, 10 meters high. The depth is about 5 meters. No, I'm only kidding. I don't know how long it'll be. We'll find out, I guess. When is the final theory video dropping this week? So the plan, and I say plan because you guys have got to remember I've got this whole normal life thing going on that we all do. Just imagine your own life and trying to slot things in. I've tried to schedule and preempt, but the best plans always come astray. But the plan is to hopefully have the hand of power out in the next couple of days, depending on how quick I can edit that sucker. I've got it all pretty much scripted, got to lay down the audio and do the video edit. So I'm probably gonna reuse some of the animations I used in PowerPoint, which is probably a bit dodge, but it'll get the point across. Master Theory Part 2 may literally, it's going to be as quick as I can do it this week. But I'm going to try to collaborate a little bit with a few people in aspects of it where I can. So when I say collaborate, maybe get them to do a bit of audio or anything they might want to do as well. But again, it's one where I can only tell you the plan is for both of them to be out before Tears of the Kingdom releases. The Hand of Power, hopefully in the next few days, if all goes to plan. Master Theory Part 2. I've got the script. I was looking at it. Looks like it's about 30 odd minutes. I'm going to try and cut it a little bit, so I might take some of the detail out just to make sure I can hit the mark and get it out. It might miss some of the detail I want, but at the end of the day, you guys know me. I'll chat about this in streams and stuff, and if people want to know more, they're welcome to check that out, or I can talk about it later. You don't have to cover everything. So yeah, I've got a plan. So hopefully, look out for the next probably 2 days for the first one, and if it's Saturday, maybe 4 to 5 days for the second one, if all goes to plan, because I've got to do that in amongst work and stuff as well. But yeah, that is the goal. Let's see if I can pull it off. I'm just going to try and make myself a little bit of something special. A little bit of tasty something. I reckon this will do. I reckon we've got enough stuff here just to head in and just make it rain. Ooh, special meal. That's the sign. Hero mode activated. Egg pudding maxed out. Keely, I'll probably pass on the treehouse at this point. It'll be so close. Might as well keep waiting. I'm a bit with you, mate. I probably won't. I'm just trying to just wait and go into the game and just make it rain. And I reckon I'm not the only one. But again, for a lot of people who want to check that out, it'd probably be cool. They'll cover different aspects of the gameplay and how to do things. And knowing Nintendo, as I do from my own personal perspective, I can only speak for that. I would expect they'll probably have a couple of little Easter eggs in there that people don't realise until later on. Like, that's my prediction there. There'll be something that might take 6 months to a year that'll come out of that treehouse. People go, oh, that's what they were pointing out, I think. Wait for it, because they usually do. They're pretty clever. Dan, subscribed right back at you. Look at the love. Making it rain. Is Goofy censored? I don't think so. Not sure what that means. Goofy. I hope not. But Goofy is a pretty cool Disney character, and the word Goofy isn't untoward, so you should be right. My grammar sucks. Oh, wait, it was a spell check. Sorry, dude. Dragon and Cedric, not a spoiler, but Zelda Tears of the Kingdom will have a Breath of the Wild save data function if you Breath of the Wild save data, not from watching gameplay. Okay, I'm just going to take that with a pinch of salt, Dragonlord Cedric. You may be right, and we'll leave it at that, because I'm going to move on from that, because again, anything that happens in Tears of the Kingdom, other than a theory for me at this point, it's too close for me to say what's happening. I can only put out what I've got of current theories, and then I think it's up to everyone to decide what happens from there. We'll find out when we play the game. Pretty close. But love your work as always. And don't worry about your grammar mystery. Mine sucks too. That's a given. Mystery, I tried to say Goofy and it didn't show it. Oh, that's a bit sucky. Big J, they should in the future add alternate costumes for Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf and Smash Bros. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know if you've, I know you're in the Forge, Big J. I don't know if you've added to the bingo card or ideas, but that's a good one. I like that. Good thank you out there for Dan. Smash 6 should have TOTK, Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf. Are we going to grab the castle shrine? Yes, we will. In fact, do you know one thing I had meant to do really badly before I got on this stream? Like, there was quite a few things I meant to do before I got on this stream, and I failed at all of it. But I also wanted to wrap out the memories, and I'm not sure how many I've got left. We've got number 3 and number 12 and then 17. So I know one of those is in the castle area. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dan. I think I don't want to pull the pin before we go into the castle, but I always have left the last memory as the one inside there. Zelda's memory, yeah, the one near her study. So if we only got 2 memories to go, we should technically, if you guys are happy to, I wouldn't mind trying to capture those other 2 memories and see what the deal is. I think that's a worthwhile investment of time, because it'll all come together at the end if you follow me. You're right, Dan. I should technically be able to go to the album. So that one I know is down in the middle of Hyrule Field, just down to the base. And that one's Zelda's one, which we're going to get in the castle. And then that looks like a bunch of me taking pictures of other stuff. So, and there'll be the final one that you get near, not Hateno, near, the Hateno Fort. So we will get that after we do the other 2 memories. So what we're going to do, we're going to head to that one, which should be map-wise. Look at me, looking like I know what I'm talking about. That's crazy. It's about there, I think. So we're just going to stick a pin in it. If you like it, then you should have put a pin in it. Let's head there. Let's make it rain. Are you guys all right with this? I hope you are. But you know what? If you're not, I'm doing it. It's happening. You're in for the ride. You're in for the ride. We've got to get the memories. You've got to do that before you go in. That was just rookie mistake on my behalf. How much has changed since the initial stream, Big J? Not a lot. What have we got? Sorry, I missed a bit of the chat. Cool Night Skate, I've come to see the trailer. I've come to that. The trailer analysis trend has X'd. I've come to think the trailer analysis trend has negatively impacted video games. Trailer analysis trend is negative. Yeah, fair call. Look, social media is an interesting thing from my perspective, in that it can spoil as much as you want it, as much as you let it. And I know that's a weird thing to say, because there's some things you can't avoid, but as someone who basically buried their head and avoided a lot of social media for so many years, I can say that you can avoid a lot of stuff and be completely ignorant. Look at half of the sayings I talk about that you guys know that I don't. This isn't like a coincidence. It's just I knew nothing. I'm Jon Snow. That said, I get it with people's lives. It's very hard to... You have to commit to it. You have to commit to basically trying to be a hermit and sticking your fingers in your ears where possible. But I hear you, Cool Night Skate. And the popularity of trending topics certainly makes it challenging if you are trying to avoid things, that's for sure. Now, I'm pretty sure this is down this side of the lake. Dan's already probably put it in the comments, but I'm just going to wander around here. I feel like it's not far from this spot from memory. Somewhere near the waterline or near the trees. This feels about right, but, you know, never can tell. Never can tell. Big J, oh gosh, shocks. Doing the goofy there. Nicely played, sir. Oops, that's supposed to be censored. Again, well played. Well played. I'd clap, but you can see how long it's taken me to get the basics happening already, Big J. How much has improved since the first stream? Some bits. The audio's a bit better. The chat's awesome. You guys were good from the start, though. The gameplay and skill set, not so much. There was one stream where I almost felt like I could have got a wind bomb happening, but I haven't gone back to it. I haven't delivered on a few things I wanted to, but I will say I have delivered on the one thing that I wanted to do with this, which was to play the game, first and foremost, but also to make sure that I could prove to anybody that it didn't matter how good you were at this game, you could beat it and you could get through it. Which I know that sounds silly because you guys are all awesome at it, but for me, I was thinking that a lot of people might watch this never playing the game and thinking it's too hard and what do I do? And it was kind of showing, hey, I'm not that great either, but if you do the steps and you build the character up, eventually it all comes good. So I feel like I'm on the wrong side of the lake. I'm going to just try to fly over there. Dan, go to the bomb shrine. There we go. Bomb shrine, which should be that one. That's Magnesis. Yeah, that's the bomb shrine. Okay. That's where I went from too, which is terrible. Obviously went off track. Mystery. More people are excited for building in Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm excited for the new food. Now, I've heard quite a few people excited about the food. That come up in the Forge I saw today in checking out some of the comments. Jordan was talking about like recipe cards and that. Like, I think some of the cooking's exciting. I'm excited about cooking. And a few of the guys were talking about maybe fishing mini games. I like fishing mini games. I know that's probably a bit lame, but they're pretty cool. Then find the lake with the memory. So the lake with the memory is definitely this one. I'm 100% sure of it. I just think the spot is probably about there. So I'm just going to put a different pin there. We'll go towards the green this time. Dragon and Cedric, do not spoil the game for GameSmiths or I'll send my dragons after you. Oh, you're adorable. Thank you, Dragonlord Cedric, but you don't need to worry, mate. Look, even if somebody did try to spoil the game for me, I don't know if I'd believe it. That's the thing. You always have choice. You have the ability to choose to take things on or not let people upset you. And if somebody says spoilers, this is 100% happened and stuff like that. Look, unless you're Shigeru Miyamoto, IG Numa, or Hidemaru Fujibashi at this point, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying I'm just going to take it with a pinch of salt because it could be true, it could not be true. Or you could have seen something and interpreted it wrong because people like to jump to conclusions. It's my own personal way, found it, of dealing with spoilers at the moment is just, how do you know? Probably do, but I don't know that you know. You know what I know? Yeah. Love you, mate, though. My little brother is now starting to play Breath of the Wild. He loves it. Oh, good to hear that, Mystery. I'm glad he's enjoying it. It's a great game. Cool Night Skate, this is the first memory I found. You know what? In respect, I'm going to let this one play out. Let's hear it out.
From here, we'll make our way to Goron City. Then, we'll need some adjustments on that divine beast so Daru can manage it as easily as possible. He's figured out how to get it to move. However, it's apparent that we still have much more to learn. But to think, that divine beast was actually built by people. That means we should be able to understand how it works and how to use it to our advantage. These divine beasts, so much we don't know. But if we want to turn back Calamity Ganon, they're our best hope. me the truth. How proficient are you right now, wielding that sword on your back? Legend says that an ancient voice resonates inside it. Can you hear it yet, hero?
Love it. Oh, pause it. Sorry, I just set up a Q&A in there. If you've seen it, not to annoy anybody, but I had been wanting to reach out to you guys in this stream today as well. Technically, there might be an epilogue, all pending, but if you get the chance as well, I've always said about getting your feedback, and I know you guys are pretty honest and open, but obviously with Tears of the Kingdom, I'll be starting a new chapter of trying to stream something. I'm just looking for any feedback you guys have about what you think works, what doesn't work, what I should maybe look at trying. I can't guarantee I'd do any of it or all of it, but I'm interested in it. I really like to hear what you guys think, so that's why I've just put that Q&A there. It's actually me Q&Aing you guys. What do you think I should be doing in streaming moving forward? What's good? What's not good? What would you maybe want to see more of if you did tune in? And maybe, what should I stop doing? Like, you know, I don't know. You guys just let me know what you think. And it's okay, I'm a big boy. I can take some criticism. So if it's like, hey, stop being so lame, that's all right. I get it. I can't guarantee I will stop being lame, but I appreciate the sentiment. Let's just say that much. Right. Catching back on the chat. No, you were good. You didn't need to go back. You're already on your way. That's all right, Dan. We made it work. We made it work. Leakers are little molders, I'm going to say that. Mystery, there's probably going to be some goofy that finds a glitch to teleport to Ganondorf. Do you know what? I never thought I would say this. One thing I will be excited once I've started playing through the game and I guess hopefully once I've finished the main story arc, which I'll be angling to do a little bit more straight up than I normally would. Normally I'd just explore and just eke the game out for everything it's worth, but if I'm going to stream it, I think it'll be important to do a bit of that, but also move it along, because nobody wants to see me collecting literally every blade of grass, which is what I would tend to do. But funnily enough, I'm interested to see what the speedrunners do in terms of how they work their way through the game and find ways of doing the crazy stuff that they do. You know what I mean? Like, I've come to really appreciate the Matrix style level of effort that these guys go to. It's crazy good, crazy good. So, okay, with that memory, we've basically got the other one in the castle, which means when we do the castle run, we're going to have to exit out of there to go back to see Impa, which is cool. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, trust me, you will find out soon enough, but it's a worthwhile endeavour. Let's just say that much. So Mystery, yeah, Teleport's got that one. Trombones was, this memory. Love your work, Trombones. Just trying to get the chat in. I've got my other window open a little bit. In amongst the things that I'm doing this week as well, I've got to try and move my whole setup a little bit so I can do multiple screens, because I think we've graduated from me just chilling out on my couch on a one-screen TV and trying to juggle this stuff. You guys have dealt with enough. So I'm going to try to up the ante on that as well. I was going collector. Legends say that Gigadorf's jawline and physique are so chiseled, boss music hears him. Dang. That's I didn't even know what Gigadorf or Ganondorf, I don't know. I was like, what? And then I put two and two together and went, gotcha. Yeah. They're basically talking about him looking pretty boss hog and looking pretty buff, which, again, not surprised. Not surprised at all. It's a funny observation, let's just say that much. You know what? Good on him. It's if he's kind of got the dad bod going, but he's a little bit muscular, good on him, because all us dads need all the help we can get. We ain't got a lot going for us. I go off my sense of humour mainly. GameSmiths, when is LiveStream Zelda ASMR? Funny question you should ask there, Oz Game Collector. I actually put down a post-it note idea of something I want to do soon, because a few people have said, you know what, you could just talk and do stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I can talk. I can talk the hind leg off a donkey. It's the editing that really takes me some time. So I did have the idea. I did that right on time for once. That's awesome. Oh, that was close. No. You know what? We need the master sword for this one, I feel. Time to get real. We need to chop some legs big time. I don't want to die to a guardian on the way there. That's just... That's stream 1 stuff. But actually, you know what? It would be classic GameSmiths, to be fair. You've come to expect instant death from me. I need to give you guys a couple of deaths today, I feel. It's only fair. But, yeah, it's funny you should say that. There's an idea of something called I've actually wanted to do it for a while. I wouldn't say it's ASMR, but it's something that I don't think anyone has done. They probably have. I'm not going to say what it is, by the way, in case you're wondering. But it's a bit more... It's going to be a bit more audio and less visual. Let's just say that much. I'm not talking about podcasting or anything. I'm just talking about doing a different type of video. I'm not sure whether I should do it on this channel or not, whether I do it separate, just because I don't want to upset anybody. But yeah, I want to do a bit of a longer thing about some stuff with Zelda. And the only way I'm going to be able to pull that off if it's not visually as intensive. But I think a lot of people sometimes just, they're not exactly watching every second anyway. So I'll make sure it'll have some cool visuals, but audio wise it'll have some interesting content. Let's just say that much. That's the plan. So watch this space for that. No planned execution date, because it's going to be a bit of a project, but if it actually works out how I plan it, it should be pretty fun. I'm going to look forward to it. If you're wondering what I'm doing, by the way, I was trying to just get up a little bit, because I can remember flying into the castle from the top of one of these things, and it's total badass stuff. It's great. It's good fun, if you can pull it off. Oh, don't slide all the way down. Come on, Link. Dragonlord Cedric. Ganondorf has a samurai look in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. There is official art. Yeah, I've seen that, and he does. He certainly has a unique look, a distinct look, doesn't he? I've heard quite a few comments on people reflecting on that in terms of what it could appear to be like. And look, I don't think I'd be saying anything nobody hasn't heard. That a few people have made comments that looks crazily like, a little bit like the ancient hero on the tapestry. I've heard that one. I've heard other people say that it could look like a different Ganondorf, or all sorts of things. Maybe it's not Ganondorf, but it is Ganondorf. Let's face it, we all know it's Ganondorf, but who knows? Who knows? I've got my own theories. I think I know exactly what it is, and I think I've been kind of pointing that out for some time, but we'll wait and find out. Wait and find out. Love your work though, Dragonlord Cedric, as always. Music is him, I love that. Dragonlord Cedric, the official art of Ganondorf. Yeah, we covered that. Reggie said Link is hot now, Ganondorf is hot. Said Link is hot now, Ganondorf is hot. Everyone's hot. Depends what you're into, of course. Everyone's got their own thing. You know what I find hot? Personality. Doesn't matter how good somebody thinks they look, if their personality sucks, it just, I don't know, it's like you can say it. A good personality, that's an attractive quality every day of the week. Nice person, makes them look good. They look nice. In my book anyway, for what it's worth. But, yeah, you do you. Mystery, the Mysterious Smash. By the way, there's going to be points here where I'm going to see something in the chat. I have no idea what we're talking about. You guys know I do that, right? I'm just like, yeah, I'm not sure where I'm at, but I'll try to keep up. So I don't know what Smash means, but it sounds very Hulk, and I love that. Dragonlord Cedric, the official art of Ganondorf is samurai-like and is buff and muscular, hot, and everybody likes Ganondorf's look. Yeah, you know what? I will say one thing on that that's not, I don't think, anything spoiler related, but it does make me think of an interview that Shigeru Miyamoto gave many years ago, before Ocarina of Time come out, about Ganondorf's look. And at that time he was, it's believed anyway, rumoured that he was portrayed a little bit like Highlander actor, the name escapes me right now, but you know, kind of handsome individual, acted in Highlander. I can't remember the name right now. Normally straight off the top of the noggin, but chat Jeremy is very different to normal Jeremy, as you guys have probably figured out. But basically they were trying to, I believe that my interpretation of what Shigs was saying was that he wanted to very much characterize Ganondorf to have more about him than just being the bad guy, that he had more depth as a character. And it kind of almost riffed off that concept of, you know, evil isn't just evil, which, you know, I think that is something the Zelda series has strived to do as time's gone on more and more, is touch on those shades of grey in our world and cover that in their stories, in terms of things aren't always as straight as they seem. And it's not saying that there is not bad things that have been done, but maybe understanding motivations and reasons, understanding the full story. So yeah, it made me think of that, and how looking at this new version of Ganondorf is leaning again further into that enigma of this character who's so popular. Tiny, right on time. Hey Tiny, how you going? Tiny, another one who's been there for quite a long time in the streams. Good to have you back, Tiny. I hope you're well. I know it's late there in the UK. Don't know if you're working. Hope you're not. If you are, hope your work's going well. There's a theory that Ganondorf will transform into his original form demise. Yeah, look, there will be so many theories flying around now about Ganondorf. I'd certainly have covered a few, but again, being careful not to be too specific. I just screwed that up. But I think demise definitely makes a show. I pointed out to a Connection to Skyward Sword video on Breath of the Wild 2, which I still haven't renamed in the title. I didn't call it Connections to Tears of the Kingdom. It still says Breath of the Wild 2, which is just ace on me. Way to chip into that YouTube algorithm there. But yeah, I'd made connections in Demise and the artwork way back then, and the moon and stuff, and kind of was calling it back in, I think it was July 2021. And you see the scaly type appearance of what is he when he's avocado form, the imprisoned, and you can see that in that third trailer. Certainly that my wife calls it the spaghetti hair, bread spaghetti haired individual. Definitely looking Demise like, isn't he? Christopher Lambert, thank you, Oz Game Collector, appreciate that. Smashed it out of the park, Christopher Lambert. Spunk back in the day, as girls would say, when they loved a good mullet. A few Aussies rocking the mullet back in those days too. Still a few Aussies rocking the mullet these days, but anyway, off track. What makes Ganondorf look like he has a samurai katana? Funnily enough, Wind Waker Ganondorf has two swords that are, you'd say, almost could be of Oriental descent. And what they reference on there is interesting, the words on there. I'll leave that one open. Mama, hello. Thomas Talbot, hi. Welcome to you both. Hope you're doing well. Hope the day's treating you good. Mama, I think Ganondorf is absorbing the Blood Moon to become fatter than all of Hyrule. You're a crazy dude, Mama. I love your work. But I'm gonna say this again. You know me. I love fat. Fat is PHAT. That's all, of course you want to be healthy, I get that too, but to anyone out there is carrying a few extra, nothing wrong with that. If you feel like eating a moon, you go for it. Get that in you. Dragonlord Cedric Ganondorf also has the samurai ponytail, samurai robes, which also makes him look samurai-like. There's certainly an element to which in the Zelda series the mythology of the development team is becoming more and more prominent. Look for me to touch on that in Master Theory Part 2 as part of expanding out my understanding of the Zelda universe, because that's certainly a huge portion of it, Dragonlord Cedric. This is not not a surprising fact if you look at the games and the history of Zelda from the first one to now, and the incorporation of mythology and influences on the development team. Not revelation there, by the way. It makes complete sense. Why would you not look to be inspired by the world around you? I certainly am. Inspired by my wife, my daughter, and this lovely community as some great examples, which is, I think it's showing in some of the work I do and the person I am. So no doubt a similar type thing would come into Zelda games, the stories and the characters, and we're seeing a lot more and more of that as time's going on. And, you know, for the researching lore and stuff on videos, I've really gained a much more thorough appreciation of the wonderful blend of influences in Japanese culture. Pulling from so many different places around the world, it's quite a treat to actually look into. But that said, so are so many other places around the world. You know, a few years ago or a year or two ago, it was very much around the Vikings and the Norse mythology, partially due to some games and that coming out at the time and popular content on Netflix and the like. But we have a fascinating world with so much rich culture and history that there's a lot to appreciate and enjoy. Certainly samurai stories and I guess influence is fascinating as well. I was actually, for a good friend of the channel, Turkish, I finally got to watch a video he recommended me many moons ago about the Sea People, which is about life between the Bronze Age and the Dark Age. This is probably helping nobody, by the way, but if you get into history stuff, it's a good, interesting video, a good one to watch on YouTube. Alright, what have I missed here? I'm probably about to get smashed by this thing, but I don't want to lose the chat. Dan, avocado fallen in prison, red spaghetti hair, not what I expect within a few seconds of each other. No, classic mix of trying to wrap things up, because I over-explain things. So if I go spaghetti hair and the imprisoned, you guys know what I'm talking about. It gets the point across quicker. I've got to be more succinct in my speech, otherwise everything just drags on. Dan beat Triforce Heroes. Well done, champ. You're killing it. Dan's like single-handedly beating entire Zelda history gaming in the last couple of months. It's astounding. It's absolutely impressive. And I'm a little jealous because it's amazing. Tiny, loving a mullet. Mama has said on the official artwork of Gandalf, you can see there are slots for tears on his jewellery. Maybe there are. Maybe. Or maybe they're for something else. Maybe they're for tears that he cries and he just absorbs them Scott Tenorman style. Little South Park reference there, but that's me just gently breezing over it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Just saying I could hear that. Trombones, I just noticed YouTube moved the live chat to the actual comments section while the actual live chat button is still there and tells you live chat has moved. Oh my god, I have no idea what's happening there, but I'm going to check that out, Trombones. Thanks for the heads up, dude. Appreciate it. Jordan, hey, how you going? My gosh, thank you so much, Jordan, for all the work you've been doing. Appreciate it. And Dan and just everyone in the Forge. But I hope you're doing well, Jordan. I know you have been super busy, got bugger all sleep. Don't feel like you need to do too much today, mate. I'm going to try to pull my weight a bit more because, yeah, you've done amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm just going to get in here and just try to show this guy how I die really well. But also I'm just trying to move things along as well, but also keep up with the chat. You know me by now. If you don't, quick summary. Not the best gameplay, but open and honest about just having fun and having a laugh. If you're here for the chat, you're in good company. Let's just say that much. You'll do well. You do well. The community makes this stream the best thing. Keely's saying hey to Jordan. We're all hey Jordan. Tiny, are we going to find the memory shrine and the diaries? We certainly are, Tiny. They are beats I need to hit in this stream. There are certain things I don't mind missing, and to be honest, I have sort of suggested if I don't get to cover it in this stream, the idea of doing an encore would be I don't mind missing out some things and certain side quests, but to not do the 120 shrines and get the Hero of the Wild outfit would bug me. More so than the Troll of the Sword Part 3. That's nice to have, but I'd like this Hero's Path to also include getting the Hero of the Wild. So if we don't get to cover that today, it might need to be an encore either later or possibly the day after, depending on how time's looking. I'm conscious of where people are in time zones, so I'm trying to accommodate that where possible. But yep, to answer your question 100%, and if I look like I'm missing any of that, guys, please call me out on it, because we need to hit those marks. It's important. It's more important than anything YouTube related or any stuff like that. It's more about, we've had a group of us hanging out, being mates, playing this game, and you guys have made it real. So I know they're important marks for us to hit, and I plan on hitting it. I actually want to make sure I really try and strip out this whole castle too. In fact, if you guys haven't worked out where I just happened to crawl into, do you know where I am? I need to check the chat, but we're in a very particularly important room. And if you've watched some of the theory videos, you'll notice me focusing on that spot in particular. That is one of the only confirmed mirrors I know of in Breath of the Wild. And so, lore-wise, and I'll check the chat before I start it, but it's important we hit this diary. Right, so, chat-wise, just going back up. Mystery, the Jordan, haven't seen you before. Hey, Jordan, haven't seen you before. Oh, Jordan's mysteriously cool and kind of does a lot of stuff in the background, but you probably have. She likes to lurk a lot, though. Tiny Castle, love it. Memory Shrine, Highland Shield, definitely. No, we've got to get the Highland Shield. I know I've sort of started an awkward spot, but we'll go down and work our way up for sure. Mystery, I hope the shield will be more important to Tears of the Kingdom. I suspect it will. Calling that. I think the shield will be important for combining stuff and that as well, but I think we're going to touch on some very important lore stuff that's going to cover a period of the Zelda timeline that has not been covered, if I'm guessing correctly. And I'll just leave that there. What if you don't die to Calamity? What if you don't die to Calamity Ganon? I know. What if I beat him? Right? Like I think I almost need to die because I've died a lot, so I need to see it through. I have hit over 100 deaths though, which I did predict. I think on stream 1, so that's hilarious. Jordan, you'll be lurking, but yeah, I get it. You know what? You don't even have to lurk, Jordan. You just do you. I'll try and catch up with you when you can, my friend, and we'll touch on what needs to happen moving forward. I'm going to try and help Jordan out a bit more with the Forge stuff as well, guys. So she's been doing a great job. I need to get in there and help out. Dragonlord Cendric. Oh wait, sorry, Mystery. Holy cow, you got a giant core. Oh, I probably did. That's awesome. I'm glad I did. I'm not even paying attention to half the treasure. I'm just kind of like, we've got marks to hit. Let's hit it, and want to stay on the chat. Dragonlord Cedric, I think the game will take place 3 years after Breath of the Wild because Riju was older as well as Tulin. People pointed out the Zonai architecture resembles Maya and Aztec. Don't disagree with all of that. In fact, I will give you all a part of what will be covered in the Hand of Power theory. So mark this down. I'm spoiling myself, and if somebody comes out and does a video on it between now and when I do mine, I'm going to be super annoyed. But here's not a spoiler, but a theory thing that I did kind of allude to in the gameplay trailer review, but let me spell it out. I pointed out that I think the Sky Islands look like they move. The coordinates kind of reference that as well, and if you look at the one that Link lands on in the gameplay trailer after he does recall, it looks like he lands on giant fan-looking things. Not telling you anything you don't know. But for me, I swear that looks like that island's going to flip, and then you would move it with the fans into another position, which again would explain the Z coordinates and stuff as well. When you look at the images that are carved into the ground, you know, we see the kind of, they look like half the figure you could see in one of the earlier trailers. It's carved into the ground. Looks like an Azkar type carving, very much like you say, Maya and Aztec architecture type thing. If you know anything about the Nazca lines, a lot of theories exist around it, but one of the main things that people sort of scratch their heads about is it wouldn't make sense from ground level. You couldn't really make it out, but if you got up higher, you can certainly make out these shapes. And if you don't know what the Nazca lines is, definitely check it out. Very, very cool stuff. So realizing that that does seem to have quite a similarity, we've got these Sky Islands, and I want to point this out, and if this hasn't clicked from what I said in the gameplay trailer, I'll certainly be pointing it out in the Hand of Power theory. If you look at those carvings in the ground and the landscape, I can't help but think that when you look at them from a top-down aspect, it would involve the moving of those islands, that as a progression, you would potentially be trying to move things around, and as you progress, a good way to orientate the movement of those islands would be aligning them with those carvings, the Nazca-esque carvings on the ground. Now, imagine that as you get higher, you're putting islands into place, and part of those islands also form that picture. Now imagine if part of it would be to move those islands into place to form the picture of like what you would see on the mural. And I'll leave that there, because that's what I think we're building towards there. But if you followed me, if that made sense, it suddenly made a lot of sense to me as to how the islands and the progression mechanic might work there. And that's a thing I came to a while ago, and I alluded at it in that gameplay trailer review, but I didn't really go in depth on it. I just kind of touched on it a little bit. But in the Hand of Power, I certainly want to just hit that a bit more because it does relate to that theory. So there you go. A scoop, if you will. Do you prefer... Sorry, I'm just reading the chat still. Don't mind me, but it is what it is. Do you prefer Lord Garmadon or Ganondorf? Lord Garmadon. I like Ganondorf. I can answer that. I didn't know you were doing... Wait, I missed stuff. Chat, come back. Come back, Zinc. I didn't know you were doing Zelda movie nights on Discord. Oh, the guys are doing heaps of stuff. No, you can catch up. There's still plenty happening. Don't worry, there's plenty more coming, Tiny. So that's all right. You can join in whenever you want, and trust me, there's plenty more to come. The guys have got stuff going, and I've got plans, and we're only warming up over there. So don't worry about it. You will catch up. There's more to come. What's been has been, but there's going to be plenty more. But the guys are doing great. Mama, why are the Zonar symbols on Rivali and Tiba's armor? Well, that's a good question. Mystery, the reason we don't see Yunobo in the trailer is because how handsome he looks down his right shoulder. That's probably a good one. With the Zonar symbols on the armor, and I don't want to just ignore that, by the way, but I will say, I've had a theory about the Rito for quite a while. I don't know if I've done it thoroughly as a theory, but I know I've mentioned it. But it's in one of the archives of an older video, let's just say that much. So the Zonai symbol, quote unquote, doesn't surprise me at all with Rito. If you know that, you'll know what I mean. Mama, there are also Zonai symbols on some Gerudo pants. Yeah. If you're talking about the Zonai tick, it's also, here's a good one. Look at Wind Waker's dialogue. It sits at the bottom of the dialogue. It sits on Kokiri doors in Twilight Princess. It also sits on a bunch of other things too, but there's a lot more to cover there, my friend, a lot more. That's only the start of that little rabbit hole. Mystery, not a spoiler, probably. I love that. No, it's not a spoiler at all. Dragon Lord Cendric, sorry, I'll just catch up before we do this diary. Nintendo takes real life ideas from a real world for the Zelda game like Zonar, the Aztec's Mice. 100% agree with you, Dragon Lord Cedric, and there is Japanese mythology threaded throughout there and all sorts of different wonderful influences as well. Shinto, Buddhism, Christianity featured in some of the earlier games. So for those of you who hail from a particular religion, there's different references, but I think they like to take from a lot of real world influence for sure. Mama, how can the Zonar worship the dragons if they are barbarians? In Breath of the Wild, it's mentioned that only people with a pure heart can see the dragons. If you're a barbarian, your heart is not pure. Oh, Mama, you're throwing a lot out there and I could go for the bait, but as I mentioned to a friend before, I've covered some of this in theory videos, but here's a good one for you to watch out for. Look at the 7 heroines where the 8th one's missing. Follow the dotted line to the southwest corner of the map where you see Dragon's Exile and the 3rd Leviathan. It's not a coincidence, let's just say that much. And yeah, there's so much more to cover there, I could get lost, but everyone on the stream will probably go, here we go again. But yeah, who says that the Zonai just worship dragons as well? Question everything, Mama, because it's there to be questioned. And Tiny, it's wild how much we've learnt officially since the live stream journey began. No joke. Do you know how much I've learnt? Tons. I've learnt once again in my life, and this is a common reoccurrence, that the more I think I know, the less I know about anything. But I'm lucky enough to be surrounded by people who are kind enough to let me get away with that and share their wisdom with me, which makes me a pretty lucky guy. So we're going to go into Zelda's diary, and I wanted to put the focus on here. Thank you, Tanya. That was a lovely point to lead into this. This is a really important one from a lore aspect, and this kind of was part of the thing for me with the stream, was to touch on the lore. This one covers a bit of detail, so let's have a look. After meeting with the champions, I left to research the ancient technology, but nothing of note came of my research. The return of Ganon looms, a dark force taunting us from afar. I must learn all I can about the relics so we can stop him. If the fortune teller's prophecy is to be believed, there isn't much time left. A very telling part in there is the fortune teller's prophecy. It's a trigger for why these guardians and the divine beasts run Earth after being buried for so many years. The fortune teller had spoken to the royal family and obviously had enough weight for them to believe them. And it's been hypothesized as to who that fortune teller was. In fact, it features in creating a champion with them almost hinting it could be Zelda's mum, but then again, maybe it's not. It's a very interesting part of creating a champion, let's just say that much. But turning over these thoughts in my head puts me ill at ease. I suppose I should turn in for the night. P.S. Tomorrow my father is assigning him as my appointed knight. Talking about Link, of course. The next diary entry says, I set out for Goron City today to make some adjustments to Divine Beast Var Ridania. I still recall feeling his eyes on me as I walked ahead. Talking about Link, of course. The feeling stayed with me so long, I grew anxious and weary. It is the same feeling I've felt before in his company, and still, not a word passes his lips, except for, as you wish. No, there's a bit of a Princess Bride reference for anybody. I never know what he's thinking. It makes my imagination run wild, guessing at what he is thinking but will not say. This is a lesson I should have learned a long time, by the way. Guys who are strong and silent do much better than me. I just keep jabbering away, and eventually I think I would drive a lot of women away, but my wife is a champion. She hung in there. What does the boy chosen by the sword that seals the darkness think of me? Will I ever truly know? Then I suppose it's simple. A daughter of Hyrule's royal family, yet unable to use sealing magic. He must despise me. And this gives you an insight into Zelda's memories, and you would see it in the earlier ones where she has kind of this resentment of Link and, an anger towards him. And she doesn't understand where he's coming from, but she automatically assumes that he thinks badly of her. But as we come to learn, she doesn't. She learns that he doesn't, sorry. I said something awful to him today. My research was going nowhere, I was feeling depressed, and I told him repeatedly not to accompany me. But he did anyway, as he always does. And so I yelled at him without restraint. He seemed confused by my anger. I feel terribly guilty, and that guilt only makes me more agitated than I was before. And you'll note that Link seems confused by it. He's trying to understand her, I think, at this point. And I'm unsure how to put today's events into words so often evade me lately, and now more than ever. He saved me. Without a thought for his own life, he protected me from the ruthless blades of the Eager clan. This was another memory that we've seen play out in a cutscene. Though I've been cold to him all this time, taking my selfish and childish anger out on him at every turn. Still he was there for me. I won't ever forget that. Tomorrow I shall apologise for all that has transpired between us. And you can see her reaction in that cutscene. Her eyes widen and she sees him in a different manner. It's a great moment. Just heading quickly to the chat. Dragonlord Cedric, the Spirit Temple from Ocarina of Time has Egyptian influences. Completely agree. Absolute brilliant one there. I just realised that Link is a selective mute. He chooses to be strong and silent. He's very clever. And then I will try talking to him, to Link. It's worth a shot. So this is Zelda changing her approach and maybe trying to understand him a bit more. Bit by bit, I've gotten Link to open up to me. It turns out he's quite a glutton. He can't resist a delicious meal. This is one of the reasons I definitely can relate to Link. I can't ignore a delicious meal either. When I finally got around to asking why he's so quiet all the time, I could tell it was difficult for him to say, but he did. With so much at stake and so many eyes upon him, he feels it necessary to stay strong and to silently bear any burden. It's an interesting approach, and I think it's a very mature one. My approach in any kind of leadership role has always been to just completely embarrass myself and make it okay for anybody to think it's okay for them to do whatever. So I can respect that. A feeling I know all too well. For him, it has caused him to stop outwardly expressing his thoughts and feelings. He's closed off. I always believed him to be simply a gifted person who had never faced a day of hardship. How wrong I was. Everyone has struggles that go unseen by the world. And I want to pause on that. That is us. Everyone in this community, everyone that we're dealing with, we all have struggles. And it's important to recognise that. I was so absorbed with my own problems, I failed to see his. And I talk to you guys about maybe being busy with stuff, but you guys have your own problems too. And I get that. And so I try not to dwell on mine. And you guys are all so very supportive, but please know that in the back of my mind, I'm aware that you guys are doing things tough too. But it's a community that kind of supports each other. And it's good to see that kind of value discussed here. I wish to talk with him more and to see what lies beneath those calm waters, to hear him speak freely and openly. And perhaps I too will be able to bare my soul to him and share the demons that have plagued me all these years. Interesting terminology. Father scolded me again today. He told me I am to have nothing more to do with researching ancient technology. He insisted that I focus instead on training that will help me awaken my sealing magic. I was so frustrated and ashamed I could not even speak. I've been training since I was a child, and yet Mother passed the year before my training was to begin. In losing her, I lost not just a mother, but a teacher. Mother used to smile and tell me, "Zelda, my love, all will be well in the end. You can do anything." Great words, good mother. But she was wrong. No matter how I try or how much time passes, the sealing power that is my birthright evades me. Tomorrow I journey with Link to the Spring of Power to train, but this too will end in failure, such is my curse. And I want to pause on that just for a sec, guys. It's a piece of advice I give to people a lot because I've been there and had some dark times myself. Understand that when you are in a dark place, it's very easy to get lost in it. And these words of advice come from, of all places, Avatar: The Last Airbender and Uncle Iroh. And I'll never forget those words, where he says, if you're in a dark place, just keep putting one foot in front of the other, and eventually you'll come to a better place. And that's the thing, isn't it? More than anything, it's about just continuing to move on. But you can see Zelda here, this hopelessness that she has, and you can feel it in her words. It's very powerful. Hey, Backseat Studios, hope you're doing well. I had a dream last night. Now, this is critical. Very critical piece of text. I had a dream last night in a place consumed by darkness. This is the night before she turns 17 and she goes to the Spring of Wisdom at the top of Mount Lanayru, where Nadra, also we know later on, is of course corrupted by malice. This is all very critical and timely. In a place consumed by darkness, a lone woman gazed at me, haloed by blinding light. I sensed she was not of this world. I don't know if she was a fairy or a goddess, but she was beautiful. Her lips spoke urgently, but her voice did not reach me. Would I have heard her if my power was awoken? Or was my dream simply a manifestation of my fears? I'm sure I will know the answer soon, whether I wish to or not. And in story terms, this is what we like to call foreshadowing, people. I turned 17 today. This is the day after. That means that this is the day I will finally be allowed to train at the Spring of Wisdom. Absolutely critical to what happens in Breath of the Wild. When Link arrives, we will set out for Mount Lanayru. The other champions will accompany us there, and that journey, by the way, is one that takes place going through Lanayru Promenade, known as the Spider's Nest in the concept art. All very important stuff. And it's one of the memories we see. I've not seen my father since he last scolded me. Things are too strained now, and I will meet with him when I return. Actually, I've had a horrible feeling ever since that weird dream. No one would believe a failure of a princess, but right now, for no particular reason, I'm filled with a strange and terrible certainty that something awful is about to happen. Very prophetic words, and this is an example of Zelda showing that legendary prophecy that follows the royal bloodline. And very interesting words. That, of course, is a memory where, unfortunately, Zelda leaves on bad terms with her father, the king, never really knowing how he felt, which is heartbreaking, but also she goes to Mount Lanayru, as we know she prays, doesn't believe it's had any effect, and the powers haven't come through as she anticipated. And then, of course, the Calamity kicks off. I don't believe the timing of that is a coincidence. We know Calamity Ganon is not fully prepared when he sets off, and when she goes to seal him as well. His final form wasn't truly there. So all of this timing-wise is absolutely crucial to understanding what's coming. And for anyone who doubts whether there was plans for Tears of the Kingdom when Breath of the Wild was being released, your evidence is in that diary for 100% certainty. Just touching back on the chat, Mama, the face that she makes in the Yiga cutscene is the same she makes in the final Tears of the Kingdom trailer when she says Link. Very, very true. I would agree. Mystery agrees. You got a point about the dragon thing. Thanks. Backseat, we said g'day. Hope you're doing well, by the way, backseat, and feel free not to be just backseat. You can be front seat too. It's all good. Dragonlord Cedric, I'm glad Link does not talk because I like to be Link. If Link talked, it would ruin the game for me. I never want to see Link talk. The player is Link. Nintendo said Link talking would ruin Link. Do you know what? I don't exist in either camp mainly because of Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption 2. I do like the silent protagonist, but man alive, Arthur Morgan, wow. That voice, he can talk all he wants. Love that stuff. Backseat Studios, Link has been unvoiced so long now, it would just be weird if he spoke. Yeah, look, I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, if he spoke in this game, it would be weird, and then 2 or 3 games down the track, it would just be old hat. It's a point in time. Nintendo changes things and mixes things up. If it happens, it happens. Look, I can only speak personally. If it happens, I'll go, okay, and I'll just move on with it, because, as I was saying to somebody today, I come from a day where we had Pong, and I played E.T. on Atari. If you don't know what I'm talking about there, by the way, like look at the game Crash in 1983. My expectations of games are probably a little different to most, but I'm pretty happy just to be playing the games that we have today. So maybe I'm not the best judge, but I get people have things that they like or don't like. I'm just kind of like, you know what? I've had enough Nintendo games where I've been playing it for a week or so. I'm going, I'm not sure I dig this, but I've trusted it and stuck with it, and I've converted eventually. I don't agree with everything 100% for me personally, but I understand that there's a wider audience to cater to as well. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But certainly I get the idea that it would be weird because we haven't seen it. And let's just say one thing I think we can all agree on, that if they do give Link a voice, hopefully he doesn't say, "Excuse me, princess," because that would not be great. And that I would have to say would be a bit sucky. My birthday is the same day that Zelda 1 came out, but not the same year. Hey, prophetic Dragonlord Cedric, you have a kinship to the game. Congratulations, you are one with Zelda. Love that. Keely, Arthur Morgan, 10 out of 10. Oh yeah, yep. You know what? He's awesome. Mama, I really want to see Lloyd Gummadin on the toilet with Ganondorf. Yeah, I'm gonna just go cool. I think that's the best way I can respond to that. Tiny, not ET. Yeah. If you haven't played it, by the way, and I say I played it not just because like for fun. It was the game that it wasn't even mine. It was actually cousins of mine, but it was the game we had to play at that time. So we all played it and tried to figure it out. It still made no sense of it at all. It's absolutely crazy. Mama, long before we had a name. Indeed, mystery and mysterious. I want it. E.T. or voiced Link. Not sure, but you know what? I hope you get what you want. Let me know what you did want, though. I'm not sure I got that. But interesting stuff. This is a bit additional. So where we are now, we've moved from Zelda's room to Zelda's study, and this was a point I wanted to hit on. We'll get the memory on the way back out. Today I met with Impa of the Sheikah tribe and began my research into the ancient technology in earnest. This is prior to the other diary. Impa introduced me to Pura and Robbie, other respected members of her tribe. Tomorrow I embark on an excavation with them. We hope to find the ancient tech with which to operate the guidance stones. Talking Link to be born. Yeah, could you imagine? That would be hilarious. But also, it would wear off real quick. Unless he came out with Arthur Morgan's voice, in which case I'm not sure how I'd feel. But man, I love that voice. That guy, God, he's got a good voice. Today we uncovered some ancient technology that we believe may have the power to control the guidance stone. It is a rectangular object small enough to be held in two hands, almost like a mobile phone of some description, but we call it the Sheikah text, and it's featured on it prominently. That's me ad-libbing a bit, by the way. It is made of an unknown material, but we believe it is the same as the shrines scattered across the region. Who'd have thunk it? Impa proposed that I hold on to it for now, and I hope that it leads to some new developments in our research. Zelda, again, looking at what she says later in the diaries, is underestimating the role she's playing. She's connecting people and bringing them together and helping to try and resolve some of the mysteries around the technology that, at this point, they believe is critical to helping with the Calamity. So, again, it's easy to underestimate the impact we have in our lives and what we're doing. You see that in what she's saying. She feels like she's failed, but she wasn't failing at all. She was bringing people together and working hard. You couldn't ask anything more. So don't underestimate the impact you make either. The stone relic we discovered has been named. We're calling it the Sheikah slate. We've not found any mention of a name for this object in the records we have unearthed so far. Nevertheless, Pura insisted we call it the Sheikah slate, as the relic is a slate made by the Sheikah tribe. Makes sense. Feels a bit on the nose to me, but it was not a fight I thought I could win. Good to see she knows when to let it go with Pura there. We did it. We were finally able to restore some functionality to the Sheikah slate. We have discovered that this stone slate is capable of producing images. Perfect likenesses of the things you point it at. Unlike normal pictures drawn by hand, this requires no artist to capture anything in perfect detail. I deeply admire the accomplishments of the Sheikah technology. Still, I know there is more to learn. There must be. We believe the Sheikah slate may have a function that allows it to control the guidance stone. We must continue our research and quickly. We have started training the champions who will pilot the divine beasts. It may sound rude that I have found this unexpected, but Mifa mastered the controls with surprising ease. I find that it's a bit funny, just due to both of them having a bit of an amorous relationship with Link, that she was surprised. I wouldn't be surprised by me for picking it up. Daruk struggled at first, but eventually got the hang of it. That doesn't surprise me, because I'm a bit of a Daruk sort of person, clunky, so I'd struggle. So I get that. Abosa and Rivali both managed just fine as well. No surprises there, both classy in terms of skill. I can finally see the light of hope in our fight against the rising calamity, and hope is all you can ask for in that point. Robbie has restored the mobility to many of the Guardians we've excavated, but we still have yet to find all the Guardians. Records mention a greater number of them, and even other types, but they're said to be stored in 5 giant columns that rest beneath Hyrule Castle, the ones that now, by the way, surround us with malice. The thing is, no matter how I search beneath the castle, I can't seem to locate these columns. They must be buried deep. And by the way, this is a trigger for one of the theories I've not done, but my wife gave me this one actually, which was wondering whether, with the columns maybe coming back underground after Breath of the Wild, could that be the way they ended up down in the caverns looking for Ganon that they see in the trailer? So put that theory down to my wife. It was one I hadn't thought of, as how they could have possibly got down into those caverns, but maybe once those columns came down after the fact, potentially, was there a chance that that's opened up a different corridor or exploration pathway? It's a good idea from my wife. She's very clever. Just touching quickly back to the chat, talking would be boring. I was going to collect a Dragon Lord in Zelda 2. If Link says I found a magic mirror. Indeed. Mystery. 5 years ago, I got a cat. My mum called her Zelda. Best Zelda of all time. Shut up, Breath of the Wild Zelda. Yeah. Do you know what? And Robin Williams calling his daughter Zelda is a top move. I would have loved to have called my daughter Zelda, but when we saw her, she was in his... Oh, I nearly said her name completely, but she was her name through and through. It was one we discussed, but her name just, it was what it was. She chose it when she came out. Dragonlord, Nintendo said Link talking would ruin the charm of Link's character. I like Link because I get to choose Link's personality. And if Link talks, I will hate the game. Nintendo says Link will never talk. Well, I get that you could feel that way. I guess I'm looking at it from the perspective of my daughter, that Zelda talks and she still idolizes and thinks highly of Zelda. So I get the role playing of the character, and I've certainly grown up like that too, by the way, with Link being a bit of a person I could inhabit in role playing. So I understand completely where you're coming from. But I could also see the other perspective that you can. I've played games where, you know, Horizon Zero Dawn, I've got to play as someone of a complete different background and gender, but I could relate. And so I think that's one of the wonderful things about games, is being able to inhabit that world and see things through those characters' eyes. So I don't expect Nintendo will voice Link, but if they do, I hope you'll still give it a shot, Dragonlord Cedric, because the community loves having you here. So if that goes anyway, I get you. But if it does happen, don't let it put you off completely. You got a lot more to offer Zelda in the future, I bet. And bless Robin's heart. Tiny, I agree. He's someone who features in the game, as most people have pointed out, an NPC, definitely a tribute to the great Robin Williams, and unfortunately someone who left this world far before their time. Were they perhaps designed to sense the appearance of Calamity Ganon and to only activate upon his return? Well, as we understand from Creating a Champion, exactly they were. However, by the way, these columns, if you don't know, those weird purplish sort of circles, they were actually meant to be the ancient blue, or the ancient Sheikah energy blue, and the Guardians are housed in there and come out of there. They were meant to come out to protect the castle, and instead they came out infected by malice, and unfortunately played such a role in the devastation of Hyrule. Keely, I mean, Link kind of talks. The dialogue options are his responses, right? His voice might be kind of hard to nail, though. I can't think of anyone I'd like to hear do it off the top of my head. That's the thing. I think you're right, Keely. It's one that people have got used to, so it'll be a challenge for them to do it differently. And he's very expressive, I think, the way they do his character. It's interesting, though. A lot of people are hearing a voice in there that they're saying is Ganondorf. And certainly we've heard Ganondorf chuckle, perhaps, but to hear him speak as well is interesting. It's a bit different, but we're seeing a lot more of this, and having Zelda speak for me is a bit different as well. It's kind of, I don't know. Again, I can't make a judgment call on it. I can only enjoy the ride, is the best I could say, but I totally get where everybody's coming from. Some people want to see it, some people don't. I don't have a foot in any camp. I'm just happy to be doing Zelda stuff, to be honest. Beats working. Going on with the research notes here. Countless. I agree with you, though. Who would voice it? I don't know, Keely. If I had to make the choice, I would have no idea. But it wouldn't be in Aussie, that's for sure. I can't stand Zelda's English. Do you know what? It's grown on me. I get you, though. I get what you're saying. It's grown on me, though. Dragonlord, I want to see 2 more eras of the Wild Zelda games after that. Then after that, Nintendo can make new Zelda games of a new era. Well, if what I think is going to happen, the future of Zelda is more than secure, and we've got plenty more content coming. I think things are about to get more interesting with Zelda as a whole. Keely, I've picked up on his personality a bit. I love when he's getting the snow and sand boots. Give me the boots. LMAO, love it. Yeah, look, he obviously does have some dialogue because characters have responded saying he's talked. Zelda does in these diaries, but he's very expressive as well. I think the way they've done it in this game anyway, you can follow what he's saying and what he's thinking a lot of the time. But certainly as a role-playing game, you are meant to inhabit him, and having him bereft of memories at the start of this game is part of the approach that I believe they want you to be very much in the present, to understand what has happened through the memories. It's part of the storytelling. And it allows you to be in the position of Link of not knowing what happened and try and unravel that mystery. It's very clever. I think it's clever storytelling. A lot of people thought it was lame, but, you know, each to their own. Records indicate that these are facilities designed to train the hero who is fated to combat the Calamity. But the crucial activation mechanism remains a mystery. Is the Sheikah Slate the key to activating them? Ironically, it was, and if only Link had held it in his hand and tried to activate, maybe would it have worked? Who knows? The answer options is Link talking. 100% agree. That is Pura's theory, and I concur, and yet my experiments so far have been fruitless. Still, we must exhaustively investigate all means of opposing the Calamity. We must not give up no matter what. Even in her own despair, she's quite defiant and strong, and I love that about her character in this game. I spoke with Pura about the Shrine of Resurrection we discovered earlier. As we speculated, this particular shrine is in fact a medical facility with the power to heal. Conveniently both a fantastic gameplay trope that allows things to happen as it does in this game, but also probably a very interesting point to know. Why would that be there? I mean, it plays gameplay reasons, but why did the Sheikah have a medical facility with the power to heal? And why was it located there? It also has a long-term stasis function that can be activated and maintained until healing is complete, essentially allowing the person not to age. In the war against the Calamity 10,000 years ago, were the injuries so great as to necessitate such a facility? There's a very key point there, by the way, if people are wondering about certain things. If so, I will remain uneasy until we have made all adjustments necessary to restore it to full working order, which they did. Didn't quite nail the clothing that they need to put in there, but got the thing working, which was great. I can only pray that even if Calamity Ganon returns, our battle will not require the Shrine of Resurrection's power. Interesting. The Shrine of Resurrection's power. It's a funny thing. It allows the simultaneous non-aging of Link and restoration of his health as part of the backstory. Also, while Zelda has sealed Ganon, she also doesn't seem to age. And so 100 years later, they're both almost been in a stasis of sorts. The difference between Link and Zelda, and why I will to this day say that Zelda is a hero, and is a hero in Breath of the Wild, is it was her that held Calamity Ganon at bay for 100 years in a battle that she fought with him while Link was being resurrected. What we do in this game is the avatar or the role play could only have happened with that sacrifice she made, which is nothing short of heroic and brave if you ask me. Dragonlord Cedric, did you know the Sheikah Slate is in Tears of the Kingdom? I do, because it's in the official artwork on Zelda's hip. It also looks more like the Switch version of the Sheikah Slate as opposed to the Wii U version of the Sheikah Slate, indicating it might have been improved or enhanced, since what we saw in Breath of the Wild perhaps also lends to the concept of whether Zelda may be playable in certain aspects or not. Fun fact, good point out there, Dragonlord Cedric. While we're in here, by the way, and I know I'm really doing this slow, trying to cover a lot of dialogue and lore and stupid old man philosophical points of view, but I'm a little bit reminiscing at this point through this hero stream, which has turned out to be something I didn't expect it to be honest. It's been a very pleasant surprise with all of you, thank you. I didn't think anyone would watch, so I was just going to chill and play the game, but we've formed a bond on this journey. I want to take the time to acknowledge that at certain points if I can. I'll apologise because I'm sorry if that bugs anyone, because I like to apologise for things, but I keep getting told to stop apologising. This room in particular for me is one I've spent a bit of time in just looking around for a few reasons. One of them being its very importance, where Zelda's conducting a lot of work, a lot of research, and the things in here are quite important. You'll notice a lot of greenery and plants and things as well. Maybe that's indicating her personality, could also be indicating the things she's looking into. As you know, the Silent Princess was one aspect she was looking into. We also see a telescope, key part of what we see at the Sheikah observatories. There's an observatory we're going to see in the Calamity Ganon fight today as well. Again, this celestial aspect, looking to the stars, following and tracking things in the sky for reasons that aren't necessarily explained in this game, but we know we're going to play a role in Tears of the Kingdom, and so the Return of the Sky Islands is very interesting. We'll say that. There's bits and pieces here that obviously, test tubes and the like, scientific type stuff. Obviously the diary had some important stuff in there as well. But one of the things that I don't think most have picked up on is the shape of this room. And if you were to look around and figure out how many walls there are as well, It's a great example to me of clever, what I think are either really coincidental things or potentially little Easter eggs and hints that are being left by the development team that are asked, maybe they're for people who look at stuff either too much or look at them just enough to say, hey, this is just more than a coincidence. And if you don't know what I'm talking about there, do yourself a favour and have a bit of a look at how many sides there are of this particular building. And it occurs throughout the castle. We've talked about the 7 sages and maybe a hidden 8th, and it's certainly been topical for me. That's classic GameSmiths right there, just completely underestimating the whole thing, so sorry about that. But you know, we talk about the Triforce and not featuring in the game, but it is sort of featured in the architecture to a degree. It's noted in a couple of prominent places, but the 7 and the 8 feature reoccurring in the architecture in prominent points throughout this game. The mirror I pointed out in Zelda's bedroom is one that harkens back to an interesting theory that I looked into a while ago. And if you're wondering why I'm talking about the mirror, it would be in relation specifically to the Imperial Regalia, which I've spoken about a few times before. Key aspects of Japanese, emperor hierarchy. I'm not using the right terminology here, but certainly real world aspects in terms of representing the sun goddess Amaterasu and the divine right to rule as part of their real world and their system, but also the Imperial Regalia, 3 key items that are meant to show you that the ruling family has the divine right to rule. I'm just going to leave that guy because I'm completely pasting it, but they involve 3 items, and those 3 items are a sword, a mirror, and a jewel. Now, this gets a lot more airplay these days because the jewel in particular is the Magatama and looks like one of the much discussed tiers that are now headlining for Tears of the Kingdom, and everyone's going, wow, this is a really important relic thing, and oh my god, it was in Skyward Sword and it was also in Twilight Princess. I could not have pooched this anymore, by the way. This is classic gameplay happening right here. Could have only done better if I got shot by the Guardian, to be fair. Oh, could have just held on there a little bit longer. Come on. We got this. I need to get up there because I'm pretty sure there's a Korok up there. But anyway, the 3 elements of the Imperial Regalia, the sword, the mirror, and the jewel, the Magatama. When we look at Zelda, what have you seen throughout the series? You've had the Master Sword, or a sword has been very common. Master Sword wasn't necessarily immediate from Zelda 1 as much. It's kind of formulated a little bit more since then, but it's certainly been critical in terms of the sword. The mirror, by the way, relates to a story about the sun goddess Amaterasu and her being coaxed out of a cave in a very interesting story if you haven't had the chance to read it. But the mirror was a critical element to her coming out of that cave, as was indeed the jewel. Oh, don't get blasted. Please don't. Yeah, screwed it. Sorry. This is why you shouldn't talk and play at the same time. It's like drinking and driving, isn't it? Bit of a joke there. Honestly, I'm just going to try and pull this off. I'm so sorry. If you're having a chuckle to yourself, please do, because I'm kind of you got to take this all with a pinch of salt. I've got little patience with stamina, and I just tend to brute force it. So it's totally worth it. I don't care. We need to get to the top of this and get that Korok seed. It's one of the things that fascinates me, that in the middle of this castle and malice going everywhere and guardians and blasting, Koroks are still hanging out like, yo, what's up, bro? Or bruv, as Mystery would say. You found me. I sure did, buddy. Don't know why you're hanging out up here, but appreciate it. Appreciate you being there. Doesn't matter where I am, you're always there. So here's the deal, right? You look at that turret back there, And we've got a 7-sided study tower that sits off on the side, leading back through to Zelda's room. And then, of course, we have the memory that happens down here as well. The last memory we're going to get before we get a shrine here and head back to let Impa know we've caught the memories, we're up to speed. And this is one I want to let play out as well. This is an important one for me as anyone who may have, I guess, experienced some of the events in this game with personal ones that you've loved or in your personal life. How we act with each other is important. Because you never know what tomorrow brings. But it can be something you'll always look at and think about.
Incredible. We're at a point now where we can actually control them. At the current rate, we'll soon know all we need to know about the Guardians and the Divine Beasts. And should Ganon never show itself again, we'll be well positioned to defend ourselves.
What are you doing out here, Zelda?
I was assessing the results of the experiment with the Guardians. These pieces of ancient technology could be quite useful against them.
I know that. They are essential to Hyrule's future, and our research demands that we keep a close eye on them. However, as the princess, you currently have a crucial unfulfilled responsibility to your kingdom. Let me ask you once more, when will you stop treating this as some sort of childish game?
I'm doing everything I can. I'll have you know that I just recently returned from the Spring of Courage, where I offered every ounce of my prayers to the goddess.
And now you are here wasting your time. You need to be dedicating every moment you have to your training. You must be single-minded in unlocking the power that will seal Calamity Ganon away.
I already am. Don't you see? There's nothing more I can do. My hope is that you'll allow me to contribute here in whatever way I can.
No more excuses, Zelda. Stop running away from your duty. As the king, I forbid you to have anything to do with these machines from this moment on. Command you to focus on your training.
Me too.
Do you know how the gossip
Eyes pink heart shape, honestly.
they are
Silly
out there
emoji,
at
but
this moment, whispering amongst themselves that you are the heir to a throne of nothing.
oh, kid, that just sucks. I understand you're not having a good time, but come on, man, that's your daughter.
Woven into your destiny.
As a dad, that breaks my heart, hey.
Them wrong. Do you understand?
Yes.
I could get what he's trying to do, but there's ways and means, man. Look, I'm not proud of everything I've said as a father at different times. I could have maybe reacted better, but I've never called my daughter a failure, and I never will. That's just devastating. Absolutely devastating. I get that he's got a responsibility to people. Like, you know, I understand the pressures and all of that, but still, that just breaks my heart. Absolutely sucks. And as you know from what she said in the diary, that's kind of their last sort of interaction, and that's how things are left. And of course, soon we'll find the King's Diary, and you'll know when you read the King's Diary in a hidden room that that's not necessarily how he felt, but his words have betrayed a whole different point, and that's what she's taken with her. And this is the thing about what we say, and I get body language and non-verbal aspects, but, you know, sometimes you never know what memory you're going to leave with the person when things change, and things can change in an instant. If you've ever lost somebody, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So one thing that's always stuck with me is that you want to make the most of your time with people, and it never hurts to try and say maybe that somebody's done something good and maybe how they've changed your life in a positive way. I know it's hard to say, and you can't be like that all the time, but it goes a long way to helping people know that they've made a difference and feel valued. And it means being brave to say those things as well. It's not easy. But you know what? Somebody's done something good for you, or you love them or care for them, let them know. And it doesn't matter if you think, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. You don't know if tomorrow will be there sometimes. And unfortunately, in this example, that never really happened. And it's one of those great moments of storytelling for me in this game that I think gets overlooked as absolutely... Whoa! Sorry. That's a classic GameSmiths moment right there. Just gets pounded while he's having a moment. What a champ. That's pretty good. Sorry, you gotta have the laugh. So I cannot ignore that. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that, guys. It's a real sad moment in the game when you see that memory. Just checking on the chat. I missed a bit as it was going on. The Sheikah Slate is modelled after the Wii U gamepad, correct, but in the upgraded Sheikah Slate is modelled after Nintendo Switch. 100% agree. Mama said, I hope there are Sheikah shrines in Tears of the Kingdom because the runes feel really underused in my opinion. No doubt there'll be variations of puzzles and solving to what degree they're dungeons, open world dungeons, maybe shrine-like aspects, or who knows, other reality type quests, but they know how to make a game fun, so I think we'll have some cool puzzles and abilities that we can use, and I think they're tapping into that multiplicative gameplay in Breath of the Wild, and I think Tears of the Kingdom, you're going to see them really master that, and the combination's going to be crazy cool. I can't wait. So I reckon you're onto it, Mama. Dragon Lord, yep, 100% agree. Mystery GameSmiths teasing a flying guardian with arrow. Teasing him with my body and getting shot too. Tiny in the tree, the jewels, the Megatumble were hung on to lure Amaterasu, maybe the Great Deku Tree. Very good reference, Tiny, well spotted. You know your stuff. It's funny having conversations about this today. The mythology aspects I'll touch on in Master Theory Part 2. There's a lot to cover, but certainly there's more depth there in terms of... I won't really cover a lot with Susanoo and the like, but the more you look into it, the more you can see the influences, let's just say that much. But it's certainly interesting when you pick more and more of these things up along the way. It's really cool. I think the Guardians will be in Tears of the Kingdom, but this time allies, not enemies. We saw Guardian legs in trailer too. Interesting point. Thanks, Dragon Lord. Tiny, you can tell in Breath of the Wild the tree knows way more than he lets on, I swear. Oh yeah, you don't get that old without knowing stuff, do you? But sometimes you're not there to solve the problem. Maybe just kind of guiding rails. I like to think of it like that myself, actually, sometimes. I saw this memory for the first time as my cousin was playing. It blew our minds to see it, especially the king appearing. Yeah, I agree. And you know what sucked for me as well is that this king kind of almost did like the Wind Waker king, where it's like, you seem really likable, and then you've totally... for me anyway, pooched it by going, here's how I'm going to help the following generation by destroying everything and breaking your heart. It's like, what? Come on, dude. Can a king not be a nice king just thrown through? But, you know, we've got those shades of grey. And Keely, completely agree. Sorry, guys, I'm dwelling on chat, but this is important stuff for me. So, hope you don't mind. I mean, if Zelda doesn't train, they will all die, but bro, did he have to be that mean? Yeah, I agree. And plus the whole 17th birthday. Should have known that nothing would happen until she went to that shrine. Because, as we see in Skyward Sword, part of the ritual is to go to those springs and do the cleansing ritual, the Shinto ritual. So how would she ever have unlocked the powers until she was 17? Because you couldn't go to Mount Lanayru until you were 17. It was literally forcing a point of her going to these things torturously, feeling like a failure, when it was never going to happen until she went to the Spring of Wisdom. Look, I know people say, oh, they lost text and stuff and they didn't know. But you had to have known that that was crucial, right? If you got these 3 springs, not going to one of them, like, oh, why aren't my powers awakening? Well, maybe part of it is you haven't gone to one of them. That should be obvious to rudimentary people, I just think. Anyway, that bugs me. Totally could have gone about that differently. Completely agree, Keely. The pressure is weighing on everyone, but yeah, geez, that's your daughter. Yeah, look, all I can say is, as a father, I would never want to have those as my daughter, and you know what? I can only hope that I conduct myself in a manner much better than that as a father from here on, as I have tried to in the past, because I try to let my daughter know that she's loved. I'm proud of her, and you know, as parents, you've got to point out areas of improvement. You can't put the old rose-coloured glass on and just think everything the kids do is awesome, because if you do, you're not going to challenge them and let them learn and reward and understand things by overcoming their challenges and hurdles. You need to be honest with one another too. But yeah, there's a way and means of going about stuff in there. Like, you can say, I don't agree with that or whatever, but saying you're a failure is just, that's Devo. Loss of a loved one changed you forever, and nobody wants celestial beef. Yeah, changing a loved one does change you forever. And, you know, just touching on that, this is a game that harkens back to my childhood and reminds me of my kin and my family. And this was a game I shared with my brother, who I unfortunately lost well before his time. And so part of this thing for me is very personal with Zelda, because it reminds me a lot of him, and talking about these games when they were coming out and getting excited, as he would have been at this point with Tears of the Kingdom. We would have been bouncing off each other at this point. So yeah, you know what, you do lose people, and it's an unfortunate part of life. And I don't want to get downer on it. I just want to say that, you know, you can take the time to also be nice with people as well. And, you know, if something does happen, it's always devastating and it's hurtful, but you can always look back and go, I tried to make the most of that time and enjoyed it and let that person know they were special. Thanks, Tiny. I didn't mean to get all down or anything. I had a great brother, and he's still a great brother, and I let him know that he meant a lot to me. And all I'd say is I'm glad that I did, because I know so many people out there who, you hear they've lost somebody, and they say to people, I wish I'd had one more chance to say what I felt or what I meant. Look, I could have said a lot more things to my brother. I would love to. I'd give anything to have that opportunity, but he knows I loved him. He knows I respected him. I was proud of him. And I don't regret taking the time to say those things. I'm glad I did. And I'm glad he knew how I felt. And that's all I'll say, is from having gone through that experience. And it's not just with my brother as well. That's been with friends and people I've gone to school with or whatever. People you work with, is just saying, hey, that meant a lot. Appreciate it. It goes a long way. We're human beings. We like to feel valued and important, because we are. And you know what? That's, for me, that's kind of what makes a true hero. Somebody who's got the courage to actually be honest and put themselves out there and sort of say, hey, that made a difference. And it goes a long way to helping other people. I think the community we've got here is one that's very much like that. It's very supportive. And I don't want to get all serious and too deep, but you guys rock. And so, you know, that's... I got to say, I'm been pleasantly surprised as somebody who was scared of social media. It's been something that has blown my expectations out of the water, to be honest. How nice everyone is. I didn't expect to make as many friends as I have. And I can point to so many examples. I still can't believe you guys tune in and watch me stream this game and talk and get killed all the time. It's hilarious. I don't 100% understand how that all works, and I can't wrap my head around it fully. So I try not to question it and just enjoy it. And but I hope you guys know that you are appreciated and loved. Because you certainly are. We've had quite a ride, so this is a good one. We've had that moment now. I'm not going to try and get too much more deep and sentimental. Try not to bring everyone down. But that's why I wanted to just take the time with that, because I think it's important to acknowledge the journey. That's the point of the hero's path to me. It's not one that's clean or neat. It's got a lot of grubby greyness to it, and mistakes and errors and learnings and humbling moments of shame. Gosh, I've had a few of them. Moments of not maybe being the best person you want to be. I've certainly let some things bother me more than I should have. But we're human, aren't we? And, you know, to anyone out there who's watching this and maybe goes, I want to do something like this or whatever, that's the only thing I can say, is if you've been here watching this or whatever, having the support that I've had makes me think that anybody could do anything that they want to and put themselves out there and be themselves. And you'd be surprised how nice people are. I certainly have been. So if that helps you with anything you're doing, I hope it does. Because you guys are pretty special. Pretty cool people. Alright, what I'm going to do, that's the entrance to the Calamity Ganon fight, but we've still got other bits of this castle we haven't necessarily hit up, right? And I think it's going to be pretty important for us to go cache that memory in. Now, I'm putting that out there in case anyone disagrees, but if you know what I'm referring to here, I'm referring to making sure that Impa knows we've got the memories, so we can get that last memory, because when we finish this game, which will happen in the coming hours, as long as I don't keep jabbering on, that last memory might be a bit of an interesting way about how the ending goes. Of course, if I can manage to stay alive, going to work on that right now, but yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. You guys have probably finished the game and know what I'm putting down, let's just say that much. Alright. Becoming the human shooting pole. Alright, just trying to catch up with the chat while I'm getting shot as well. Dragonlord Cedric Rivali is much nicer in Japanese version. Yeah, I've heard that actually. Different characterization, I think. A Zelda Breath of the Wild YouTuber. What? I'm going to get shot while I'm reading the comments. Nothing new there, but just letting you guys know that me multitasking equals getting shot. I'm going to run out of stamina. He's going to drown. He's okay. It's not a death, just a heart. Another Zelda YouTuber called Quest with Aaron points out the English translation errors. Like Rivali's personality got changed in the English version. Yeah, there was something I was talking about with somebody today, actually. There's a fair bit of that out there with the different translations. I've referred to a few myself. Quest with Aaron, I've heard he's done a bit. Larulian covers a few of those. There's quite a few people out there who've pointed out. There's a classic one about Calamity Ganon in the final battle on Hyrule Field as well, where he's given up on resurrection as well. But there's quite a few where the translations are maybe not 100% true to what the meaning was. Again, not trying to disparage any work anybody's done. I think people try to do their best. They don't intentionally make those kind of errors. But yeah, it definitely changes the meaning a little bit, some of these translations. And it's surprising. Very surprising. That's a good one. Thanks for pointing that out, Dragonlord. Mystery, sorry to hear it, your brother. If you want to hear, my dad had a friend who was into Zelda games. He was like an uncle to me. He's now in prison. We're going to tell you why he's in prison for good reason. Anyways, we were done with serious stuff. No, I know, and I'm sorry to hear that too. But and you just missed a call. Thanks, bro. Look, I don't want to say anything that you don't want to say or anything. But look, I just wanted to just touch on that point. That I don't know, just the way they covered that in that game really spoke to me, because with that situation, it happened around the release of this game, funnily enough. One we were talking about before it came out. So that memory in particular stuck out to me, as is this laser. It stuck out to me particularly because it was one where I could very much think to the king how he would have felt knowing what was happening. God, he would have had such regret as his life ended, and as the spirit that you see on the, oh gosh, look at me go, as the spirit you see on the plateau there. It also adds some context to me about his desperation for Link to save Zelda. And he says, I have no right to ask this of you. And I think that comes from a place of knowing that he has so much regret about how he handled the situation. But he's so desperate because he still loves his daughter. What a heartbreaking way for things to end. I would not wish that upon anybody. That is a terrible, terrible place to be. Not intentional-ish, unless you're a Fire Emblem Fates or Triforce Heroes. Yeah, fair enough. Oz Game and Collector, Dragonlord makes sense. Ari Rivali, as is the weakest of the champions, and his Shrine Blight is the easiest to defeat. Kara Ganon is referred to as the Ancient Demon Reborn, which was used in Four Swords Adventure. Very true, my friend. You know your stuff as well. Keely, the Zelda Girl pen pal side quest was translated poorly, and it made the dialogue creepy. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a few things that just lost in translation. To quote a movie title, they were definitely lost in translation. A few of the things that are going on. I can actually think of quite a few. I was saying to somebody today, it was one of the 40 video ideas was covering some of the translation things I'd picked up on that hadn't been covered or in any of the videos I'd seen, but kind of with the little story bits that went askew because they were translated differently and how you could interpret them differently. But you know, here's where we are, and it was just one that I thought would be interesting to point out in case people hadn't noticed those ones. But look, to be fair, I think by this point, a lot of those are now probably being covered. It was an idea a couple of years ago, and a lot more has been done on that field since then. In fact, I think it's occurring literally to this day, and more stuff is coming out day by day as people are looking closer at this game. If you're wondering what I'm doing, by the way, I'm just trying to get myself... I know there's a shrine back here at the docks, and normally I can just hammer straight into it, but for some reason right now my aiming is well off track. The dock shrine is just so I can fast travel out of here, but then travel back into the... I'm going to do this in rain, this is going to be cool. So I can fast travel back into the castle and try to actually progress this whole castle shindig that we're doing. Doing a terrible job of staying on track. Par for the course, actually, as you guys know. Oh, he's not going to make it. Okay. This is what they refer to as a lose-lose situation, I think. Because I'm going to run out of stamina. Or what if I Zora's outfit it? That rain just came in right at the right time, didn't it? It's like, yeah, you were chatting too much. And, yeah. Unfortunately, it's going to work out for you. Not going to work out for you, not well. I haven't got any stamina meals either. I think I ate those trying to climb that pole like a champ. Haste. Ooh, haste might help. Let's give that a go. Oh, let's see if we can pull it off. With the lowest stamina wheel in history, he's never going to make it. What if you just ride the lightning? Just let the water take you where you need to go. Oh no, it's not going to happen. Sorry, this is going to be sucky. He's out. He's not going to make it there. Breath of the Wild is a dark game. You think about it. Oh heck yeah! Do you know what though? The more you think about any Zelda game, they're even darker than you realise. My favourite one to point out there is Wind Waker. Every day of the week, people are like, "Oh, Wind Waker's such a toon game. It's a kids' game." No, it's not. It has one of the darkest storylines of any Zelda game going. The more and more you look at that storyline and what's happened, the more you're like, "What the heck?" That's some tough stuff going on there for the people in that world. Might look colourful, but it belies the mature themes and what's happening. There's definitely an undercurrent to that game. But love your points there, guys. Quest with Aaron is an expert in Japanese language, so he knows what he's talking about. And Aaron Skyward Sword is Demise is called Bringer of Demise in Japanese. Yeah, look, I've seen a couple of Quest with Aaron's. It's good stuff. I wish I was an expert in Japanese. I'm certainly not, but the translation issues I have managed to find, which are outside of the ones that are kind of more well known, are interesting as well. But there's a few that I can't 100% be certain of, mainly because I'm not that great at Japanese. It's actually something I put on my to-do list to learn how to speak it. I can't believe I'm not going to make it again. Oh lordy, Link, you can do it, you can do it. Oh, that was just Devo. I'm so sorry. That sucked. I'm enjoying the chat and all, but I need to get to, you know what, there's got to be a better way of doing this, right? Okay, shrine, sensor, there's the thing. There's the dock back there. Just, come on, you can do it. It's got to be that way, a little bit. Surely. Is that the entrance? Please be the entrance. No, it's not. Nah, pooched it. Poochie. Favourite Simpsons quote. One of my favourite Simpsons quotes, by the way, is always the... Whenever I'm not on screen, everyone should be saying, "Where's Poochie?" Me and my wife do that one a lot. If you're a Simpsons fan, you know where I'm coming from there. Okay, all he's got to do is make it up onto this bit of grass. Come on, buddy, you can do it. Yes, now we're on the normal map. It only goes up from here. Okie dokes. I am convinced that the dock entrance is back here around where I was, but you know what? I'm showing my age here. Having a seniors moment. Shouldn't be that hard to find. Should have been flying straight into it. I normally do when I come from the back entrance, so this is a bit embarrassing to say the least. If I've got Rivali's Wail of the Gale, that's going to help. Let's get that happening. You know what it is? I got all caught up in Zelda's stuff in the library. I wanted to hit that mark that I completely didn't do the dock entrance first. Rookie mistake there, guys. Sorry about that. Catching back up on the chat while I'm running across. Yeah, Mr. Korok, all good. Yeah, we talked about the Zora. Yep, got that with Keely, thank you. Dan's back. Hey, Dan, how you going? Heard Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is trying to match the Japanese script. Yeah, I think people pointed out the translation issues enough that Nintendo are like, yeah, we hear you. Hopefully they did with patting dogs too, because honestly, come on. Just what seems to be like a rudimentary mistake for all of the detail in the game, not have pattable dogs. Come on. Come on, Nintendo, that should be bread and butter for you. That's one thing. I'm not very critical of Nintendo. I try not to be because it's given me so many years of great entertainment, but that one should have been bread and butter, guys. Whoever voted that down or said there was enough development time, I can think of a couple of things you could have cut out instead. I'm just saying. Just saying. Possibly. Could have had 110 shrines and made dogs pattable. Maybe it wouldn't have worked out with the mathematical number representation of things, but again, I'm going to move on. That was probably not necessary. Just being probably a little negative there for no reason. I just like to pat dogs. I'm sure I'm not the only one. We're all there, right? Pretty sure there's a Korok here too. We've got a Flamer sword. Flamer Spear and Love. Yes, we do. Yes, come on, buddy. Work the room. So Dan's back. He said, what have I missed? You missed me reminisce, go through Zelda's diary. We've got the memory. I'm just trying to head to the shrine in the docks. So we've got the fast travel back so we can just head to Impa. Let her know we've got the memory. She can point out the one near Fort Hatino. We can go get that. Round out those memories so it obviously has a telling role at the end of the game, which I'm sure you know very well, Dan. So that's what you missed. We laughed, we cried, we shared memories, we talked about Tears of the Kingdom, and generally, as a community, we Zelda'd it. And then Mystery, I was thinking about you, and Sam and Dan love the work. A Link getting crap from a Korok. You missed, but a memory, yep. Cronus, yeah. What, as in this particular spot? Oh, yeah, when I was dying. Sorry, yeah, catching up. Sorry, Dan. Dragon said it. Chris Theron pointed out the error in the adventure log in Breath of the Wild is Link's diary in Japanese. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard that one too, actually. There's a few other clangers. It's not just this game, by the way. And if you... one that's probably... I definitely shout out Quest with Aaron, the work he's done. Larulian's done a bit of work here. There's quite a few people out there who've done some great work in here. And a shout out to someone who also was in one of the chats, Chris Houlihan, Japanese background, helped out with some translation stuff for me. Big thanks, Chris, if you ever see this. But what little I have managed to work and translate with the tools available, it's an intricate language, and I have done some Japanese study in younger years, but God, I wish I kept that up. Would have come really in handy at this point in my life. But yeah, this isn't the only game where the translations have been a little off center. There's some clangers out there, and certainly well documented ones in Zelda forums over the years that are worth checking out if you get some spare time on your hands. They give you a different perspective of the lore and some of the characters, that's for sure. Some more serious than others as well. Some of them are just plain what, which are funny. It's even interesting to see the different, I guess the different perspectives on characters as well. One that comes to mind is Tingle, who's quite beloved in Japan, yet almost considered horrific in some countries as well. It's just very interesting to see how the different representations go, but gaming's come a long way. There are games that used to come out back in the day. Here's Old Man Smith on another rant again, but they would even change the complete representation of characters from the Japanese entry to make Western audiences feel more comfortable with the character being represented, which is, you know, I kind of get that knowledge was maybe not as enlightened as certain things are today, but also it makes you realise that given enough credit and give people the ability to embrace other cultures, they've certainly come to the party with that and gone, hey, no, we're cool. We want to see it like it's meant to be and know that story how it was meant to be, even if we don't 100% get it. Give us the credit of being able to think for ourselves. You don't need to translate our translation, so to speak, which is, I think, a very good thing that we have today when it's done right. Of course, when it's done wrong, that sucks. And but then one thing I will give social media credit for is social media is great at picking that stuff up and letting people know, hey, that's not right. Thankfully, to just some unsung heroes out there in the community who do the hard yards and translate that stuff for us. Kill if I can't pet the dogs, I'll write in the streets. Oh, I just got crunched reading that statement. That's classic. Agree. I won't write, but I think I'd have to balance out. You know, I wanted to send a compliment to Nintendo for just going, I love this game and thank you so much. I'd have to balance that and go, P.S. Why did you not make the dogs pettable, please? Can you make that DLC? I'll pay for it. Because I would. Like, if it was DLC, I'd pay for it. And I know that's complete bogus and horse crap, and people go, I can't believe it, because people get offended by paying for content, and I get it, but I would pay for pettable dogs. If it was DLC, I'd pay. If that's the issue with development, you don't have time, make it DLC. Let me pay for it. I'm sure there's enough people who would pay for the DLC if it was like $5 or whatever, pettable dogs. I'm just saying, give us a chance. Okay, can I do this Stone Talus any worse? The jury's out, but I don't think I could. Oh, yes, beautiful. Okay, how about we get up there and do what we do best? Imagine if this was a senior Stone Talus from like stream 1, where I actually managed to defeat him with a couple of hearts. This guy would have absolutely smashed me. Oh, you're not even gonna drop, are you, buddy? Nope. No, gonna be like that. Cool. I see where we're at. I get it. I'm not that skilled. This is the castle. You're just letting me know that maybe should be doing a bit better. I get you. And I have to agree with you, to be fair. I think you're onto it. Really trying to pick up the game here. Okay, so I hate when the things are on the back. It's never a good angle for your weapons, but the key to it is maybe getting one of the pointy spears. Usually they can reach, but on this occasion, not typically that well, but we got a little bit damaged. Okay, we're going to do this the harder way. Tim Hardaway, Sean Mage, basketballer. Okay. Can we get it from the ground? Nope. It's just that perfect angle, isn't it? I don't know if anyone else has this issue. I just suck at these ones. More so than other things that I suck at in this game, which is quite a list, as you guys know, but really, the placement of those things, like, I'm looking forward to these new Talus enemies with the goblins on them and stuff, because it's just like, oh, I'm going to get smashed. There's going to be some deaths going in the Tears of the Kingdom stream, I'll tell you that much. Get ready for that. Dan, pet the dogs. Agree. Mystery the Mysterious might disappear in a sec. That's alright, Mystery. Being the mysterious person you are, I expect you to disappear and then reappear when we least expect it, adding more to the mystery that is Mystery the Mysterious. I love your name, by the way. It's great. This gets me. Dragonlord Cedric. I'm trying to read while I'm playing out like a champion of failure. Oh, come on. Could have just let me have that one. That would have been super nice of you. Trying to read. Come on, be cool, bro. Be a cool Stone Talos. Yeah, poke it, poke it, poke it. Yes, we got him. Cool. Dragonlord, did you know Nintendo was the oldest video company? Indeed. Founded in 1889, Kyoto, Japan. Did you know that Nintendo was a Japanese country? Yes, I did. Did you know they started out doing cards, actually? In fact, there's a bit more to that card aspect. Eventually, before they went into toys, there's a storied tradition of Nintendo as a company, and yes, I do know a lot about it. It's one I've looked into a bit. Of course, I don't claim to know everything, but very interesting topic, that one. Very interesting topic. Do you know that the story of Nintendo for me is very much one that is a lot about some very hard-working individuals. When I talk about Nintendo with a lot of reverence, that's a lot of what I'm referring to, is understanding some of the absolute bonkers amount of work some of the people have put into the games we play today. And a lot of them unsung for it in years gone by. Sitting in the background, dedicating just insane amounts of time to provide us the foundation of the games we play. Very lucky. Of course, they're not the only company to do so, but it's a point that I take the time to acknowledge. Can't imagine it's an easy job, and can be quite thankless when people don't like it too, and let people know when you're not exactly credited for all your work either. That would be some tough stuff, but you know, as time's going on, I think a lot of those people are maybe getting a bit more, oh my gosh, honestly, rudimentary stuff, come on. A lot of those people are starting to get more acknowledgement these days. Some stories coming out of the woodwork to support those who have done such work. A lot of females as well, particularly in the development environments, who, you know, because it wasn't popular at the time, were just left off credits or had name changes. Oh my gosh, facing the wrong, come on, and you need to light the thing. I'm catching up, guys, so sorry, but considering I destroyed myself with meals, I thought I might just cook something. Get greedy every time. Alright, look, I need some stamina. That's what it's about, right? Stamina wise, what do we got? Replenish your stamina. Look, just cook that. We need that. Boy Project X. Hey, BPX. Hey, dude. How you going? Welcome. I wish chewy chocolate chip cookies would absorb the milk better. Nailed it. And hi. Love your work, dude. Welcome back. Keely, hi, BPX. I like cookies with a crunchy edge but soft center. I just like cookies. I'm like, again, showing just my low bar for things. I'm like, yeah, cookies, cool. They're good. Boy Project X, what's up, my peeps? Feeling good, you? Is everyone feeling good, by the way? How are you guys going? It's a crazy time of year for a lot of people. There's a lot going on. Got Mother's Day coming up. I don't know if it's the same date around the world, but that's on the horizon. Just putting that out there if you haven't thought about Mother's Day yet. And, you know, it's a good one to get ahead of. Start thinking ahead. Mums are great, and you want to make sure you put some time into doing something a little special. Doesn't have to be money. Well thought out card or artistic creation. Just something to let them know you love them. That's always a good one. Birthdays coming up as well. I know there's a special birthday coming up in my family soon. One that involves a certain wife of mine. How specific was that? Not all that long after Tears of the King comes out, funnily enough. So, you know, you got those special moments coming up in life. Families, you know, birthdays, Mother's Day. Good chance to always think ahead there. And, you know, with Tears of the Kingdom coming out, realise that probably for a few days or a week or two, you're probably going to be non-compos mente and completely absorbed in the game world. So just try to cover off any bases that you know you might lack at. That's a little tip. If you want to take it on, feel free to leave it. But I'm trying to just make sure I have some things in place because I know I'm probably going to be a little bit average after Friday. Boy projects. I feel like Cartman in the episode waiting for the Wii to come out. I might just freeze myself to make the wait feel faster. Hilarious. My mum is meh. Fair call, no judgment here. My mum is just a wonderful mum. I feel very blessed. She's a bubbly, if you think by the way I'm sociable, and my mum is somebody who just makes everybody she meets feel special. From anyone in the supermarket that she goes to, she likes to have a chat. She's a sociable being. And she's a great guide for how to be a good person, I think, and always seems to find something good in other people. As is my sister as well. Very thoughtful people who are absolutely adorable in terms of being good mums. My sister is a great mum as well. Very courageous and strong mum. As is my wife. So I'm surrounded by some good mums. I'm lucky. I'm pretty lucky. So I feel for you there, BPX. But you know what? I hope you know that you are a cool dude and we love you. So for whatever that counts, I hope that helps out a bit. About to put cupcakes in the oven. My husband and I are going to travel to visit my mother-in-law. Nice. We got her a card already. Going to get her some of her favourite chocolates before we leave. Sweet. That's a good move. You know, even flowers, people like, it's hard to get flowers and good ones. You know, sometimes you only got to just look as far as your garden and what's out there. Maybe if neighbours got some nice flowers and you get along with them, maybe they'll share a good flower or two with you. Just a good poem, maybe, thoughtful word. Just giving your mum a big hug. And if it's not for your mum or whatever, maybe it's a good friend or whatever. Good time of the year just to go, hey, you're pretty cool. Thanks for being awesome. Let them know and they'll give you a big hug and a smile and you'll both feel great. Why the heck not? It's the season of Zelda, the season I love. May's a good month for it, isn't it? I think I've wasted enough time in here, done a bit of cooking. I need to get this shrine so I can move on. And I'm pretty sure I've flown up here before for no particular reason, except to try and get to that tunnel. And we're gonna do it. Yes. Please tell me this tunnel leads somewhere towards that shrine. I'm sure it does. Malice Eye, yes. Boom. Hello, Demise Ganon Eye. Malice Eye. Aha. Okay, you know what? We haven't managed to get into the dock in the typical way, but we can go this way. Because there is an entry to the dock in here. If you're wondering why I want the dock, because it's probably been like half an hour since I touched on what the heck I was meant to be doing. The dock is a shrine that allows us to fast travel in and out of the castle area, which we're about to do. Trade in the memories, let Impa know we're up to speed, so she can point out the final memory, little spot called Fort Hatino. And that plays a bit of a role in terms of the ending of the game. Which I know, I'm pretty sure literally every one of you know what I'm talking about, but if anyone doesn't and they're watching this for future posterity or whatever it might be, just worth your time to do if you get the chance, because if you like good touching cutscene, and I certainly enjoy mine, that last scene with Zelda, that's worth it. Worth doing that bit of memory for, let's just say that much. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the old double axe because I feel like I need a bit of gore and love in the big sledgehammer. And alright, ABC, always be collecting, bit of jewels there, we need that. This is the outside of the observatory area where we're going to have the Calamity Ganon fight, as pointed out in Creating a Champion and many YouTube videos you've probably seen. But a nice little spot with that little tunnel back there, and what is it all about? Why is that there? This is one of the things from a lore perspective you just love to see. You can sit in here and look around like, why did you collect that? What's in this treasure chest? Why is it tucked back here? Why is 100 rupees there? You know, we've got some jewels there. Look, we've got little shelves and books. What would those books have been? Even if it's not important necessarily for the game, it's stuff that you get to be creative and use that wonderful thing that we've all got, our imagination, to enjoy a story. Even if it's not explicitly told to us in a cutscene, we can make stories of our own and make those connections. And it's something that I really appreciate the ability to do. I'm sure you guys do as well, being the canny people that you are. Now, I'm never good with magnesis, you guys know that, but I'm going to try and take this down with me just to smack it at something. Hopefully, because I'm pretty sure this is the dock entry. It only took me about 4 or 5 hours to get here, so hopefully we got it now. To celebrate, I'm just going to throw that thing in the air like I just don't care. I think I got a rupee out of it. Nice. Okay, just touching in on the chat. Dragonlord Cedric. Like GameSmiths in his streams, I will try to watch all his streams. You know what? I appreciate that, dude. And if you don't, that's cool too. We still love you, Dragonlord Cedric. Do you know what? We've got a history, BPX. I can remember going back, I think it was like stream 4 or 5. We were losing the message and BPX resolved the riddle of the missing message. What happens, because Dragonlord Cedric was putting comments in and we couldn't see it, but Boy Prodigy figured out why. It was a good piece of work. Again, classic example of people just being top notch at going above and beyond to help out each other. Shows the caliber of BPX in terms of just being a nice guy. Don't let his awesome jokes fool you. He's also got a big beating soft heart at the core there. He's worth all the cupcakes we got. I'd bank you a cupcake, buddy. You'd probably want one of Keely's, to be honest. They sound like they're delicious, but you know what? You could have a cupcake of mine any day. Dan, we need the right ending. 100% agree. That's why we've got to do it right. BPX, you're going to be fighting Dark Beast Ganon and still be like, ooh, Hyrule Herb, always be collecting. Yeah. Do you know what's going to be hard in that fight is that I'm going to want to try and point out like what Dan's fact is in the observatory scenery around there, like what you see. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's what Dan was talking about in Trial of the Sword, where, you know, the surrounding area shows you, it's actually Hyrule compassed out, like you can see the outline of things. And we did it in one of the streams in particular. You can see the mountains and the various landmarks around Hyrule. We even found oh my gosh, look at me forgetting the name of things. We even found the spirit on the mountain, who is kind of the reference to, thank you, Lord of the Mountain, thank you, Spirit of the Mountain. I'm like, it's not the right name, thank you, Dan. That's a duplicate of that of sorts, the observatory in the castle, but it's obviously red with malice, as Dan points out. So we're going to need in that fight just to try and soak some of that in somehow without dying. Or dying, I'm not sure I really care, because it's just cool and it's something you don't want to miss. Oh, that's classic. Okay. Alright. Time to get serious. I feel like Darkwing Duck saying that, I really do. Let's get dangerous. And get some food, because I'm probably going to die. Okay, come on, we need some Flurry Rush. That's not how we do it. But, you know what? All good. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're going to die. Oh, I don't have the bow attached either. Okay. So, basically, I'm heading into Ganon's fight with the skill set of a person who's never played a Zelda game before. This should be interesting, guys. Hope you're ready for some laughs, because I promise you, the caliber of skill here is not great. I think that's what we all tune in for, though, right? Like, some of these deaths are hilarious. I did the series of my wife plays Zelda, because I swear to this day she still knows how to die hilariously, but I think I'm at level playing field now. I can die with the best of them. Probably shouldn't waste the fire arrows. Yeah, okay, I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah. I was hoping to activate a Flurry Rush from like half a mile away. Love that big boulder smasher. What a good move that was. Oh, he managed to avoid it twice. That's, you know what, that's got to count for something in the skill department, doesn't it? kind of feel like I should die to this guy just to get the death count up, but I'm going to try to actually beat him. Seriously. You're not going to let me do it, are you, buddy? No, no. I thought he was going to maybe let me get the hit in, but no. Yeah, I asked for that one. I really did. That was kind of me begging to get smashed in the face. It was worth it. I don't regret a thing. I feel like we needed to have that kind of White Knight. Oh, good point, Dan. The armor was not the best choice, was it? Right now, I hope Big Joe's not watching, because he's going to be like, you have learnt nothing in my 1 hour class. And he'd be right. He would be right. Yeah, probably wearing the appropriate... Oh, yeah. And look, already paid off dividends, because I just caught that one straight in the face. Nailed it. Okay, it's already paying off. Yes. Okay. Good advice, Dan. I feel like I've just improved my gameplay like a millionfold just with the right armor. That's awesome. Spam these guys with ice arrows. That's probably not the worst advice, to be honest. Should probably take that on. I'm going to try to do the whole shoot him in the eyeball thing, which I am famously bad at. Yeah, there we go. On target. You can shock stun them too. Look at me avoid all good advice and just try to brute force it. You know what? Let's try and take some of that advice on. First of all, let's go with the ice arrow. That was a good one. Let's try that. Whoop, whoop. Get on the right page. Excellent. Alright, ice arrow. Nice. Actually, that works a treat. Good advice. And what was Dan's? Shock arrow. Okay. Whoop, whoop. That was not right. That was not the right button. Alright, shock arrow. Let's go with that. Need a bow. Rookie mistake. That's alright, buddy. You get that in, I'm going to shock arrow you. Yep, also good point. Alright. So, ice arrow, shock arrow. If anyone isn't paying attention, both fantastic ideas. Ones I did not utilize. Should have. That bow sucks for this particular reason, but let's go with that one. Is this a major test of strength? I hope so, because if it's a moderate, I'm just making myself look awesome. More so than usual. Well, sorry, I think I just knocked the mic. Couldn't help myself. Having a chuckle. Having a bit of fun here on the finale stream. Making it rain with classic failure attempts, but yeah, there you go. Alright. So, what did I miss? I bet you were happy to see flurries are coming back. I didn't even know they're coming back, dude, but I hope so. I didn't know. I haven't caught that up per se. I mean, it might have been in the trailers. I'm not sure if I noticed the combat as much as I noticed so many other things. Where I'm like, ooh, look at that. Ooh, look at that. What does that mean? Ooh, look at that thing in the corner there that looks like a shadow. That could be this. Can I move Sky Islands? Can this happen? But you know what? I hope flurries come back, because honestly, that's my bread and butter. We all know parries I'm not the best at, but I'm going to aim to improve that. You know what? You can go, buddy. I'm going to take that spear. I think I'm going to need it. Cool. Hello, Dan. Hey. It is Major. How are you, Sad Link? Sad Link, hey. Have a little cold, though. Oh, sorry to hear that, dude. Hope you're on the mend. Nothing worse than a cold. Well, there is. I mean, we've just got 3 years of COVID. Classic statement. But, yeah, colds suck, too. Because you never really get it. You never really get the cold kind of... it's kind of never bad enough that people are like, oh my god, that's terrible. But they're also just annoying. And they hang and linger. Look at me ramble on like a crazy person. Feel better soon? Yeah, send him in the Commonwealth Realm gameplay. Yeah, I haven't watched any vids. Just been like head down, ignore. And also dealing with some other stuff, which has conveniently helped me not be distracted. So haven't seen it, but that's it's good to know. It's good to know. The less I know, the better, I think. To be fair. You know what? That's probably worth keeping. I need one-handed weapons. I'm going to throw the other Moblin cub. It's probably not the wisest decision, but yeah, we need to get the chest. Good to see you too, Sadlink. Hope you're doing better soon. Dragonlord Cedric, the flow rush was shown Tears of the Kingdom preview footage. Probably was. I was probably like, maybe unconsciously just went yep and just moved past it because I was looking at something else. I honestly, that trailer and the videos I did on, I only watched it a couple of times other than getting the clips because I was like writing down things and I'm like, I got to stop or this video won't end. I was just like, look at this, I can notice that, I could think this will happen. It's just like, this will not stop. I think I cracked out at like 50 bullet points on the gameplay one and did the same with the trailer and just went, okay, there's 50 things now. Bust it down to a couple less so you can actually finish a video because I've been terrible at that. Really hope I'm healthy on May the 12th. I hope you are too. I hope everyone's healthy and good on May the 12th. And for those who like Star Wars out there also, I know it's a little bit late, but May the 4th be with you. Classic pun. Good time as well for Star Wars fans. I missed it again, just completely remiss with everything going on. A colleague actually said, hey, May the 4th be with you. Sent me an email. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I missed it. Absolutely off chops. Dragonlord Cedric, you missed the chat. I did. Was that the Flow Rush one? Or, you know, I'm pretty bad at this, buddy. Official website says you can ascend certain enemies. You can probably send a stone talus. You can probably only send stone enemies. Oh, okay. You can ascend. Says you can ascend certain enemies. Okay. That's probably the bit of the chat I assume you're talking about. When you say ascend, wonder what you mean by that. As in the ability, I believe, is what you're referring to there, which is interesting. Interesting call. I like that. If you haven't noticed, by the way, I'm trying to limit how much Tears of the Kingdom stuff, because I'm like, got one more week to put Breath of the Wild theories out that relate to Tears of the Kingdom without saying too much about it, because I want to know if those theories are right or if I'm completely off base. We're about to find out soon. And I don't care if I'm wrong, because it's pretty cool stuff. And Tears of the Kingdom, like, you know what, the best remedy for any bad feelings about being wrong will be playing that game. Because you cannot be having a bad time when you get to play this awesome game. Yes! Dodged it like a champ. Flamer sword in action. And, look, okay. We both know that in water you're going to win, so I might just get myself over here on land. You're in trouble now because I've got ice arrows, buddy, and I've learned the technique of the ice arrow death. Look at you. You done? I don't really need to kill these guys, but I just wanted to... They kind of bug me. I think they bug everybody, to be fair. They're a bit annoying. Dragonlord Cedric, you found it. Awesome. Keely, hope you feel better, Sadlink, especially by May the 12th. I often get a cold at the most inconvenient. Isn't that the case, right? It's like when you have holidays from work is the moment you get sick. Good call, Keely. That's life, right? Murphy's Law, as they say. When things are the worst time for it to happen, they happen. I'm fortunate when it happens to people too. I feel for them in that situation. I really do. I've got a habit of talking about probabilities. Again, working with numbers and stuff, you find that people say the odds are 85% likely that this will happen. It's like, yeah, well, you know what? That means it's almost 100% likely the other 15% will happen because life works in mysterious ways. The mathematics of the world. When things are unlikely, they're almost more likely in some ways. Because that's the chaotic nature of life. I said I'd stop being philosophical. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm so sorry. Okay. You know what? I know is returning is Keese, and I'm like, yeah, Keese. I wouldn't have been Devo if Keese weren't in the game. I'm not gonna lie. They're not my favourite enemy type. They never have been. Mainly because they are very good at killing me. with their little bat wings. Could collect some stuff while I'm down here. That would be sensible. Look at that camera control, by the way. 3D gaming. What an amazing thing it is. Get up. Okay, cool. We did it. I think that's enough of that. Let's head out of here. Now, I'm pretty sure there is a way to get out of this map. And I can't quite see. Sheikah sensor. Leave area. Why? Cool. Got it. Nope, that's not it. Leave this area. Cool. Gonna head to see Impa. Okay. Boy Project X, was it all in caps? Yeah, the caps thing is... please don't be upset, Dragon Lord Cedric. The caps thing, I know I mentioned it to you when you sent me a message during the week. It's just one of those things where I found not just yourself, but a few people have been, hey, did you get things? Like, no, I didn't get it. They're like, I can see it. It's like the caps, man. It just seems to kill it in the messaging for some reason. I'm not sure what the deal is, but because it thinks it's shouting or whatever. But it's never. I don't understand how people like they do it in a way that other people can see it, but you can't. And it's like it makes you look like you're lying, but you're obviously not because you can't see it. It's frustrating. It's just like they can see the message and you can't. You're like, I promise you I can't see it. It's like, sure you can't. Anyway. My problem with technology. Love it and struggle with it in the same breath. Tiny, I just hope my brain will let me focus enough to enjoy playing it. ADHD is rough sometimes. Preaching and converted, Tiny. Preaching and converted. I like to do lists to keep myself on track because you can probably tell by the way I rant in these chats that I like a good diversion. See something shiny, head off in that direction. I think that's one of the main reasons I love Breath of the Wild. Is it nourishes my natural tendency to go anywhere I feel like where my attention has been distracted to. It was actually a cool, I don't know if you guys obviously watch a lot of videos, right? I like Falcon on Game Ranks. It kind of makes me chuckle. He's kind of got the sarcasm down to a fine art. And he was talking about it like how in open world games you've just got this thing where you get distracted and you go off. And he was talking about in Assassin's Creed Black Flag that he pretty much explored the entire Caribbean before he became an assassin and started the main storyline. I'm like, that was me in Breath of the Wild and Red Dead Redemption 2. Honestly, they were sending people out, like people in my camp were coming out going, hey, you going to come back to camp? I'm like, yeah, I'll be there soon, dude. I'm just exploring the entire world first. And then you realize there's a storyline. You're like, oh, I should go do that. And then the storyline takes you to locations. You're like, I probably didn't do this the most efficient, but I know this spot. It's cool. I've already done a lot of stuff here. Classic. Love that point, Tiny. We're on the same page there, my friend. Let's just say that much. Boy Prodigy. Amen, Tiny. Again, you know what? Like mine. It's Dragon Lord. Ascend to a stone Talos. Suppository Shualian. Yes. I'm not sure I'll explain that to any large degree, but I can imagine the Ascend with stone taluses and stuff as well, part of having the encampments on them and the bokoblins. Mobile encampments might be an interesting part of that power, perhaps. I guess we'll find out. BPX, key swing arrows look fun too. They certainly do for people like me who can't aim. That's going to be hugely helpful. That will be one thing I'll be looking forward to. And we might just let this bit play out for a sec. Impa gets off the podium. Here's what happened. Look at her bounce. She's still got it. Lady Zelda gave me specific instructions. She asked me to wait to show you this. Dragon Lord Cedric, please try to send a stone Talos into this kingdom. Yeah, I definitely will, dude. I definitely will. Again, you may need to remind me, but consider that a promise. And just lastly on the chat before I hit the proceed. Mods like me need to set it to enable to be viewed by others if YouTube leaves some comments to be on the line between acceptable and non-acceptable. Yeah, I agree. I think it would be good if you knew what was going on. That's the thing, isn't it? The choice. I get that they're trying to protect people and stuff as well, so it's a fine line. It's hard, but yeah, it would be good if mods could make that choice. I'm lucky enough to have you in here, Dan, or Jordan at times and stuff, but man, I can imagine if you didn't have that and stuff, and yeah, but having choice is key, I think. And Keely, I always get distracted and abandon the storyline until I've explored a lot. Amen, Keely. I've completed 90% of the game most of the time before I do the story, which is just, I can't help it. I just want to explore. And I don't want to miss anything, because you worry when you progress the story you get locked out of stuff. That's the FOMO, I think they call it. Does it look familiar? From this village, you should be able to get there in half a day's time. No, I'm going to get there in an instant. I'll just fast travel to the local stablemate and make my way over there. But cheers, appreciate the timing. You can imagine if Link was Aussie, right? He'd be like, yeah, thanks, mate. Appreciate that. No, it should be good. I'll just fast travel, grab myself a drink. This is one where you it's a great little picture of Fort Hatino and the Guardians, and it's one of the things I know I pointed out looking at the gameplay trailer, that area that we saw. You don't see the Guardian relics there. Makes you wonder about time and placement and all that sort of jazz. Perhaps. I wonder if I've actually unlocked, I probably haven't yet, the ability to do that whole quest later on with the shrine here, and Kato of the Yiga clan / Sheikah tribe / has 2 kids and trying to be a good dad, but also kind of spying for the Yiga clan. Unwinnable situation. But anyway, look, dealio is we can maybe pick that up if we get the chance to do the encore. Let's make our way to Fort Hatino and go get ourselves that memory. Blatchery Plain specifically is the spot. About there. We'll just, if you like it, you should put a pin in it. I'm so sorry, by the way, for my poor references of music and jokes. I can't help it. It just comes to my head and I have no filter. I'm pretty sure you guys know what I mean. BPX. No, key swing arrows. The eyes are homing arrow. Oh, the wings are like rocket arrow. Oh, no. Fair call. I oversimplified. My apologies. That sounds awesome. Rocket arrows. That's cool. Take the picture of the picture in Imper's house. If you do, something will happen. Oh, okay. Oh, I missed it. Sorry, Dragonlord Cedric. You know what? I should head there before I go and do this. You know what? I'll pay that one, dude. I'll go back. If something happens, it's worthwhile. You guys are used to me getting distracted. Let's go check it out. We've got to come back for that shrine anyways. Hey, man. We're going to divert. We're going to make that happen. It'd be remiss of me not to if it's particularly something cool, because I would have missed it. So appreciate the point out. For any guys in the chat at the moment that are just hanging out or lurking, hope your day's going well. It's probably a Saturday for you guys now, Sunday morning here in Oz, but Saturday evening for you guys, or afternoon. Best part of the weekend, in the thick of it. Had enough time to shake the worries of the workday off, unless of course you are working, in which case I'm so sorry, because that sucks. When I know it's like working on the weekend. Been there, do it a lot. But if you're not, I hope you're enjoying your weekend. Good spot to be. Okay, so you know me and the awesomeness of managing runes in the camera, and my album is full. Let's clear a few spots off there. I've taken in my fair share of absolutely tremendously terrible pictures. Pretty sure we don't need that one anymore. Delete. Taking pictures of birds. What a class act in this stream. Like, look at the decision making skills here of somebody just like, yeah, look at me. Couple of selfies in there. Like a champ. Oh, that's when we were in the sort of trials, getting that because we were trying to translate. Look, there's just memories here in these pictures. I think we should have a look at this later if we get the chance. These pictures are memories of the streams. Good times. Remember when we were hanging out with Side on there? Or this dude? He'd like photobombing. So good. Good times. Anyway, we freed up the space. Let's take the picture. Alright. Hopefully that's good to go. Save. Something cool will happen if you do. Alright, Dragonlord Cedric, I've taken the picture. If you do, something will happen. Does it happen immediately? Have I done it right? I don't want to head out of here in case I've pooched it. That's my terminology for making a mistake, by the way. So if you can let me know if I've done that wrong, because nothing has activated as yet. I'll just talk to Impa quickly. Again, his power is weak. I don't know how much longer the princess will hold out. She's been doing crackers for like ages now. Do one up close. Man, I thought it was. I'll do that. Just give it a... I'm going to have to delete those two though, because I'm not sure I freed up that much room. If anyone here has watched Family Guy, and if you know what I mean, you're about to chuckle. My wife and I constantly refer to the Peter and the Frog like little snippet that plays out where, you know what I mean, I don't want to describe it verbatim, but it's absolutely excruciating to watch Peter handle this frog and try to move it from one place to another. And I feel like sometimes that's me in this stream. It's like Peter and the Frog. You're trying to watch me do something and it's just not happening. And it would be on your end. I can imagine you must almost want to scream at what you're watching, just going like, honestly, make it happen. Get it right. Do one up close. I thought I did. How close do I need to get? Maybe I need to exit. You got to talk to the lady at night to unlock that shrine quest. As in Pyre. Gotcha. I thought there was something else I had to do to progress it. But no, fair call. With the shoebox lid. What? Jordan and I have been talking about whether or not Emperor will be alive or dead in TOTK. What's your thoughts? Put a pin in that, Kilo. Come back to that 100%. We'll definitely want to chime in on that one. Do a 2-1. What is a 2-1? Okay. You guys are going to need to be real explicit about what I'm doing here, because I feel like I'm trying to do it, but do a 2-1. Like, take two, I'm assuming, hopefully. Alright, I took a couple. No, some rando. Oh, the Firefly one. Gotcha. Yep, the one up in the corner house, who I've released a million Fireflies to, and it never seems to work, and then it's because I didn't activate the mission. I know what you mean, BPX. I got you, bro. That's going to be a save for an encore moment based on how I'm currently tracking. You were done. Okay, cool. What am I meant to do, Dragonlord Cedric? You're in charge at the moment. You are in charge of this stream. Is there something I'm meant to do? I'm just going to make sure. I don't want to fast travel if I've screwed it. But we're done. Okay, cool. All right. No pressure. No pressure at all. Just gently walking out of here. Cool as a cucumber. Nothing to see here. Just heading out. Over here. Actually, do you know what? While waiting on that, I might exchange some of those spirit orbs I've got for some hearts. That's a good thing to do right now. Probably need them. If you're good with what I've done, Dragonlord Cedric, thumbs up. That's all you need to give me is a thumbs up. Just keep on trucking. And if I don't hear from you by the time I get this other heart, I'm just going to move on. We can always come back. Got to keep this show on the road. Unless, of course, I'm chatting about something, in which case I'll get distracted and waste 10 minutes of your time. So sorry. But if I put that voice on, it sounds nicer, I feel. Thank you. Thank you for that life force. Killy, some rando wants Firefly. What a great way to word it. Yeah, exactly. He's got a way with words. He's a poet. The voice of a generation right there, BPX. Some rando wants some Fireflies. What are the odds that that's actually active right now, by the way? I don't know my chances, but I'm going to give it a crack. Is it okay if I give you tips when you stream? Tears of the Kingdom, I won't spoil it. That's cool. Yeah, you can give me tips, dude. I won't guarantee that I'll follow them because I'm very good at getting really good tips and ignoring them and going, no, I'm just going to do it this way, which is not working. That is not a commentary on anybody. It's just me being stupid. Just because I am old and set in my ways and like to try and see if I can brute force things in a stupid way. But yeah, definitely I'm open for tips, man. In fact, actually, tips are pretty much how I've got through this whole stream. For being fair, you guys and giving tips have made it happen. Oh, it's night. Oh, yeah, we got the mission. Trust me, if I do try to give tips, good luck. Yeah, fair call. Now it's the same thing every night. If only fireflies would come out to play. Okay, I should be good to just drop some fireflies out here now, eh? This isn't what we came to do, but, you know, while we're here, let's get distracted. Let's do what we do best, people. Just get... Oh, I've got 2 fireflies. What a champ. Are they enough? Probably not. But let's hope. There you go. Look at the fireflies. Yeah. She's not reacting. Wait, thank you. Oh, they're enough. It would be nice if you one more. Cool. You know what? I was kind of pushing it, right? We all knew that. Take the firefly. Go to Zora's Domain first in Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, dude, look, I will take that advice. Zora's Domain is something I believe will happen at the start of Tears of the Kingdom if theory I've done kind of plays out. But look, I can't guarantee where I'm going to go when I start streaming. I'm kind of just gonna vibe it. But yeah, Zora's Domain is definitely somewhere I want to go. So yeah, I'll take that on board. Like I said, can't guarantee I'll do it verbatim with any tips, but happy to take them on board. But I'll let you know if I don't or whatever. It won't be for any other reason than I think when you play a Zelda game and you go in with no expectations, sometimes the wind speaks to you. It says, come over here and check this out. And then you go off on a tangent. That was not where you were meant to go. But man, you can find some cool stuff doing that. That's got to be enough of those fireflies, surely. I think you need like 10 or 15. So I was just like, yeah, that should be enough. Not even close. Oh, is that Kato? Stop getting distracted. Just move along, sir. Move along. That's where Nintendo wanted you to go first in Breath of the Wild. To Zora's Domain. Yeah, of course. Well, technically wanted you to go to Kakariko Village too. Technically wanted you to go see Impa. I think the first time I played it, I just went ballistically off in all sorts of directions. Busted up a heap of shrines and was fishing and collecting stuff and cooking like a champ until I ran out of space and stuff like that, and then was like, oh yeah, that's right, I'm meant to be doing progressing stuff, and then spoke to Emperor and was like, oh yeah, that's right. Zelda, sorry. So sorry. She's like, she's struggling in this fight with Calamity Ganon. I'm like, I'm so sorry, but please, this is a game and I need to collect stuff. Look at me climb trees. It's part of my development as a hero. I was a bit like, you know, they described Shigeru Miyamoto, just climbing trees and like, look at me collect apples. Okay, honestly, these things are harder to collect than I thought. They just continue to disappear anytime you get close. This is trickery at play. Okay, guys, feel free to chime in at this point if you're like, dude, get on with the Calamity Ganon thing, forget the Fireflies thing. I'll totally hear, because you know what, that's just not happening, is it? Sheikah set. Wait. First, wait. But we will have to see if it's the same in TOTK. Oh, it won't be the same. Guarantee that. Okay, alright, you know what? I'm going to just try Kelly. It's probably not right. But I'm just going to try just dropping them out like a boss. Was it enough? She stood up. There's movement at state. Yeah, she's wrapped. She's wrapped with that. Look at that. Hero mode activated. Heroes come in all shapes and sizes. Sometimes they're carrying fireflies. That'll do. We'll take the win. Good work, team. We did that. We did that together. That's a big 10-4 to all of us. We nailed that. We're on fire. And I'm glad you enjoyed the fireflies. I'm taking them back because you don't need all those fireflies, do you? I'll leave you one there. There's a lot of collecting going on. Appreciate that. So wait a minute. Does that mean now we've got that whole Kato thing? Because, oh my gosh, just leave it. Just leave it. Don't get caught up. Don't get distracted. But you want to do it. But just leave it. All right. We're leaving it. We're moving on. I'm just looking at the time. This has been about 3 odd hours. Yeah, I'm getting distracted badly. No, don't feel bad at all. I was already there. Like, I'm already looking at the Kato thing going, I can go do that. That's a really important story mission. Has a lot of impact, and it's about the push and pull with the eager and the shaker, and it's just like, you know what, I could do this all day long. I love it. When are you going to the final memory? Right now, Dragon Lord Cedric, I'm on my way. What was that, March? You have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel. I'm on my way. There is something romantic about this game, isn't there? I call it love. Yeah, collecting. They just have a way of tapping into the collector in all of us. Is there eggs up this tree? Probably not, but I need to just double check. Because I'm pretty sure I can always use more eggs. Alright, that memory, the memory we're talking about. Oh my gosh, I haven't even gone through this field fully and collected every little bit of scrap from these guardians, which I normally would have done by now. Like, this is how different my playthrough is, honestly. Oh, what a way to use a fire sword. What a champ. No, we'll use that. Oh, look at that move. Some skills in the old boy yet, huh? Pretty sure that memory was pretty close to somewhere around here-ish, roughly, sort of, something around, you know, you can tell where I'm going, right? But if we were to technically use our brains a little bit, look at that memory. We've got a couple of guardians, got a bit of water, sticky pillar up, and we're looking at the mountains in the background. Okay, I'm pretty sure we should be able to line that up. It's looking a bit like it might be back this way, but not quite. It should actually be right around here. Is that the sticky up pillar, or is it further on? My family, we like to use technical terms for landmarks like sticky up pillar and red spaghetti head, and just genius ways of naming things, really. You don't forget them. It's close for sure. Yeah, it's definitely, it's in the vicinity, isn't it? Like, we're right there. I'm pretty sure. I reckon I'm overshooting it going further down there. I really do, but there's also collecty stuff, so it's kind of like it's a win-win scenario. Like, I might not get the spot, but I get to collect stuff. That's where I'm at. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it is back here a touch. Avocado is one of my favorite. Yeah, thanks, Dan. To be fair, I feel like I can't claim that one. I saw that floating around somewhere early days. It was like, it was the nickname for Demises in prison form, was the avocado. And it just, the second you see it, you're like, yep, that was aptly, whoever coined it should totally get all the credit for that, because it's amazing. It's not the first thing that you think of, but you see it immediately and you're like, yep. For an instrument of pure chaos and literally malice incarnate, he does look an awful like an avocado in the imprisoned form, which is not what they would have intended at all, and therefore more hilarious. It's amazing. It's ash something on the map. Ash swamp. Yeah, we're like right there. We're in the zone. This is one of those memories I know that you're like, where is it, where is it? My daughter's good at spotting this memory because I've done this before. I'm like, I cannot find it. And she's like, Dad, it's right there. Just give me the controller. She is a better gamer than me these days. And just like the hero shade, I have truly know I've passed on skills to a generation much better than mine, before she can locate this memory where I cannot. And you, oh, there it is, right there. We talk about it and it appears. Okay, let's do it. It's a bit of a heartbreaker one, so I might let's play out. I feel like if I talk over the top of this, the audio, it's gonna take away from the moment. It's a pretty special one. Again, implications.
worry about me. Run! Was that the power? No! Link, get up! You're going to be just fine. The sword. So he can still be saved.
Princess! Princess, are you alright?
Take Link to the Shrine of Resurrection. If you don't get him there immediately, we are going to lose him forever. Is that clear? So make haste and go. His life is now in your hands.
Ooh, chills. Honest chills. Okay, sorry, I was very quiet during that one because there's a lot happening. First of all, amazing cutscene. Zelda talking to us now.
You have recovered all of your memories of us.
Yes, we did it, guys. All memories collected. This is part of the key to the old 100%.
Inside Hyrule Castle.
We're on our way. Hang tight, girl.
It is
You done your job, it's time for us to do ours.
Beat Ganon.
It's a phenomenal cutscene, completely agree. Boom. You know what? And the conviction of doing the piano, but I don't know if you picked up the Zelda sort of choir as well. That whole spin when she activates the power gets me every time. Like, just cinematic, just jaw drop stuff. Like, love it. There is so much about that to pull apart from the Sheikah, militant sort of aspects of the Sheikah coming running in with the outfits and stuff. You can see how the spin of the eager, the militant faction, how just absolutely deadly they can be, to her just immediately change into the despair to I know what to do and just start taking charge. And you know, from that moment where she goes to her journey as she sort of tells people what needs to happen and goes to see the Deku Tree and take on Calamity Ganon, like true hero stuff, the heroine. Just all aspects of that scene, totally worth getting. And just touching on the comments here, BPX, played over 200 hours without running into my second memory for real. I'd believe it. I would. I have a habit of missing really important stuff, so I feel you there, bro. Zelda's lullaby was insane in the background of the scene. Completes agree. Link does not take out the Sheikah slate if you do not take the picture at Impus House first. Great detail, Dragonlord Cedric. That's why we did that. Thanks for letting us know. And that is indeed Fee from Skyward Sword, who is alluded to. It's not outright said, and we can state with fair confidence that's exactly who it was. But the communication there with Zelda, letting you know that he can be saved, is definitely considered to be Fee, for sure, or Fire, depending on which camp you come from, or Fi. I don't know how people pronounce it. I don't care. It is what it is. You do it your way. I do it mine. BPX. Ooh, I was wondering. Yeah, what Dragonlord? Yeah, thanks, Dragonlord Cedric. Cool little detail. And Keely, gosh, I love that memory. Don't we all? That's a cracker. Absolute cracker. You know what? When I have a break later, and I will have to at some point, as old blokes tend to do when they need to grab an updated coffee or toilet break, I'm going to play that one again. There's a lot to unhurl in there, but it's one of the rare times there's actual vocal, and I find it interesting, the vocal, or I'm not going to use the right word here, like choir-like or choral rendition of Zelda's Lullaby at one specific point there, I can't help but feel relates to what she's talking about in the diary, with the figure in darkness, shrouded by light. Has a makes me think of that moment in the diary. The choice of instrumentation, like Conviction, going with the piano, like it doesn't feel like it's the right way to go at the start. It's like feels awkward, and but it comes together nicely. Again, look, I'm easy to please, and I find things to love where maybe others might be more critical about it, and I've got a lot of respect for people who can be critical, because I think that's a skill in and of itself. So not disparaging anyone, but for me, just so many marks about that just hit right and true, and tell a lot more than a longer series of cutscenes might. Like, I love a good Hideo Kojima weird-ass movie-esque game, Metal Gear Solid. Like, I don't even know what's happening in this cutscene, but it's awesome. But sometimes a story can be done in different ways, and yeah, can't deny that there's some class storytelling happening right there. Time to head back to Impa. Let her know we've got that memory, and then we do the charge, castle time. And while I'm just thinking on it, I just want to touch on this in case somebody wants to pick it up in the comments. In the castle, we've got the memory there. We've seen Zelda's room and obviously her study. A couple of key diaries. We need to get the King's Diary. That's one aspect, so we'll have to make sure we hit up the library. We had a bit of a look at the dock, and we saw the back hidden room for the observatory. That's another key spot. You want to go do the dining room and stuff. There's some recipe stuff there, and obviously the armory and the guard towers. There's a few spots to hit, but just shout out in the comments or anything as I move forward. And obviously the shield. There's just a few things we want to hit on the way through. I'll try to make sure I stay on target with that as well. But I know you guys know it's one of those things only I think a lot of Zelda fans will get why those things are important to hit up for a playthrough to feel like you've done that part of your journey. It's just because, I don't know, it's just important because it is. Oh yeah, oh no, I've triggered the Gato quest, I think. I didn't mean to, honestly, but I don't know, guys, just thumbs up or thumbs down. I hope you're okay. I think we should do it if it's triggered now. I can't stand seeing Pyre cry. I love how the Sheikah foot soldiers run up from far away with the Dragon Ball bounce. Yeah, full Naruto style, like, and just smash into it, don't they? Dragon Ball Naruto style, yeah. Do it? Yeah, I'm thinking we do it. Like, what are we, 3.5 hours into this stream? In comparison to the streams, we're barely like, you know, we're good for at least another hour or two, I think, solid. Like, I'm planning on going for a couple more hours. As long as you guys don't mind. I know you guys are tuning in and you probably want to see the fruition, so I get it. If you want me to smash into it and get the fight done, we can catch some of that stuff up in the encore. So I'm just mindful of your time because it's been a community effort. I want to make sure I acknowledge that with what we're doing here. So if you guys are happy for me to do it now, I'll do it now. Yep, Keely's down with whatever. BPX is going to do it. Dan's like, hey, it's your stream. Dan, always wise, giving me the chance to to make a decision that could be wrong, but supporting me regardless. Gotta love you, Dan. God love you. I'll try to remember all I can about the night the heirloom was stolen. She's telling me about the thief. If you spot any suspicious movement at night, don't approach. And basically the warning is there. You're doing a stealth mission, which, you know, is our favourite in open world games. We love a good stealth mission. We love the ability to potentially mess up a key sequence of events by getting discovered because we're not so good at stealth. Some people are great at it. I'm not. But we'll give it a crack. This kicks off at night, so let's just move it along. Like the bomb stealer in Majora's Mask. Oh, Dan, do you know what? I thought about you yesterday, just mentioning Majora's Mask in a conversation, and I just immediately thought of you going through the agony with the quest where it was 1 second over and over, and I'm just like, you know that game mechanic of the 3-day spin, and how it's unforgiving. I was just thinking of you and just going, man, I fell for you with that. That is some unforgiving gameplay to see through something. That's harsh. So harsh. All right, I'm just going to get the Kakariko Shika outfit on because, you know, stealth mission. Probably want to go with the stealth outfit. Might pay dividends. Let's go with the classic tiny version of the Shika outfit with a nice saturated rosy hue of red. BPX, I mean, Link would just let a thief stalk. Link wouldn't just let a thief stalk Kakariko. Heck no. That's a good reason to see this mission out, I agree. Unironically, it made the game more memorable to me. It truly felt the 3-day cycle. It's a good way of looking at it, Dan. Seeing the glass half full like a champion. That's hero mode activated right there. You know what? I also had my fair share of slip-ups with that cycle, and again, it made you... It's kind of that, you know, that challenge aspect, isn't it? You kind of appreciate it more because you really had to earn it. And, you know, there's that self-actualization where you're like, I did it. I didn't think I could do it, and I doubted myself. My classic one for that in the streams here is saying to you guys, I know I don't want to press this button or I don't want to die in this part, and then just pooching it over and over again and feeling like I've completely messed up, but then you try to stick through it and see it through. I've done that on every aspect as much as I could except for the horse thing with Ganon's horse, and I'm sorry Big J, but that every man has their limit. That was mine. That was one where I'm like, I've done this horse race. I hate the horse race. I hate horses in here. I suck at it. And the Ganon horse thing just destroyed me on that stream. I regret it. I feel bad for it. I'm sorry. But, man, I had to let that one go. If I kept trying to do that, I think I might have let my Candace slip. I'd come back to it if we had more time just to see it through, but at the time I was like, no, I've got to let that one go this stream. It's not happening. Dragon Lord Cedric, Link does not take out the Sheik Slate if you do not take a picture in Imper's house first. Yeah, it's a good one to point out. Now that you have pointed out, that's what I said. If I get the chance when I take a break later, I'll put that cutscene back up so people can see it in the cutscene. Great little factoid, Dragon Lord Cedric. Great factoid. Some crackers being bought up by the community and another one there. Things you don't know, hey? And all the little details are right there. It's quite a lot, actually, depending on what things you've done in sequence. Like, funnily enough, if you go to Zora's Domain without speaking to Sidon, there's a different dialogue that occurs. I think one of you guys pointed that out in that aspect of the stream, which was really cool. And certainly they have actually tried to cater some of the dialogue depending on how you've approached it, which is, again, a challenging thing to do, I think, when you consider this large open world and people can tackle it any way they want, as we've seen with speedruns and the like. How do you control the story elements? That was my big question for Tears of the Kingdom, and dare I say it, I feel like we're seeing examples of how some of those things are going to be handled, which are pretty exciting and innovative. Again, I think it's going to be another good example of Nintendo putting a new benchmark out in how things are handled in an industry that's full of invention. They love to reinvent. I think it's a testament to the people who develop their own work there, but also it's a testament, I think, to the community who support that approach and love this franchise. I think I've seen a lot of interviews and stuff where, whether it be Aonuma, but not just Aonuma, you know, the artists and stuff, the technical director in particular, Mr. Doda, is another example where you can just tell that they know what they're doing is special for the people playing it, and you can see the love. It's a good thing. Good thing. We could talk about negatives and stuff, but for me, that's definitely a real positive. All right, show yourself. I think we managed to pull this off. First crack, which for me is gobsmacking at this point. I'm not going to lie. I thought I would pooch it completely, but here we are. All right, Keely. My first playthrough, I went to Zora's third and managed to get there without talking to Sidon. Champion, there you go. I was surprised when I started a new playthrough and ran into Sidon before reaching Domain. Yeah, there's a few of the Zora put out. I've realised there was more than one put out in some of the key aspects to try and sort of guide you that way. But it is funny. And I think Gerudo is actually one of the areas a lot of people went to first, which for me has always naturally felt last. It's crazy. So I'll sort of let this get back on. We've followed Kato. He's been acting a little suspicious. The ball's missing, obviously, this ancient heirloom thing, which we know is part of activating the shrine. But here we are, and he's confronted with the Yiga, and they're saying, such anger. It seems this thing is truly special to the fools of this village. Yiga Blade Master here. Why would you steal it? He's angry, but he's obviously been in league together with this Yiga clan member. And Dan, did I tell you of my first journey to Zora's Domain? No, you didn't, Dan, but I'm all ears. And Dragonlord Cedric, I will watch early Let's Plays of Tears of the Kingdom on May the 10th and 11th while I wait for you to stream it on May the 12th. But I will also watch The Treehouse. Absolutely good planning, good stuff to watch too. Keely, what was it, Dan? Same aside on BPX. Keely, it's cool how he talks to you up the whole river. Yeah, look at us going through memories together. Truly bring together this journey of the stream towards its conclusion. You knew what you were getting yourself into when you decided to leave the organization. You forfeited your life the moment you left. Dorian, I said Kato, it's Dorian. I can't believe I screwed that one up. You did well to tell us about the heirloom. Unfortunately, your usefulness has come to an end, as must you. But first, it appears we have an audience. It would have been so cool. It's like, but first, I gotta take a... Anyway, I was gonna do a callous joke and I stopped. I'm glad I did. Just reminded me of a particular pop culture reference. Okay, it's time to get serious. Let's Darkwing Duck this. Let's get dangerous. I don't even know what I'm fighting with, but it's happening. You know what? We're not even wasting time on you, buddy. You're done. See yourself out. Got no time for you. Not only do we not want our Sheikah emblems taken, but we also don't want this poor man being worried about his kids. And you learn in this one, the storyline here is really quite tragic. I'm sure you figured it out, but all of this is my fault. And here is where it gets serious. There's no point in trying to hide it. I am a member of the Yiga clan, or I used to be anyway. But then I met the most incredible woman who blessed me with 2 amazing children. I hear there, brother, I met an incredible woman, changed my life. I'm with you. And so I tried to change my ways, tried to leave the clan. But the Yiga, they took my wife's life as punishment. Just harsh. Again, harsh aspects of the story Mystery was talking about before. I couldn't let them hurt my children, so I used my position as gatekeeper to gather information for the Yiga. I told them about you and about the village in exchange for safety. But my grief over losing my wife consumed me. And I finally decided to cut ties with the Yiga completely. I decided I could protect my children from the Yiga. I wasn't afraid of them. But the Yiga are pure evil. They told me they would kill both Impa and Pyre if I didn't play along. Pyre figured out that this heirloom is the key to opening an ancient shrine. We weren't able to make it work, but Pyre thinks that maybe you can. Pyre, and all of us, are devoted to helping you in your quest. Now please restore this heirloom to its pedestal. Very tragic story. He lost his wife for leaving the Yiga clan. It's a Romeo and Juliet-esque love story in a way of forbidden love. It's a real shame for him. And Dan, I had been incredibly scared of the river, electric enemies, and the inability to climb, so I went all the way to Zora's Domain via the river using Cronus 1 block at a time, and I scaled the waterfall. Oh, Dan, that's... I know you... Actually, I do recall you saying you went around the back way with up the waterfall, but I didn't realise that was why. That's ingenious, though. That is a pure, unadulterated example of why this game is so amazing, is that I would have never even thought to do that. I might have thought to avoid certain aspects of the electric stuff and all that, but I wouldn't have thought to use Cronus going out the waterfall. That is madness. Tip my hat to you, sir. Genius. Did you play the Breath of the Wild prequel called Age of Calamity? Sure did. Dragonlord Cedric loved it. Fist pumping all the way, playing with my daughter and my wife. Amazing memories of that game. Yeah, I did. It was great too. So I wanted to just circle back quickly. Keely asked a question, and I said I would answer it about... I'm just going to scroll up. It's about Pura or Impa or both. Keely, where are you? No, it was after that. Or was it before or after? No. Sorry, old man trying to find something. Bear with me. Jordan and I have been talking about whether or not Impa will be alive or dead in Tears of the Kingdom. What's your thoughts? I think Impa... I think we might see both. If I was to give a cryptic answer, I think we may see Impa alive, and we also may see Impa not alive, if that makes any sense. Mainly because I think there will be elements of, whether it be time or realm or however, again, to be cryptic, but also in respect of people's current headcanon and what they're thinking and not narrow things down. I suspect we're going to see a fleshing out of the story of Zelda in a way that addresses the future of Zelda by addressing the past. And when I mean the past, the prehistory of what led to Skyward Sword. Because, again, if you look at that story of Skyward Sword, it's telling a story that's technically not... I know it's the origin story, but it's the origin story of Link's involvement. It's not the origin story of what's happened prior, of what happened from creation with the three golden goddesses to this war with Hylia and Demise, and why things were the way they were, why Demise has such hatred and malice and malevolence for the gods. There's a story that's going to be told there, and it's going to play into Tears of the Kingdom, I believe, in a way of we're going to see that Ouroboros, in the sense that while we're addressing what's happening in the future, it's also addressing the past and changing the realities in ways that will be very interesting, I believe. And I think it's going to try to tie in a lot of the previous timeline of the Zelda games as well, and kind of marry them up in a way that I think Big J kind of addressed it perfectly by saying they're myth and they may have been remembered slightly different and could be part of the history, but also acknowledge them and not ignore them, but actually embrace them. And that's what I expect. Keely saying just Impa. I think we're going to see a point that Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom will be in the future. That's not revolutionary. We can see older champions there. But I'll stick by the fact that I don't think we're looking at the same Hyrule. In fact, again, the whole Zonai thing and the Zonai charge and stuff, there's so much of what we're seeing in that Hyrule that's mimicking the Sheikah tech. It's like two sides of a coin. A mirror image, if you will. So I think in that aspect of that Hyrule, I think Impa will have passed. I believe. Because it's the new generations coming through. But and as much as they're good at aging and keeping age down, Pura's reversing age, and I think that's going to be part of the time travel aspects of whatever happens, as much as recall or whatever might be. But I think we'll also see things going back, almost like you saw with the time shift stones with Skyward Sword, things that will address aspects of the past, distant past. Anyway, I wanted to answer the question by saying I think it will be both, and it sounds like a cop-out answer, but I think in one reality Impa will have passed, but in another reality we're going to see, because Impa has been a stalwart, she will feature in the game, alive in some aspects, because she's too important to... We talk about Zelda, Ganon, or Demise or whatever, and Link is the trilogy, but Impa has been a stalwart from Zelda 2 definitely, but Zelda 1 really was part of that story. He was the one who asked Link to help. So you can't have a Zelda game without Impa involved in some way, I believe. So sorry to dwell on that. Wanted to answer the question. It was a good question. I remember the shrine. We talked about that. Dragon and Cedric. There was a concept art of Dorian's wife's ghost. Yes, there was. Good point. I was going to touch on that. Who might appear in Tears of the Kingdom. There were spirits and trailer in the graveyard near Kakariko. Cut content potentially, or will it come back up? I know the one you're talking about. It's a great spot. Good point out, Dragonlord. Jordan, Dan, I'm just catching up chat. Oh my god, first time Zora's domain was the exact same, lol. Except I actually climbed up from the backside of the mountain and later the waterfall. There you go, Jordan did it too. Look at you guys go. Dragonlord Cedric Suga from Suga. Sorry, not Suja. From Major Calamity will be the new Yiga clan leader in Tears of the Kingdom since Master Koga died. Or did he? I mean, he probably did. But again, I'm just going to do my whole, or is it? Because, again, I don't want to commit to anything. But that's a fair point. I think Suga's a fan favourite. I quite like Suga as well. But it was great in Age of Calamity when they came on the same team. I was happy with that. Final stream, Mitch and Nuts. Yeah, let's go. No, I'm just going to pace it, dude. I'm trying to get there, but I can't help it. The chat. There's a lot of memories, a lot of love here. Hope Suga appears in some way, shape, or form. Is my favourite character. Yeah, he was, for a bad guy, quote unquote. He was oddly likable, wasn't he? Anyway, I truly don't deserve mercy. Sorry, but I want to keep my children, Coco and Kotler. I don't want them to suffer anymore. I know it doesn't make up for what I've done, but I pledge to protect the village and my family from now on. Look, you were in a rock and a hard place. I feel you. And I think for all of the, the Yiga are evil, and I get it, again, there's a lot of grey in this series, and it permeates. Everything isn't always as it seems. And when somebody is in a particular situation, sometimes it's understanding why they are the way that they are. It might not excuse it, nor make it okay, but it can help you understand it. Indeed, some famous quotes indicate that those who fail to address history are doomed to repeat it or acknowledge it. And history has a funny way of repeating itself, unless people learn from it. And even then, learning is not always clear-cut. Some probabilities are always inevitable, as mathematics will show. He wasn't a bad dude. He had good morals. He was just loyal to the wrong guy. Suga was loyal to a fool. The comment section fires up. Do you know what? Koga's a funny dude in that the choice of having him in there alone was just, for me, left field. It was like, what? They went with like this. It was a bold move that I didn't expect, and I kind of respect, because it was not typical Nintendo, having Koga as the main villain. It was like, what? You went there? Cool, okay. A comical main villain. Wow. But I did like in Age of Calamity where they realised the folly of what was going on and united under a common banner. That was good to see. Even if it was a what if. It was a good one to see. Call it fan fiction or fan service, I don't care. I loved that storyline. It was great. The Yiga clan whole will have a new whole world you can explore in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, you know what? I think I've called that a few times well and truly years ago, and I wouldn't be the only one. That just looks ripe for dungeon and exploration. One of the big questions is that the location of Ganon? There's a few key spots on the map that you could point to that go, the obvious one is people go, he's under the castle. I'm not 100% sure that's guaranteed to be the case. In fact, dare it be said, the Yiga clan there, and the fact that I pointed out in past streams that it looks very much like an excavation site, would almost indicate the Yiga are there looking for Ganon. And if they are a militant faction, were they looking for a past Ganon who, as Ganondorf or whatever has been pointed out, doesn't necessarily look to be a bad guy? Could maybe have aspects that are not all malevolent. For example, one hypothetical could be, what if he was the ancient hero? And in this reality, it's a different spin on things. In that instance, maybe they're not following the villain. They're following who they believe was the spirit of the hero. And indeed, although their actions are not on par with what we expect from the good guys, they're part of a faction that has formed out of believing that what the actions of the king some time ago, who obviously got jealous and told the Sheikah they couldn't do their technology and chased them out and jailed a bunch and tortured others, and basically it just seems like a complete epitome of a bad dude. maybe they formed out of that event, realizing that peaceful surrender was not necessarily the option that would serve best in the future, as the monks chose to set themselves for what they could foresee in the future would require training of a hero and events, and so sealed themselves away for what appears to be almost the same time as Calamity Ganon, funnily enough. And the Sheikah in Kakariko chose a more peaceful life in line with what the king was seeking in order to be able to pass the story that maybe the Yiga were a militant faction who, over time, the stories change and things, and although they've become more adversarial, maybe don't think Link is the spirit of the hero. Maybe they're trying to rescue their hero. Could that be the case? Time will tell in Tears of the Kingdom, episode 53. Just one hypothetical what if of much more. Mitchell Dragon is very confident in his statements. Of course he is, but I'm also trying to roughly allude because he has been watching gameplay of the game, so which he has admitted up front, and he said he would not spoil things, and I 100% know he's not going to, but I need to treat every statement with a pinch of salt, especially with spoilers out and about, my friend. So Dragonlord is always solid with his statements, and I doubt none of what he says, but at the same time he is committed to not doing any spoilers, so I can only say that what he's putting in there are his thoughts about the game without any of those spoilers included. So I'll bounce them off my theories, as I tend to, tongue-in-cheek. By the way, this is the spot we were talking about where the concept art showed the ghost of the departed wife, and you realise that this is an ancient graveyard, which different depiction, but graveyards in Kakariko have been a staple throughout the Zelda series. So ABC, I need to get that bug. Sorry. Get straight back on a gameplay. Look at that. Get that bug. Cool. Bladed Rhino. Nailed it. Alright. BPX. I hope some of the AOC lore seeps into canon. Me too. I think Dan's on that too. We want AOC to be canon. Why can it not? Just it can be a shoot off reality. Why the heck not? You gotta love that stuff. It's amazing. Oh wait, I was meant to see Impa. So sorry. I'll just quickly travel back and go tie that up, because that was a bit of a loss. Dan, how does this shrine know that it would be part of a quest? Yeah, I think that might be a one of the ones that, you know, good Zelda theorists are able to try and marry up the storyline that might be missing from the dissonance of gameplay to story. Like Monster Maze, I think, did a great job with the whole movement of Hyrule's geography over the games, which is kind of just put in Zelda Encyclopedia is like, you can kind of follow it. It's shifted because of this and that. And it's like, yeah, we all know it's gameplay, but putting some more lore around it definitely helps. And the community are great at doing that. Monster Maze's video sequence on that, I appreciated mainly because I was like, yeah, good on you for tackling that. And he was up front too. He's like, look, we all know it was gameplay, but we're going to try and put some lore around it so it makes sense. And I think that's good. One of the things we love about our theory stuff is just trying to make sense of the world. If it doesn't make sense, we're going to try to make sense of it ourselves somehow. And I need to get back to see Impa because I pooched that part of it. Sorry. Map. There we go. And leave area. Got it. Cool. I can tell they had fun with Age of Calamity. Yeah. You know what? I would have fun with it. I still have fun with Age of Calamity. It's a game that I want to replay for the story, but there's stuff in the DLC I haven't played, and I haven't seen the cutscenes because I don't want to until I play it, because it's part of that whole vibe. Great game though. Love what they've done there. And I stick by the fact that don't tell me that those character animations and involvement of the battle sequence and things like Zelda using the Sheikah Slate and Impa and the like, maybe. Don't tell me some of those things weren't experimental things of gameplay animations that could be reused in another Zelda game, because maybe it won't be the case, but wow, gee, Nintendo don't like to waste stuff, and they do like to make sure they are efficient with stuff they put effort into. Wouldn't surprise me. BPX IKR, Dan the Man, yes. I want a Dragonlord. I want a Ganondorf's fight to be multi-phase like in Twilight Princess. I want Ganondorf on a horse, fight a beast Ganondorf on foot. You know what's interesting about that, and I've said this before, that whole Ganondorf sequence fight, and it's a great fight sequence. Completely agree, and would love to redo it myself. Wrong shrine, dude. Okay, bad. Is not typical. So normally in a Ganon fight, you go from Ganon to Dark Beast Ganon because that's where he loses his cool, so to speak. That's the malice overtaking him. In that fight, he puppets Zelda. He then, you do the whole horseback. No, sorry, he puppets Zelda, then does Dark Beast Ganon, then comes out of it, then it's on horseback, and then he's more as a man. It almost kind of goes in reverse, which again, to me, is quite symbolic and not questioned enough, if that makes sense. It feels to me like that's signaling and foreshadowing. And you guys have heard me talk about stuff that I've seen in the Triforce and Zelda Encyclopedia and what I think is being pointed out there, and Nintendo on the chronology and releasing that in 2018 after Breath of the Wild. It just seems too convenient. That whole shenanigans they're playing there, laying little clues. Put it this way, if it doesn't work out the way I think, I'll be shocked. I'd quite happily tip my hat and go, yeah, fair enough, but seems like it was done for a reason for me, and generally history has shown that's the case. Alright, pie is chucked, because we've managed to get that all sorted out. The heirloom's back, or heirloom, so she's happy. I am no liar, so I will not spoil. I know you're not Dragonlord. That's what I said. I wanted to answer that question at that point, because I think Moonshine Nuts is going, hey, there's some pretty strong statements. Like, yeah, we're not going to doubt you, but at the same time, we know you're not spoiling. So we know you're telling the honest truth, but also not spoiling. So it's a fine line for people at this point in time. I know you respect that, dude. You're pretty clever. Okay, so Imp is just giving the laydown that we're on track and everyone's believing in us. Time to hurry up and save the princess. We've ticked the boxes. We're good to go. Let's head back to the castle and make it rain. 4 hour mark. Nice. 4 hours for the storm the castle. On track. If anyone wants to make a prediction, I'm saying 2 hours before I finish the Ganon fight. Still to go. Because if we want to get the shield, go through a few of these rooms, I know there's a couple of line of fights in there. I can just see it taking a little bit longer than maybe half an hour or an hour. What did I miss there? Did you know that there is a shrine named after IGN? Indeed, and one of the first ones on the plateau. In fact, all shrines are referencing developers involved in the game, which is super cool. I think Ionum is the Magnesis shrine, isn't he? From memory, on the plateau. There's some great developer. I thought that was a really sweet thing that they did with that. That was a nice touch. Class move. Now, I'm just thinking, by the way, we want to get the Hylian shield, which is down in the basement part. And the quickest way to the basement is not always the most obvious. It might pay to pop out of the dock and try to slide in through one of the other entrances, because I know the minecarts head down in that direction if you get the right one. And if I labour this point long enough, Dan will go, it's that one over there, because Dan's normally on fire with that stuff. But we'll wait and see. I'm not putting any pressure on you, Dan, but I should be able to locate it. Usually faster than me, though, by a mile. But I'm pretty sure one of those entrances is the way to go. It's always a question of which one. And you can almost guarantee it being me that I'm going to pick the wrong one. So, yeah, I'll just set the expectations low for you. And if we hit the right one, we'll take the win. You could almost look at the map and figure it out if you're really good at reading maps, which I'm not. But there's a couple of entrances down there. I think it's one thing I can't do with this is marker something. I don't know if you guys know how to do it. I've never figured it out. But you can see down there at the front of screen, there's a couple of entrances down the front section. So basically I want to kind of go around to the front. And what direction am I facing? It's so easy to tell based on the way I'm moving that camera. Basically keep going forward around there. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Going to go around there, try and get towards the front and look for the lowest point and try to enter somewhere around there without getting shot to high heaven. Oh yeah, love that glider. Lifesaver. Now just hope it doesn't rain. Awesome. We're on fire. Coming to life right now. Edge of Duality sword. Love that. Again, almost tongue-in-cheek Easter egg type reference. The duality with the Yiga and Sheikah. Or indeed the duality that represents throughout the Zelda series. Light and dark. Night and day. Dark world, light world. Twilight realm. Sacred realm. Good, bad. Demise. Hylia. Matarasu, Mikaboshi, doesn't matter how you want to spin it. Opposing forces push and pull, and sitting at the middle of all of this wonderful series is that concept of force. An energy that is inevitably tied to so many things in the world. In the conversation I was having earlier with Wiz, I was explaining that aspect. For me, the way I interpret that, the way I see it, is a great way of just kind of explaining the kinetic things that we all would do to interpret the world around us. If we were brought up without any kind of education on what's happening, we would look at the world around us and find ways of explaining how things happen. It's the history of the world right there. Fascinating stuff. It's a great example of that is you can see with so many cultures how some of the stories that they have in their religions and tales of creation and the like share some astonishing similarities, and you can put a lot of that down to how we interpret the world around us. Doesn't matter maybe where we've come from as well, that inherently we can find meaning in things, and it's one of the things that's inspiring about mankind, I think, for as much as we can find fault. Anyway, just got distracted there. BPX, I'm frying up a couple of pork chops. Nice. Oh, dude, wasn't even hungry till you said that. I managed to get over Keely doing muffins, so pork chops sound good. You know what, I'm glad you didn't say steak though. If you said steak, I would have been a little devo. Not gonna lie, could go with steak right now. I know it's a early morning WA time, but it's always good time for steak. I'm so far behind in shows and things I've been recommended that I'm only just sort of getting through Parks and Recreation occasionally here and there at the moment, which is a great funny sitcom series if you haven't seen it. I think the entire world has by now. It's been memed to death, I'm realising. But one of the characters in there, just his love of meat matches mine. It's something I'm like, yeah, I feel you there. Love meat. Don't mean to be upsetting for anyone who, of course, is maybe vegan or anything like that. I'm not trying to upset anybody. It's just, I want to say I'm a victim to it, but it gets me. Mind you, I don't mind a good mushroom either. So you know, just saying, there's also good things that aren't meat as well. Okay, pretty sure I just need to smack that thing and let him out and sort him out. But anyway, Dragonlord Cedric, I think Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I can get a perfect 100 score on Metacritic because Zelda Tears of the Kingdom looks better than Breath of the Wild. The file size is bigger than Breath of the Wild's file size. Look, I would love to say it will. Metacritic's a funny thing though, isn't it, these days? And I don't know, I still find it funny that Ocarina of Time is still the highest rated game on there, but just, it's a great game. But it's an interpretation of times and stuff too, and the impacts. In some ways, a lot of people would, I know my daughter would be the first to say she would think, from her perspective, that Breath of the Wild's much better than Ocarina of Time. And understandable from her, oh, look at the timing on that, nailed it. From her perspective, I get it. From my perspective, I can kind of understand the opposite opinion. I will say these days that I think it's hard to get higher critic scores because critics are very good these days at doing what critics do, which is criticise. Again, no judgment, that's kind of what their job is, but it also makes it easier in a social media aspect to find fault and spread word. And I don't think you see things universally lauded as much these days as you used to when I was younger. Where nowadays it's kind of like, for as much as things are universally liked, there's definitely always a counterculture that goes, no, that sucks. Sometimes it's just trolls because they want to be trolls, and other times it's people going, no, like, this is a cool thing, and it's sincere, it's a cool thing, but it's not perfect. You need to be aware of faults that exist, and again, I can respect that. Makes sense. Rightio. Keely. Steak and eggs is a breakfast. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not huge on eggs. I'm learning to love it because of my wife, but yeah, the steak. Whew. Steak and bacon. Yeah, well, just steak. I could just steak. Steak and steak. Just good. I'd take steak over toast. I need toast is pretty good. Steak in toast, good. For those of you in the US, Philly cheesesteak thing done right was an experience when I went to the US. What an amazing meal that was. I was like, oh my gosh, you guys are onto something with that. That was steak and cheese done right. I will say the food in America was like amazing. Absolutely amazing when I went there. I'm sure food is amazing in other parts of the world, has been in Asian countries I've visited as well. Love other cultures' foods. It's one of the things that you can instantly appreciate. If you don't know much about it, you can always appreciate a good meal. New taste and something different. Okay, I need to get into that one because, we got it. Trying not to blow myself up. Okay. Keely, so not too early. Yeah, exactly. Tiny, there's more critics than in the 90s too. Yeah, there's a market for it, isn't it? And people consume news in different forms these days and different media, so it's a proliferation of conversation is probably the best way I can describe it from my perspective. I know I consume a lot of information through YouTube, for example. Partially also because I can choose and find information on topics without it being filtered or censored, but I can also discern what I believe is researched and thought out or whatever versus what I think is complete tripe. The term clickbait's an interesting one for me because I get clickbait and I get why people get sucked into it, but at the same time, the rebel part of me kind of goes, I'm not going to watch that purely because I know what you're doing. You get more savvy to it over time. You're like, I can see what you're doing there. You just, particularly if you've given him a shot, like a particular creator, you've given it a shot. You're like, I'm gonna check it out, and then you're like, no, you're scamming. You're scamming people who are just looking for information, and that's what you do. And I'm not talking, by the way, about anyone specific here. I'm just talking about some people who are very good at that. And again, what good on them. They're doing what they do. Just not for me, that's all. I'd rather kind of get information that's maybe got a little bit more behind it than... Particularly people who scam kids. I hate that kind of stuff, Oh, dude, I am getting hammered by him. You know what? This is the real Calamity Ganon right here. Oh, I should probably keep that. Might need that. Yeah, we'll give you your meaty rice balls. You'll do. If only I'd learned to parry. Could be in such a better position right now. Oh no, he got that in too. Okay. That meal was not quite what I was looking for. I'm going to chuck a couple of haze meals down. Electricity thing, yeah, okay. You know what? It's all good. We're not picky here. Okay, just die. Thank you. Rightio. Tiny, 95 on the low end, 98 on the very highest. Lucky side, bearing in mind Breath of the Wild got a 97, which is an amazing score still, I think. It's interesting though to disparage on Metacritic. I've seen of some things between critics and users. That's where I think I don't know if something that is truly epic will ever get the score just due to the fact that there'll be a natural pull and push there. I don't know. I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying it's interesting that I think it's harder than it used to be. For as much as people like to say, oh, you know, from an older generation perspective, I'd like to think some things are easier this generation, but that's one area I think things have definitely gotten harder, is to get that level of applause for your work, just due to the volume of opinions that are easily put out into the world with the technology that we've got today. Not everyone had a voice as much as they do these days. And there are still people who don't have voices, I get that, but it's easier than it has ever been to put your opinion out into the world and share it. And people love conflict. So if everyone's saying this thing's awesome, then the person who does the thing that says, nah, it doesn't, it sucks. Well, you know what? That's going to attract everybody, from people who think maybe I agree with that to other people like, no, it doesn't suck. I'm going to try and understand why you're saying that and then tell you why you're wrong. And a lot of people build channels and careers off that stuff. So, yeah, no doubt it's harder, I think, because of that. The highest game Metacritic, Ocarina of Time at 99. I do not think Breath of the Wild is better than Ocarina of Time. No game is better than Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and Link to the Past. Do you know what I would say, Dragon Lord Cedric? That is, I can understand where you're coming from. I could also understand other people's opinions who disagree and could say other things as well. I can only say from my perspective, I understand the role some of the Zelda games have played throughout history. I could also challenge that technically none of this would exist without Super Mario Brothers and on the NES. If the NES and Mario Brothers didn't save the gaming industry, which dropped 95 or 97% of revenue in America in the collapse of '83, that's enough to kill an entire industry. If Mario Brothers and the NES didn't hit when it did, I'm not sure what the gaming industry would look like today. I mean, it probably still would be fine because it was still okay in Japan and stuff, and then it was almost an inevitability with this company. But, you know, you could argue that there's some games that have done some truly amazing stuff. That's why I couldn't be a critic. I couldn't score something that is revolutionary over another thing that's revolutionary without feeling like, am I truly the right person to judge it? I'm not sure I am because I'm biased. I love Zelda and I love Mario Brothers as an example, but I love Final Fantasy VII, which was revolutionary in its own right too, and Witcher 3. God, there's so many games that are just amazing and change the way we look at things. And we stand on the shoulder of giants. Could be argued that whoever invented the computer should actually have the highest score on Metacritic, because without it, none of us would have games. Without the Game & Watch is another great example. But it's all about perspective, isn't it? That's the thing. There's a quote that comes to mind. I won't say it in this forum, but if you hit me up outside of that and you've got a sense of humour, let me know. BPX, you're a classic example of somebody I would love to share a quote with about that topic. You would appreciate it. It's a funny quote, but not one for this forum. About perspective. It's one of the best quotes I've ever heard that actually summarises it perfectly. Alright, so I managed to go down there, go through the jail cells and not actually get the shield. So realizing that before I head on up, might just wander down here quickly. You know, did our part there to smack the guy out and progress and see that whole area so we can fly through it. But we need to get the Highland Shield while we're down here, and that was just raw, undisciplined action from me. Getting on the chat, getting distracted, and not following through with where we need to go, which I think that hole in the wall is looking about right to me. It's feeling good. And if it's not, we'll backtrack. There's a lot about this whole area that I just love. So I always save the castle last in any playthrough, mainly because it's so fun. This feels dungeon-esque. I think most people would agree with that too. It's just got that vibe of... It's a bit labyrinthian. You don't know where you're going. Are you lost? Are you on track? Here we go, the hard-boiled egg. Hopefully I've got one in the kitty. And there we go. Perfect. I've not done any of these correctly, so this should be nice to actually get one right for a change. Yes, nailed it. Cool. Tiny, although have read some previews stating that there are a lot of mechanics to get to grips with, which may be confusing, so I may lose marks for that. Yeah, the multiplicative aspects and the mechanics of what we've seen, I imagine there's more, and then, dare I say it, I believe there may be other ones that will return in a different method based on what we've seen with concept art. Hint, hint, Zelda, Sheikah Slate, for example, where current powers may still be in play. Imagine you've still got the current abilities that you've got in some form or another, as well as the other ones we've seen in the gameplay trailer. You know, we've seen how people have combined 4 abilities/powers to create combinations that are unheard of, and now they're actually properly tapping into customization and literally talking about how to combine and fuse them. It's like the mind boggles at the mathematical combinations that they're producing. So yeah, I could understand that comment. It might overwhelm some. I wonder how long it will take though for people to absolutely embrace it and just go, holy cow, I can do whatever I want. And you know, it's going to take somebody coming up with some cool combination of something that's just going to be the next trend. It's going to be like, oh, I'm totally wing slamming, you know, when they slam bat wings on a rocket ship, like BPX was talking about. Like, there'll be new terms. That's going to be cool. But yeah, there'll be people who'll go, it's too difficult or it's too easy. Like when people are playing Dark Souls and like, Dark Souls in the heart, it's too easy. It's like, it's known as one of the hardest games out there. People are saying get good. I appreciate you're good at the game, but by the by, in comparison to the norm, it seems to be more difficult. But people are going to go on the other side of things. It's just life, isn't it? Something about getting older, you're like, yeah, I come to expect this stuff all the time now. Just becomes background noise a little bit. Dragonlord Cedric, the Master Sword and the Highland Shield should be the only 2 weapons that do not break in Tears of the Kingdom because they are the best and strongest weapons. Yeah, the whole breakability of the sword is one that people are like, what? And I get it, but I think it's actually got a story aspect in what we're seeing with the trial of the sword and stuff. Well, that was the link between the gameplay and the story, but dare I say it, Tears of the Kingdom seems to be fleshing that out a touch more. One example of the theoretical thing of that reminds me a bit of the Dragon Ball Z or the Dragon Ball storyline, the unpopular Dragon Ball GT for what it was, but an interesting what-if concept, you know, with all the wishes on the Dragon Balls that over the years that kind of built up some bad juju, essentially, and then, you know, caused a scenario where, you know, the efforts of Goku and friends had put the world and the universe at risk, and they had to undo a lot of it. It was maybe not the most popular storyline in the world, but an interesting what-if for sure. And, you know, the fate of the Master Sword and the Hylian Shield. Could it be something along those lines? You know, I love the theoretical possibilities. The what-if scenarios are the best. And they will still exist after Tears of the Kingdom comes out because there will be more Zelda stuff. and they're not scared about changing the formula up or the storyline or moving things around or perhaps revisiting things from a different aspect. I don't think you can ever say ever when it comes to Zelda. Not in the time I've played the games anyway. There's always been a new game that's come out that's taken a spin on something that nobody expected. And that's now just for me, it's what I expect. I expect the unexpected to happen. And it's like, yeah, bring on the surprise I can't predict. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. I think for a lot of fans, that's the draw card, isn't it? Just let us get in there and see what wonderful world you've created. And this world that they've created is more sandboxy. It's kind of more, create your own adventure, which is super cool. Let's get that shield. Hylian shield. We've done it. The iconic Hylian shield, for those lucky enough to have a physical one, hopefully made of metal up in your house, I'm envious and jealous. I want to get one of those in my lifetime, stick it up on the wall and adore it, and potentially, hopefully, hold a few sword bashes against it because it's strong enough. Shield passed down through the Hyrulean royal family, along with the legend of the hero who wielded it. Its defensive capabilities and durability outshine all other shields. Shield guard is up 31. It is absolutely hardcore and better than being hardcore. It just looks cool because it's the Hyrulean shield. On your checklist of things on 100% completion, that's a must. That's an absolute must. And I feel like at this point we need to bring the White Knight back in and make it part of the atmosphere. All right, cool. Check that off the list. Thanks, guys, for putting up with that. The build-up, which was ever so slow. And let's make our way back up. Now, some of the hallmarks. We want to hit the dining hall. Just because it's a pretty cool location. The King's Study as well. Absolute must. Now, the back way we went up through there is probably a good way to go. Alright, what have I missed? A lot of people say Breath of the Wild is not better than past games. I agree, Breath of the Wild is not better than the rest of the games. Breath of the Wild is a modern Zelda 1. A lot of people have a lot of opinions, Draggle on Cedric, and you know what? I love hearing them, and I love having mine. And I think that's the great thing, is hearing people talk about what they love and why they love it. It can make you look at things in a whole different way. Zelda 1 for me will always have a soft spot in my heart just because it blew my mind. And you know what? I have to say Breath of the Wild brought that feeling back in a way that, as much as I love all Zelda games, there was something about Breath of the Wild that brought back the feeling of Zelda 1 for me. When I played it as a kid, it took me there, that feeling. So I think it's an amazing game. I think Ocarina of Time is an amazing game. I think all of them are. The handheld games as well included. But one thing that is very hard to equate about a gameplay experience for me is the environment and the way you play it and who you share it with and the stories that you have. This game has a special place in my heart for a few reasons, and one of them is playing this game. It's the first Zelda game my wife played and my daughter played, and I got to share that with them, and that increased my love of this game more than I thought was possible. It was an experience we got to share. And now with you guys, I get to share it with you as well. So, you know, it keeps giving. It's a game to me that will mean a lot more to me and will rate highly on my Metacritic because I have fond memories through and through of this game. But I can also respect that for other people. They have a different perspective. And that's fine. None of us have to be right. We can all be right. That's the good part about it. Boy projects. I don't know. Got to do the castle first so you can get Royal Guard weapon for the rupee glitch. The rupee glitch? I've heard about this, but you know me and glitches, and A, sucking at them, and B, wanting to be, got to play things the right way. I've never rupee glitched, but yeah, I definitely want to get some of those weapons, mainly because it's also, that armory is a bit of an area that you want to pass through. Lore-wise, I could spend a day in there talking about stuff in there as well. It's kind of really interesting, that area. Covered quite thoroughly in creating a champion and stuff as well, but there's so much hidden detail in there that tells you the story about the people who would inhabit that area and the hierarchy and status of people and what mattered and what didn't and what that life must have been like. Environmental storytelling at its finest. But for today's stream, we'll try and move it along and touch on the highlights without ruining everyone's experience by boring you guys to absolute death. I just love the passageways and stuff here too. It's just like endless nooks and crannies of what's in there, what will I find, from treasure to lore to secrets to just everything in here is just a magic way of finishing off your journey. Like, I get why people come here early and stuff to get good gear and that, but for me it just feels like the reward of an epic adventure. This rabbit warren dungeon-esque area that has challenge, treasure, lore, story, and a score kicking off in the background that's just like, yeah, it's epic. And will Tears of the Kingdom top this? Yeah, I think it will, because I reckon they were just hitting the stride on this game. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Breath of the Wild is them cracking open the experimentation of Skyward Sword and the games that came before it, building on the shoulders of those games, and actually refining the mechanics that would work in an open world to a sense. But I think Tears of the Kingdom is going to be how Nintendo are mastering it. Kind of like Mario Odyssey is a great example of that. It's an amazing Mario game. Like, I love all Mario games, but Mario Odyssey's just got that jaw drop factor where you're like, holy cow, how much depth is in this thing? From covering past experiences and call outs and shout outs to, you know, Peach's Castle and, you know, Mario 64, but even all the Mario games are referenced in different ways, even down to the Metro Kingdom and Donk City and stuff. It was a real love letter to the game and to the fans and what fans love, that just precision control, easy to play but enough technicality to master, challenge, fun, and this game certainly has that. And so the next iteration, it's going to be cool, like the next iteration of whatever the follow-on from Mario Odyssey will be. It's like, how can they top that? Don't know, but they keep finding ways to do it, this company. I've not been disappointed yet. So that's exciting stuff. And even having this conversation just gets me more excited for Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I know you guys are saying can't wait, I can't wait either, but I've been really trying to put that in a box and hold it at bay. Because I'm like, I don't want to let it out of the bag till it's closer. Because once that excitement gets 100%, that's going to be amazing. Like, honestly, I don't even know how I'm going to react when I start playing that game. You're probably going to hear me say, whoa, a lot, like just someone who's speechless. So it'll be like, oh my god, look at that, oh, look at that. Like a loser. Probably the worst stream in history, following on from this one, but you know what? It'll be genuine, guaranteed. Awesome stuff. Okay, so I've missed a heck of a lot in the chat. Oh no, actually not too much. Okay, Boy Project, U-Ball. Don't know what that meant. A ball. No, there's a joke in there and I missed it, like I missed your mama last time. That was an obvious one. Tiny, trying to get a new TV for TOTK. Good move. I've got to move my whole setup for that stream, is the plan. So I can have dual screen action and maybe try a different way of doing the stream stuff so I have less technical difficulties. And just in general, yeah, I'm a bit the same. I've got to rejig my setup a bit, I think, knowing what's coming. I've never played a Zelda game in that way before. So normally it's couch and just chill and try to get as comfy as possible because you know you're going to spend a long time there. And then spend the time you're working and doing other chores literally going, I want to play this game, I want to play this game, I want to play this game, I want to play this game. Which is devastatingly hard, but, you know, makes it sweeter when you get there. Oh, this guy's gonna get me. He loves it. He loves the destruction. Does our good friend Guardian. These are like my most hated, just because they're hard to take down, and also I suck at aerial stuff. I should probably have let him go, but he did bust me up a few times, so I feel like he's got to have some penance. Okay, are you going to attack? See if we can get the parry right. Let's see how we go here. The last few times I've done that with these guys, it did like no damage, so it kind of feels like anticlimactic. That was a decent shot. Anyway, while I'm wasting my bomb arrows on this guy and getting nowhere, which I might stop now because it feels kind of pointless. Heading to the chat. Trying to get new TV. Ultram bomb arrow assisted launch. Oh yeah, that sounds awesome. We're talking about like the Ultram stuff today, and G-Quit was talking about building with houses, and I'm like, that's the thing I'm down for. I want to build houses. Look, I know it's not going to be House Flipper or anything like that, or The Sims, but let me deck out a house and put furniture in it. Like a little bit easier than what we did maybe with Link's house. Not like make me go through a whole cutscene and stand up and sit down every time I add furniture, but maybe make it a bit more kind of dark cloudish, if you like. If you guys know what I'm referencing there. Let me just build the world, make houses and bring people together, reunite Harl. That'd be awesome. What do we got? One with Amberlight and better display pixels. Switch gameplay. My one right now seems kind of blurry with my Switch. Totally get you. If you've got the ability to do it, make that experience the way you want it, if you can. If not, then maybe you don't have the money. What can make it more fun, or more how you want to experience it? I was talking about just having a more comfy pillow and sitting more comfortably, not necessarily half putting it together before I start a stream, or even sit down and play at my office at my office chair, which is okay for comfort, but not if you're there for 12, 14 hours in a day. It starts getting much less comfortable. So, even a pillow just make things a little bit easier. You get that enjoyment level cranked up to 1,000,000. Because you want that, right? You want that experience to be full blown. Get the right drinks, the right snacks. Try and avoid the interruptions where you can. Stealth night gameplay if you sneak into the toilet or get food. Not wake people up in the house, maybe. Get a little bit extra gameplay in if you can. These are all critical things right now. There's a video right there, the tips of what you need to prepare for Tears of the Kingdom. Like, take stuff seriously, guys. You need to get ready for this. It's a great topic. Dragonlord Cedric, hi Tiny. Boy Projects, Ganon chops. Yeah, good call, dude. Reggie scares TOTK, Tears of the Kingdom leaker. Okay. I don't know if that's a headline or something that's happened, but I'd believe it. Reggie can be a scary dude. He's not small. He's also a really nice guy, but I don't know if I'd want to see his dark side. I reckon he could turn it up if he wanted. Oh, this guy's got my number. Oh, he got me. He saw me running. He knew. Okay, you get a freebie with the root there. This time though, it's parry time. Missed it by a mile. Lucky for you, Derek was there. This one though will get me, I think, so I might need to eat some food. Yeah, just let me get some cold protection stuff. Might as well. Oh, I felt like I nailed that, but obviously not. Proof's in the pudding. Didn't even get close. Probably not the right bow and arrow combo to use, but sailor beam on a meat. Let's move on up. GameSmiths awesome. Thank you, Dragonlord Cedric. You are also chock full of awesome yourself, as is everybody here. Pretty lucky guy. Can't complain, eh? Like, I don't want to keep like sounding like a sap, but this isn't bad, eh? When you get to play a game, people are hanging out and chilling and chatting. They're super sweet and nice and pointing out stuff that you completely screw up and helping you get through it. That's pretty cool. It's pretty lucky. Like, you don't have a lot to complain about at that stage in your life, I feel. I mean, you could get annoyed about the fact that you're getting shot by these lasers, but in fairness, if I was better at the game, it probably wouldn't be happening. If I was big J-ing it right now, I probably would have parried 3 at the same time and boss hogged it all the way. Instead, I'm going to run like a little coward and try and get up there and take him out one by one, because that's how I do stuff. Or did it in time. That's how I do it. Just get there, shoot him in the eye, and smash him till they're dead. The hero's path is different for everybody. For me, it's a path fraught with running from one to the other and trying to live. Just live. But you know what? Enjoying it the whole time. Good times. That soundtrack cranking in the background. You're not even close yet, buddy. This is just Guardians on the way through. Speedrunners run past them like I'm nothing. And you're taking me off one by one. I'm like, yeah, because I like doing it this way. I just like working my way through, collecting all your ancient parts, because Robbie needs them so I can get more gear for a fight that won't be the Calamity Ganon fight for some reason. But I want that gear so I can maybe decide if I want to hang it on my wall and obsess over what should be there or shouldn't be there, because, you know, that whole chainsaw looking ancient sword thing is pretty boss hog. And I kind of want to put that up, but I don't want to remove the champion gear. You guys know where I'm coming from, right? We've all been there. If you haven't, good place to be. First world problems, as they say. Tiny, kind of want the TV because I know Xenoblade Chronicles, Xenoblade 3 will look beautiful on it too when I finally play it. And you know what? TV is just per hour of entertainment, Tiny. This is the argument for a good TV, if you can afford it, of course. My wife will tell you about this one. She's heard a lot. You want to work out the value of something when it comes to television per hour of entertainment. If you go out to a pub or have a meal or whatever, how much does it cost you for the amount of time that you're there? Even the movies, it might be for an hour or two. If you break down a TV and how much time you may spend on it for gaming or TV or whatever it might be, how much time, how long will you have that TV? And if you break that down over the time and the hours, the per hour of entertainment, it's a good investment, sound investment, that I think is always worth looking into. A good way to justify it if you need to feel better about it. Per hour of entertainment, I've always tried to have a decent TV. Not top of the wazzer or the most expensive, but maybe it's not the best quality, but I like to have them bigger, because bigger TVs to me are just insanely fun, because things look more lifelike as they get bigger. And I go, ooh, look at the size of that TV. It's huge. People are like, yeah, but it doesn't have the best blacks and greys. I'm like, I don't care. I don't have a TV next to it comparing it. And I'm totally not stuck up about whether it looks great or not. It's big TV and it's got a good picture and it works for me. And I can remember looking at TVs that were like 10 to 15 centimetres, little box things that you could barely make stuff out on. So these TVs are insanely cool. Again, it's all about your perspective. What are your expectations? If you're out in the desert and you're dying of hunger and somebody gives you a cracker, it's the best cracker you've ever eaten. So per hour of entertainment for TV, bet that helps. If you're feeling bad about it, don't feel bad. It's totally worth it. Good investment. It'll give back to you every day of the week. Ultra Hand is named after the toy Nintendo made in the 60s. Correct fact again, Dragon Lord. You kind of Dan the Manning it at this point with the factoids. Loving it. Tiny, can't afford OLED, as in the Switch or the TV. Yeah, get that. But LED will do me just fine, as long as it's sharper picture quality. Yeah, you know what? Sharper, bigger, whatever is better than you've got, if you can manage to pull it off. As I say, my 100% support behind that. You deserve it. If it's your little treat, it will pay off dividends, not only just for gaming, but for other things that you may watch in that as well. Technology, one thing I love about technology is just how you're able to transport to different worlds, from ancient Egypt to game worlds that we couldn't even dream would be graphically possible, but are now. It's a marvel and an absolute pleasure to be part of. Like a good reason to be alive in this day and age. Pretty sure there's a Lionel fight somewhere around here. Let's get that happening. Haven't done a Lionel in a while. I need to get some Flurry Rush experience because I'm out of practice, so here's a good place to start. Yes, we're back on Flurry Rush time. Alright. Yep, and a decent TV is pretty affordable nowadays. Yeah, 100%. Especially if you can shop around, you can find some really good deals out there, usually, depending on where you're located and stuff. Delivery options can be pretty cool too. And if you're not, like, particularly, pedantic about a brand or whatever, and you're happy to sacrifice something for another thing, you can come out with something that's pretty good. And you know what, if somebody else judges you and says that's not cool because it's not this TV, you know what, they're not necessarily maybe understanding your position and just going, hey, you know what, that's wicked, good on you, cool TV, well done, champion effort, hero mode activated, because you know what, that's, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I hate it when people get something cool and they're like showing it off and then somebody's like, yeah, but that's not, I only get Sony. It's like, you know what, that's great if that's all you can get, but obviously they couldn't, and they like this TV and they're showing you, so just like let them have the moment, man. Get involved, love it. But everyone's of the same ilk. Hey, BPX, dying of thirst in the desert and somebody gives you a cracker. You're pissed. Yeah, you kind of like, I could have done with some water. I think it's a actually, I don't want to direct it, but it's an Eddie Murphy quote there. It's somebody gives you a cracker and you're starving, it's like it's the best darn cracker you've ever eaten, which is a really good example of perspective, I think. You can be choosy when you can be, but when you can't, you take what you can get. And I think we've all been there to a certain extent. We can all relate to that, whether it be physical items or life experiences. They sometimes we don't always have choice, but we get by with what we got, and it's always good to be happy with what you got, I think. And I don't always follow that mantra, but I do where I can, because I feel like if you can be happy with what's happening, why wouldn't you be? You don't want to be having a bad time all the time, do you? That's just, if you got the choice, why would you be? Just doesn't make any sense to me. There you go, that's not philosophy, that's just mathematics, I think. I understand that there's other aspects that go into that for people and mental health and stuff. We've all got those issues too, but where you can, why not enjoy the things life has? If you can and where you can, they're the moments that make life just that little bit sweeter. Like the release of a new Zelda game and a new TV. What a combo. Add a steak onto that, Tiny, you got me sold. Love it. I'm on board. What have we got? Dragon Lord Cedric. I do not see some of all my chat. Some chat I type does not appear on screen. Oh, sorry, dude. Not sure why that's the case. You often have some bad luck with the chat stuff coming through, and I don't know why. BPX, me too, Dragon Lord Cedric. But one was suggesting. Oh, okay. BPX is flagging there are some moderation rules around chat in YouTube, and it may, not that you've said anything wrong, but it may mistake certain things for potentially being not okay. It's not that what you were saying is not okay, it just might be an accident or a mistake. And unfortunately, sometimes it will automatically just not have those things come up. That's what Dan was saying before. We don't even get a chance to see it to say yes or no. It's just removed and we don't even see it. No, I kind of figured that, dude. There, when you're saying, yeah, I get that. It's not anything to do with that. I think it just has to do with algorithms and how the system is generated and looking at things and interpreting. It could be possibly flagging things and going, you know what, we're not going to take the risk and we're just going to cut that out. Which, fair call. They've got to handle it in ways. I get that, so I'm not having a crack. But certainly if we don't see it, we don't know whether it was or wasn't, if that makes sense. It's kind of one of those things that's annoying, but I get it. And I'm certainly not about to question the YouTube gods here, because they're letting me stream and use their awesome platform to share this experience with you guys. So I'm kind of like, you know what, being fair, I get where they're coming from. Hard to manage that stuff en masse. Like, how many people are uploading videos every day? You got to have some sort of systems in place that automatically handle it. Got to be reasonable. But sorry that's happening, dude. I'm not sure what I can do to help, but if it is taking some stuff out, maybe try wording it a bit different if it is, or could be certain words or certain combinations of words or things that just don't come out all the way that the algorithm likes. So yeah, maybe just try a different method and hopefully that'll work out better. And thanks for being patient. Appreciate you. BPX had to do with resting my pork chops. And I know you didn't even mean that necessarily, but I want you to know I appreciated that, because I'm there with you, brother. I'm there with you, you know that. You know my love of pork chops and jokes about pork chops and all sorts of things, really. I love a good joke, so I get you. That's not anything to do with your thing, Dragonlord Cedric. Just saying that BPX, he's just got a direct line to my funny bone for some reason. I'm not sure how that is, but across the world, you just find somebody who knows how to make you giggle. They got the gift, and BPX has just got that gift to make me chuckle. It was about Nintendo. Okay, well maybe it flagged something there. Again, not sure why or anything like that, but yeah, maybe just try the comment from a different angle, or don't feel discouraged. I'm sure we'll be able to communicate that in some way, for sure. Oh, powerful Nintendo got TP. Wait, I'm nearly gonna die here again reading that. All powerful Nintendo got TP it first. It feels like Twilight Princess at first, or Twilight. I don't even know, because I'm like that far out of the loop with acronyms now. But either way, I know you're going for the gag there. You know what? I'm not going to argue with the Nintendo gods. I know there's a lot of opinions out there about them. I like their stuff, so I think I made the comment to somebody today. There's different ways you can approach topics about people and things. And in this particular forum, and I guess where I would in a public forum, me criticising stuff in a public forum doesn't feel right for me. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't be critical. I acknowledge that I am totally hypocritical saying that, but I will say that I kind of feel like I need to be balanced in that, particularly like here I'm playing a Nintendo game and stuff and I'm loving it in this series. Feel wrong for me to have anything to say about Nintendo other than thanks, dude, for this awesome game and series, because appreciate it. As if Nintendo was one huge entity made of thousands of developers over years, but you get my drift, right? Kind of counterintuitive for the fact that without this game I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. Would seem a bit weird to me to be having an issue with that. And I know people go, yeah, but I'm a paying customer, I deserve. No, not to me. I pay for other things too, and I get crap service all the time, and I don't get the products I want. I don't complain about half of that either, because that's life and it doesn't always go in your favour. Again, my opinion, not everyone's, but my experience, if I get upset about every little thing, gosh, wow, that would just suck for me. So that's purely selfish. I'd rather try and just move on where I can. I get enough drama about getting bothered about things that are generally upsetting without finding other things to get upset about. I'm sure you guys out there agree to some extent. You've all been there, right? Where you're like, I just don't want any more drama. I just want to have a good time for a while. Life's too serious. The old Joker comes out. Why it's so serious? Again, hilarious quote on Game Ranks with Falcon about something. He's like, I bet you're the kind of gamer with a particular way of doing things. Like, you're the type of gamer that watches Batman with Heath Ledger as a Joker, and it's like, yeah, I want to watch the money burn, because it's like, I'm not that person, but I get it. I can get that aspect at times. I'm not that person all the time, but sometimes when I'm frustrated, yeah, I can understand it. There's areas of grey, I get it. I'm sure you guys hopefully follow what I'm saying there, with me being a little cryptic, but not everything's always black and white, is it? This is how I've managed to satisfactorily continue my YouTube and social media presence, is by going, I just need to give up to the fact that I'm not going to be on par with my own expectations of what I think I should be all the time, because I'm going to make mistakes, and that needs to be okay. And if it's not, then can't do it, because the pressure would be overwhelming. And if that sounds familiar to anybody that's ever been in any job or position, student, you know, worker, whatever, you get what I'm coming from there. There's only a certain level to which you can kind of go, you know what, I'm going to make mistakes and stuff's going to happen, but we're going to storm the castle regardless, because that's what heroes do. Thor Ragnarok, great quote, but also just classic example of a sense of humour about it, and just, that's what heroes do. Throws the ball, immediately smacks him in the face. That is me to a T. I'm going to try to live up to this ideal and embarrass myself right now, make a mistake, but I'm going to keep going. Love that quote for that reason. You know, they talk about karma. My wife and that joke about that. So like instantly, anytime you're like, yeah, I'm really proud of what I've done there, it's like, poof, straight away, immediately, it's like, yep, just be humble. I'm just going to throw that ball back in your face for a sec. I want you getting too carried away. I'm like, okay, cool. No worries. You know, like you catch something, you nearly drop it and you catch it, and you're like, yes, I caught it. Awesome. And then immediately you trip over your own feet. I did that the other day. Just small examples in life that make me chuckle and go, yeah, okay. I hear you. That's just a little note to say, don't get carried away. You're not that skillful. Literally managed to do a really cool catch of something and then immediately tripped over my own feet, because I was like, yes, what a legendary move. And then clutched it straight after. It's just classic instant karma right there, where you're like, yeah, alright, probably shouldn't get carried away. Wasn't that good. Love that stuff. Keeps you grounded. Alright, anyway, look at me ranting on, but we're getting there. We're progressing through here. Getting shot up a little bit, but you know, that's part for the course. I don't know if I really need to destroy every single Guardian. It certainly looks like I'm going out of my way to at this point. But yeah, you guys are here for the ride. You just watch me cop a few hits. This is classic bouncing from one spot to another, progressing up the castle, but just making sure Calamity Ganon knows that yeah, we're outmatched, but we're not going to chump it. We're gonna try and take the battle head on, clear out the malice infestation here, because it's bad juju with this castle area. And I don't know why, for some reason mentally I like to think that this helps Zelda in some way, because, you know, we're releasing the grip, the hold of malice that's around her at the moment. Don't know if anyone else does that kind of headcanon, but that's me. At this point, almost worried I've lost the chat and everybody because I can't see the chat moving. I'm like, I may have put everyone to sleep. Killing it. So, I know you're out there. I can hear you breathing. I didn't miss Ganon, right? No, you didn't, Dan. No, not at all. Just been killing things on the way slowly, getting into philosophical rants, and just generally completely going off track while staying on track slightly. So no, bang on speed. The hero's path continues to go in the exact same direction it has from day one. Planned on one tangent and missing the mark all the way through, but hilariously stumbling towards the finish line in some form or another. So no, you didn't miss anything. That's why I think it's a good watch, maybe. It's one where you can go away for a couple hours, come back. You didn't miss too much, but, you know, we're still progressing. Still getting there. Alright, I think I've cleared out a lot of the guardians on the outside, which is nice, because they're just annoying, let's face it, when you're trying to make your way around here. And now we want to clear away the malice inside those areas, get through to the dining hall and the guard room and all that wonderful stuff we were talking about doing about an hour ago. Told you it'd be at least 2 hours. You had no doubts, of course, because you're smart and you know exactly what's happening. You're like, here we go. He's going to rant all the way through. This will take forever. There we go. And a little bit of a trap. Don't know if you went through this when you first come in here and went, oh my god, I'm stuck. How do I get out? I know I did. And then I realised there was water. And that I had lost my ability to solve puzzles. If you were there, you know exactly what I mean. Love that little trap for that reason. It's just like a little reminder, like, yeah, do you remember that you got these abilities? Because you do. Did you head to the tippy top of the castle yet? No, not quite. I was just trying to clear out the bottom layer stuff and just make sure I didn't miss any of the important stuff, but also maybe killed a few more guardians out there than I needed to, Dan, but you can't let them just sit there and keep shooting lasers at you and be a chump, I feel. Like, don't get me wrong, I took a lot of lasers to the head and the body, more than probably most people would have, but that's in line with the gameplay to date, and I think that's just consistency. You got to be consistent. You got to deliver on what the people expect, and me getting shot up by guardians and lasers constantly is part of the charm of what we've been delivering now for 22 streams, which I say joking and laughing, but is hilariously true. If you find that hilarious, you might find that endearing. You also might find that utterly, painstakingly awful, but as I say, nothing but the truth. I'm realising, by the way, that with me getting shot up, I kind of just need some health, so I'm going to cook a little bit of stuff here. Cool. It's a good delay a little bit longer. I hope to be there for the final fight. Well, Dan, I would say I would delay it just for you, but I'm going to be honest and say there's a good chance I'll be delaying it just because I'm me and I'll stumble through and take ages to get from point A to point B. This is how my daughter manages to fly through any game faster than me, because she's efficient and sees the goal and heads towards it, which is kind of how she learnt to play games from me. And then I don't know what happened at some point. I think I became more of a dad and just managed to lose track of all kind of sanity, and now I just like, yeah, I get to play a game. I don't care what I do. Just playing a game is awesome. It's like, Dad, look at me. I got here. I've just like destroyed 3 divine beasts. I'm like, I'm at Kakariko Village. But you should see this. I've noticed this figure is here and this person said that, and I'm pretty sure I've come up with 3 new theories. She's like, cool, Dad. She loves me. And you know what? Lucky to have that, because I'm not sure having a dad that does Zelda theories and stuff is ideal if you're a kid who likes this game, because I think I do a good job sucking the fun out of the game. If you're a kid, you're like, I want to play the game, have fun. I'm like, wait a minute, there's something to that. You know, I think there would be a point where, bless Cotton Sock, she doesn't ever let on, but I reckon she must kind of go, you know what, I don't even want to talk about theory stuff. I just want to play a game. Because I remember being a kid and just going like, yeah, I want to play this game, it's cool. But she's a good egg. She humours me, as does the wife, and as do you guys. So, again, thumbs up. Things looking good. Cooking some meals, getting some stuff happening, but while we're at it, let's maybe get some things that might be beneficial. I did actually plan on getting some dragon scales and things, you know, so you get the 30-minute defense stuff. Did not follow through with any of that, which was, again, rudimentary errors. Like when the parents of South Park started liking Chim Pokemon. Exactly. Thank you. Like when the parents in South Park ruined anything for the kids, which they do pretty thoroughly on more than one occasion from memory on episodes I've seen. They're very good at that, at representing how adults manage to destroy kids' worlds by adopting it and then making it less fun. And as an adult, I can say I also participate in that practice. Not knowingly. You don't realise until after the fact. I think blissfully unaware of it. And I think the younger generation does a great job of humouring us with that. So, to my lovely daughter, if you hear this when you watch this stream, thank you for putting up with your old man. You do a good job. And I'm very grateful that you put up with it. And you're an awesome game player, by the way, so if you ever decide to stream, people are going to be better off watching you do it, because honestly, like, she smashes it out the park. When I handed over to her for a little while in one stream, I came back, she like destroyed 3 of the things I'd set out to do in like an hour. I'm like, whoa, slow it down. We're moving too quick. We'll be over and done with it very soon. Mums against Canada. Exactly. Love your work, dude. Love your work. All right, one more meal. Let's make it a good one. I don't think I did anything with stamina, and let's face it, we all know stamina is a bit of an issue for me. Heat resistant, no. Warm and fuzzy, no. Attack power. You know what, normally I know the stamina stuff straight off the bat. I'm pretty sure that's the way to go. 4 and a monster part. Let's use that one. Oh, one thing of stamina. Smashing it. Absolutely smash that out the park right there. Whew, look out. Get excited. You know what, that'll do. Just get in there. Any stamina will do at this point. We'll just make sure we've got a bit. Cool. Don't want to bore everybody. Don't want to go in with too much health. Make it look like I'm going to have a way to survive. Open up the opportunity of death. Okay, now, correct me if I'm wrong, I can't see the malice eye from that side. I'm pretty sure there's no hope of gaining it from there. Could be argued that that's the direction we came in, and I'd pay that. So we'll just turn it around like nothing happened. Just don't mind me. Just double checking. Bit of backtracking never hurts. Metroidvania, they call it these days. Other people might call it old age and complete lack of direction, but we'll call it Metroidvania. We'll be kind. We'll just head through here. The malice scoop's looking good this way. Ah, there we go. I saw a flicker of a malice eye. That's what we want. And shot terribly, but we got it in the end. How much are you going to clear out? Beautiful. Reveal your secrets, castle. Reveal them to us, so we may feast on the beautiful lore that lays within. How gorgeously designed and laid out is this entire castle? Like, we've never seen a lot of the interior of Hyrule Castle. We've seen different aspects of that, but never to this level. This was just a dream to go through the first time I played. It still is every time, to be fair. I know one of my hopes for Tears of the Kingdom is seeing Castletown, a Castletown version in its prime, in this open world sort of setup, would just be chef's kiss. That would be, amazing. Call it fan service, don't care. Shut up and take my money. Hey, wait a minute. Look at that. Just detail everywhere that's worth checking out. Like the castle itself is just one you could spend days and days looking for symbols and bits of environmental story that is telling a lot more than lets on at first glance. And Dan asking about the tippity top is a good example of that. There's some, I know I missed it initially on the first playthrough, the the secrets towards the top of the castle, above the sanctum, that you don't even necessarily think about, but when you get up there, eye-opening stuff. Thank you, Direct. Appreciate the save, buddy, because we both know I was going to die there. Okay, now weapon-wise, what do we got? What can we throw at you without feeling wasteful? Edge of Duality sounds good right now. And let's bring a Bosa's Fury out to play to move this along a little quicker. Not quite, but not far, not bad. Oh, he's still holding in there. He's doing pretty good. Edge Duality's badly damaged. That's okay. He did his job. Awesome. Cookbook looks nice. Cookbook and Tears of the Kingdom. Wait, I've missed stuff. 2 more era of the wild games. Yeah, I think Tears of the Kingdom will have a jump off point. There's so much we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom now, but trust me, I've got my eyes beyond Tears of the Kingdom. And I don't think I'm the only one. There's a lot that's going to happen after that, I feel. And they have plans in place. Those cunning people who know what we like to see in games. How dare they play into our whims and needs as gamers. You know what's even more interesting will be if you imagine what we're going to see, and Tears of the Kingdom looks great, and hopefully it performs as good as it looks on the Switch, but when a new iteration of Nintendo hardware does eventually land, and what the next generation of Zelda gaming will look like and play like on a more capable generation of hardware in the future, boggles the mind with what they're pulling off these days. On the Switch, it's just, honestly, sorcery, some would say, sorcery, but the best kind. Sorry, just get him cracking out there. Mums Against Canada, we talked about that. Playing VVVVVVV while I wait. Dude, if that is a game, and that's the game title, I've got no idea what that is, but, cool, bro. Do you know what, that probably is a game and everyone's like, oh, you don't know about VVVV? And I'm just like, and I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. So, yeah, I'm just going to apologise in advance, because I probably screwed that, but, you know what, whatever you're playing, sounds awesome. And if that's actually the name, I need to look that up, and never heard of it. But it sounds interesting. If that is the name of the game, that sounds very interesting. Yeah, we're just going to call this game V like 5 or 6 times to the point you can't quite tell unless you've got glasses on or whatever. But anyway, yeah, it is V. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. That's some confidence right there. I'm calling the game VVVV. And how do you pronounce that? Am I doing it right? I don't even know, but that's hilarious. That immediately has my attention for all of those reasons. Yeah, Derek, save me. Save me. I'm useless at these flying machines. Please save my life. Oh, come on. Oh, why do I suck so much at archery? Okay, wait. Have I got any more bomb arrows? This would have been, again, something I would have typically done, is bought more bomb arrows, knowing my failure at killing flying machines. Would have stocked up on these, because life-saving stuff. Oh, I felt like I got him in the eye enough, but... Fly, Link, fly. Oh, loser shot. That's alright. Those engines just never want to come down, do they? There we go. I feel like you got to come down my way soon, buddy. Oh. Running out of bows. My lack of skill is coming back to haunt me immediately. By the way, if you can't tell, I'm having a great time. Sounds like I'm complaining. I'm not. It's hilarious. Cookbook in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, don't know if there is, but if there is, sounds good. we were talking about meals and that earlier. That would be a cool thing. It would be a cool thing because also for people like me who struggle to remember recipes, and for anyone who saw the Rito stream where I was trying to cook the salmon digger or whatever the heck it's called, that was honestly, they need to have something that helps people get that recipe because that's just painful. And it wasn't just me, my wife did it not long after, and I was like, yeah, I can tell you how this goes. She's like, how the heck are you supposed to know? I'm like, well, technically it's kind of like this, and if you put the clues together, but it just seems annoyingly more difficult than it needed to be for something that should be more straightforward. I'm not going to waste that bomb arrow on you. You're not worth it. Getting picky now, I know, but they're actually getting desperately low at 23. And I should be able to hit that shot, but apparently I can't. Saved by the turret. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Architecture. You have done your job dutifully. Jungle and Cedric, I'm playing Mario Galaxy on the week. Great game. Absolutely amazing game. One that I haven't revisited yet. Can't wait to revisit just because it was good fun, that game. Wildly loved on my behalf, that one. One I can't recommend enough for just a good fun playthrough and just, you know, unique levels and stuff. They really did something different again there. Out of the ballpark of expectations. Wouldn't have thought they would go in that direction, but they did. Made it work. Crazy good. It's a nice platform. SMG is the best. So much fun to explore. I want a Mario Galaxy 3. Yeah, I don't blame you there. That said, Mario games just for me, like the old Mario platform, any Mario platform is just a bit of fun. Enough challenge to give you that sense of achievement, but also not too difficult enough to be crazily annoying. Unless, of course, you're trying to do the 100 jump skip or the volleyball 100 moons. They're a little annoying, as I found recently. And just kind of went, you know what? Danny Glovered it and went, I'm getting too old for this. It wasn't that I'm too old, it's just like, I only have X amount of time and I want that moon, but not that bad right now. I'll let that moon go for now. Because to get those two, you need some dedication, patience, and possibly reaction skills that exist at a different level of youth than I currently possess. As you can see by how awesomely I'm handling this, but I digress. See? Fly and survive. What a great technique. Yeah, do you know what? Super Mario Galaxy 3 would be good. I'm when they do a new Mario game, whatever they're going to follow up with Odyssey, I can't even imagine what that's going to be like. Like Tears of the Kingdom, I've spent years thinking about and theorizing about. Even before I did theories, it was kind of like from the moment I was playing, I was like, there's stuff going on here that's leading on. There's foreshadowing and all. This is getting deep, Shrek. But Mario Odyssey just kind of was like, whoa. How are you going to top that? And I've spent years trying to tackle that question on Breath of the Wild. How do you top Breath of the Wild? And sort of started piecing together how they might. Haven't looked at it from a Mario perspective. I'm sure that if I did and started thinking about it, there'd be some ways you could consider it. But truly, what a day and age to be playing games, though. And again, remembering I started with things like Pong and, you know, E.T. These are some games, if you haven't checked them out, like I know it sounds like, oh, that's a lark and retro and all that. No, try and imagine just that's the only game you're playing for a while. Have a crack at that for a while. Can't play any of the current modern games and use the original controllers on a CRT TV. Do that for a little while. You'll come back to any game that you're playing now and go, you know what, that's actually pretty awesome. Changes your expectations. E.T. is just mind-blowingly what the heck. And, you know, Galaxia and Pac-Man and stuff, they're all cool, but after a while it's like, I didn't care about the high score anymore. I just want something different. and you just get excited when there's a different colour other than 4 colours. Shut up, old man, I hear you saying. No, I'm gonna preach about colours. I got excited when VGA come out. Like, wow, there's more than black and white. Awesome. Back before Doom was something you could play on your fridge, was actually a game that came out that you were talking about with everybody because it was amazing. That's how old I am. Hilarious. If it helps, I do have a sense of humour about the fact that that does sound hilariously old. Hard to imagine, but it happened. Hopefully one day I'll be old enough to sit around a campfire or something, talk to younger kids and go, there was a time when you used to control a little paddle and it moved this ball and that was it. You use this controller and they'd be like, wow. And reverentially try and be kind to you because they realise that, you know what, that sounds cool and all, Grandpa, but our game's right. And I'm glad I'm playing my games and not your game. I'd be like, yeah, I agree. Cool story. This is what happens when you're not actually bouncing the chat off anybody, by the way. You just let a person randomly talk while they're doing the castle. It's bound to go in different directions. This one not potentially the best, but here we are. There's, by the way, of value, there's some cool spots around there and in the windows where you can see inside the sanctum and stuff, and you see Calamity Ganon's crypto ball kind of like organic state sucking away inside the sanctum. You can see the throne room and all that. We'll kind of get a view in there later because I just did want to get up here and just make sure we covered off the chest and stuff up here, but this is the top of it. Top of Calamity Ganon, looking like a, I don't know about anyone else, lost a lot of hearts here and still to this day have done again and again, just trying to see if there's any possible thing you could do that might trigger something here by attacking stuff or playing an ocarina in your house and wondering if somehow a microphone will pick it up and something will happen there just because it looks so cool and like an Easter egg. But that's the top of Calamity Ganon sucked onto the tower. Again, you might notice the architecture, how many points and things, this common theme that happens. It's just organically littered with lore, theory, goodness, storytelling, and everything that makes you go, hot dang, what is going on here? Great stuff. Love it. Dragon and Cedric, the Lionel is based on a centaur. Believable. Would agree. The Hinix is based on the Cyclops. Again, would totally agree. I want to play as Sidon Tears of the Kingdom based on Trailer 3. Yeah, I could see that. Sidon's cool. He's just a cool dude. Sidon's the guy that, like, is in the schoolyard and he's nice and he's kind of popular and, you know, you just like that. Basically, he's what I would consider, you know, like Chris Hemsworth. Like, he's funny, he's cool, he's awesome, he's athletic, he looks like he can do anything. Even when he sucks, he's funny at it, and that, like, just the kind of dude where you're like, I get that. Like, girls like, oh my god, he's amazing. It's like, yeah, I could see why. I could see why you'd say that. Yeah, that is a pretty high standard. Could only hope to hit 10% of what that guy's putting out there. He is just a legend. Looks like he sweats basically gold. And you totally, you're not jealous or anything. You're just like, that dude's a champ because he's also super nice. That's Sidon, I imagine. If he was in real life, he's just a nice guy, full of heart, and would be cool to play as. Cool to play as in Age of Calamity as well, by the way. He's a fun dude to play the game as. Came at that from the wrong angle. Should have taken that out first. Tiny, there's a doorway blocked with malice too here in the sanctum. Yes, there is. I was just trying to, like, subtly undo some of that, Tiny, while I was dribbling away talking my gibberish, and I've failed to do any of it well. Like, look like I know what I was doing, basically. That's what I'm putting out there. I was trying to look like I knew what I was doing and where to go, and have failed miserably, and now I'm climbing the ceiling upside down. absolute rookie level. Didn't manage to get straight up there, which I was trying to shortcut it, but you know what, I'm going for it again. Thank you, Rivali. Appreciate the heads up, buddy. We'll just get up there, because there's also some chests and stuff up here. I know what you're talking about, clearing some of the malice, but please let me know, Tiny, if you specifically see me miss it on the way back down, because pretty sure I missed the dining hall and the guards area on the way through. It's like I took the worst directions possible at every turn to succinctly bring this chapter of the castle storming towards its fruition without hitting the marks that I set out to do. Again, bang on target for what I've done so far. So there's no surprises. I know you guys are pretty cool with that. You're really forgiving, but can't help but feel a little disappointed in myself, because normally I would just hit those marks naturally because that's the direction I would go. But because I'm trying to do it while I'm showing you guys, I'm just completely going off chops. But we're just gonna push on, because that's what heroes do. And hope that that quote was endearing again. Because honestly, couldn't be further away from the mark. Hey, hidden Korok. The bell there, again, another classic little thing.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Hidden Korok. Dragonlance Cedric Tears of the Kingdom multiplayer based on Trailer 3. It certainly looks like it could come into play, hey. And you know what, that would be super cool. Super cool if you get to play with some peeps. Play with some friends at different aspects, even if it's not throughout the entire game, even if it's just for certain battles and stuff, would be great. Be a really cool experience to share together. And man, I just pooched that. Don't mind me. Rivali, you got one more for me, buddy? Thanks. Appreciate the lift. Just get me over that lip. That's lovely. Love your work, Rivali. A lot of people call you asinine. I'm going to call you helpful. Because without your gale, oh my gosh. How many times things would take me much longer to do things. This is an interesting thing, by the way, if you guys haven't seen this up here high on the tower. Not typical symbolism in Zelda, but you can't tell me that that's not an interesting set of symbols getting shown there. Won't dwell on it, because I could spend a lot of time dwelling on that and telling you what I think, but just another example of theory material or material scattered throughout this location that beg a theory that's not out there. And for people who go, there's not really anything more to talk about in Breath of the Wild, I'm like, what? How did you come to that conclusion? I did not. And I wish I was you. I wish I could stop looking at this game. And also falling from things terribly. I wish a lot of things, by the way. But certainly theorising about this game is not something I've been able to stop doing since I started doing theories on it. It's going to be nice to do theories about a different game for a while, but at the same time I'm going to always have this thing sitting here going, there was so many more theories to touch on, and I'm hoping some of them will still exist in Tears of the Kingdom. I'm going to run out of stamina. This is why I cook stamina stuff for this moment. It's all coming into play for the inevitable Korok seed up top here, and you know what? We're just going to suck the stamina up, but we're going to get it. Top moment. This is the spot. Love this spot. Korok sitting right up the top of the tower. I think I'm freezing, copping a bit of frost damage, but look at that view. Absolutely amazing. Fallen star sitting over there. Happens every time I'm doing something cinematic, which is a little nice. I feel very lucky that that happens. Always like a falling star somewhere. It's sweet. But just look at that scene of utter chaos beneath you. And such a climb. It's epic. And you start to see again the shape of this particular tower. Coincidental? Look, the wings that we see. The Hylian imagery of the royal family. The malice as it's creeping its way up the tower. All symbolic, but also feeding into the situation that's happened. It makes you really just want to see this castle outside of the cutscenes and stuff without the corruption side. Fan dream material is what we call that. Now, didn't manage to hit any of those marks that I was talking about with Tiny, so sorry about that. But we'll continue on and try to grab them on the way through, if possibly. Absolutely not there either. At this point, I'd say if you go in a shopping centre and you want to find fruit, don't take me with you, because I will not be able to find apples in a supermarket. Based on the current level of, I'm pretty sure there's an eyeball somewhere here, but if I could find it, I'd be impressed at this point. Nope, can't see one there either. Nailing it at life, but we'll move on. And check back in with the chat, because hopefully we can have the, oh, here we go. That's just set for fun. We'll give it a crack. Should be doable, in theory. It should be more than doable, actually. That should have been a gimme. What if Link prevents the champion's death by time travel in the sequel? I don't know if they do that, just because that kind of played out in AOC in a way, but I would not be against that. What if Link changes the entire timeline of Zelda history pre-Skyward Sword in what happens in Tears of the Kingdom? What if the entire Zeldaverse is opened back up for reinterpretation because of events of the future that's heralded in Tears of the Kingdom? That's the what if. A tantalizing what if to consider. And one I dare say may be on the cards. I certainly would not complain if that's what happens, by the way. Excuse me. I'm going to try and get this right. Organismical. Just completely put that. Sorry. I had to play it before release and it's going to be so worth the wait. Okay, cool, dude. Love your work. Thanks for chiming in. And I appreciate you letting us know. As you know, no spoilers. I know you're cool with that, but glad to know that it is going to be worth the wait. That's always a positive. We are looking forward to it. Yeah, I just can't do it. I got to do it my way when it's right. I get it though. No judgment from me. As you can see, I'm not in a position to judge anybody based on the skill level at display. But you know, by the by, I get how people could be tempted for spoilers and the like. I may have hovered over the odd thread or thumbnail or something at times too and gone, oh, I want to see that, but I can't, and I don't want to, because I know where that road leads. I could imagine where it leads anyway. It would lead for me somewhere that is no return, and from other people I've heard that's very much the case. Kind of once they know a bit, they know a lot, and they're like, I know too much, can't say anything else, I know too much. I'm like, I love it, respect. I get it. Okay, I feel like I've just done this cycle a few times, so let's just move the heck on. I'm back, had to water the garden. Nice work, good metaphor. Unless, of course, you did water the garden, in which case, great for the garden. I did a bit of gardening yesterday myself. I was quite proud, hadn't done a lot in a while. It's good to get out there and touch the grass. And it sounds like a metaphor, but it wasn't. I was literally touching grass. Smashing it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Just got to pause it there for a sec. You know, it's not like we haven't dragged the stream on long enough. Again, you guys know me, but that's the shot, isn't it? That's Calamity Ganon, not quite in his complete state, bubbling away and trying to evolve with the malice, and combined with technology in terms of the Guardian up there, and forming the spider-like state we'll fight him in momentarily, but it's all coming together there. The best part about this particular area, though, of course, is this is the throne room, the sanctum as it stands without the cutscene kicking in. And just there, hopefully I can do this without triggering anything, just there is the money shot for me. That is the Triforce sitting above the throne. Zelda's lullaby in the staves surrounding it, looking out to a skyline behind it. It's a scene reminiscent of the Gate of Time and suggesting that there's far more to this world than we see at a glance. It's one that promises to deliver on the big questions of things like where's the Triforce, what's happening with some of the iconic aspects we've seen in past games that don't seem to necessarily get answered in this game. This one area alone, to me, says it's okay, it's coming. Just hold your horses, we've got a plan. It's on its way. You need to be patient. And for a lot of Zelda fans, myself included, with the Calamity Ganon fight and the Master Sword, which was breakable, was a very strong clue that the Ganon we were fighting in this game is not the Ganon we've fought in the past. Merely a representation of it, as are the Blights. And sitting down there, of course, the Triforce, the symbols of the goddesses, the virtues. It's all there. So what's happening? What is this world and how is it happening like this with all those elements of the timelines and past games? How are they combining for this scenario? And I just triggered the cutscene. What a douche. You know what? It was bound to happen. Couldn't help myself. Sack full of Ganon. Well played, sir. Breath of the Wild is so iconic. I'm so happy they've gone in this direction for Zelda. It is iconic. I think you will gather NPCs to join your army to go against Ganon's monsters in the sequel. No doubt.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to apologise because I've triggered the Calamity Ganon battle just because I couldn't help dancing around this area. We haven't seen all of the dining hall and stuff. I don't think you guys will mind if I encore that at this point or do it after the fact. It's triggered, it's happening. We've just got to roll with it. Hope you're alright with that. Dan, I know you were like trying to delay. I have been going on this stream now for 5.5. I think, you know, you're saying the final push. There's a point where people want to see the battle. So, I think it triggered for a reason. It's the game telling me stop messing around, dude. Just get on with it. Here it is. The observatory. The hidden observatory in the castle. Why is it there? And here is Calamity Ganon in his full spider form. Your stream is breaking. No. Okay. This might be a good spot because also I've got burgeoning human needs to water gardens as well. So I'm going to try and pause it before we kick in, because this is a good time for everyone to have a bit of a rest break and get it back on track. This is not the time for the stream to break down. We need to be solid. Hang in there, guys. I will not push forward unless we're on solid ground. All good. Don't stress.
Now my moment has finally come. Brace yourself, Ganon, for the sting of my revenge.
And we can trigger this battle technically again after. Just so you know.
We will not fail.
Oh, go Mifa. I hope the stream's holding up okay. This is awesome, this bit. Totally worth doing the Divine Beast for this alone. Suck it down, Ganon. Cop it. 100 years in the making. So here's what I'm going to do. When it gets into here and goes to the battle, I'm just going to quickly jump out, exit it, and get it back to a point where we can re-trigger it again. Or continue on. But we'll stop and have a quick pause. Quick little personal break for 5 secs for everyone to gather their stuff and just make sure the stream's on track. If you guys are cool with that, hope you are. Because I did not mean to trigger this battle immediately. But hopefully we're going to be okay. Stream is pausing, then loading for a few seconds, then plays. Honestly, it's like it knows that it's an important moment, like when you're trying to hit a ball, golf style, for half an hour, and then you finally get it, and the stream drops. Murphy's Law. But upside, we're gonna find a way to make it work. So just bear with me, hit the pause button, It's a good chance just to, if we load, we can just pop ourselves back there, hopefully. And worst case scenario, watch that cutscene again. I don't think anyone will be Devo. I'm happy to do the fight, but we want to make sure the stream's on good sound footing. I think that's fair. I'm a little bit concerned that everyone was kind of like it's going absolutely statically, not in the right direction. What happened, I accidentally triggered the Calamity Ganon fight because I was showing some of the cool stuff around it and geeking out, and then the stream started breaking up, so I grabbed it in the cutscene and backed out of dodge quickly down. Because also I kind of need to take a bit of a personal break, and I don't want to start the epic conclusion by going midway through, hey guys, got to run to the loo. Because that's not ideal. Not the ideal way of ending what has been months and months of us hanging out and playing this game. So I just backed out quickly, gonna get myself set. I figure it's a good time to do the Ganon battle, let's face it. Could keep going around, but I'm gonna pose a question to you guys before we have the break. Would you prefer to go straight into the battle, or would you prefer to just go see the other areas of the castle that we didn't hit, being the dining hall and the guards area and the King's Diary? Froze solid. Never mind, it's, but oh my gosh, okay. The stream is being temperamental right now. Not ideal timing. I'm putting the question out to you guys as to which way to go, but I'm thinking, I'm not trying to drag it out, I'm thinking I'd almost rather go do the Garter and stuff first, just to make sure we're on a solid footing, because going into the Ganon fight and having the stream drop out would just suck. It would suck. And I'm going to come up with a bit of a plan as to how I'm going to handle that. I have got El Gato in the back, but that's not really going to cut the mustard for this one, I feel. So here's what we're going to do. Quick save there. Decision making time. Get that save happening. And just going to pop myself down to a point where I know we can move it along to the areas we want, which is basically the library area somewhere up around there, I think, from memory. So I might just need to do a bit of Rivali's jumping, but we'll get ourselves ready for the area that we wanted to check out. While I'm doing that, hopefully we'll start to see how the stream bitrate and stuff is going, and hopefully it starts to improve. Looking at the time here in Australia, maybe a few more people are starting to wake up and use the internet, causing a bit of strain. It's usually why I like to stream earlier hours of the morning to avoid any of those hassles, but also could just be a bit of timing. But let it not be said that we are nothing but flexible. Wouldn't it be awesome, by the way, if I just pulled a wind bomb out there for the first time and wind bombed it? That would be insane. No hope, of course, but would have been great. Throw it out there. Froze, solid, froze. These are the words of magic right now to me in the critical moment of the stream. Froze, solid. Okay, guys, hold up. I'm just gonna keep going like nothing's wrong, and hope that it starts to right itself. And hopefully you guys are gonna go, it's looking great. I'm gonna go, yay. And this will all probably cut out the stream because I think it's capturing it, but last time I did that, it cut out of the stream badly. Oh, and I'm going to try not to kill Link while I'm at it because I'm trying to look at other things. It's all happening here. Couldn't ask for a more eventful climactic battle. I'll pay that. Tiny, reloaded, running fine now. Okay, thank you, Tiny. Appreciate the heads up. Is it back? Good for everybody? I'm good too. Okay, we're going to kick into action the pause break. Just let it run for a while, make sure it's not going to do anything nasty for us. You guys waited this long, a little bit longer, and checking out a couple of the areas we haven't done. Worthwhile, worth the time investment. Quick little break, quick little cutscene. Also get smashed by this Lionel apparently, because it sounds like I'm panicking, but I'm totally not. just moving things along. But we might as well try and make sure we do things properly, I feel. I don't want another scenario that we had with the Shrine mini golf where a critical moment just drops out and you guys miss out on an epic moment. Particularly after 22 streams, that would suck. No, we got the shield, that's all good. I did manage to pooch the sword though. Okay, sorry, just catching myself back up. Lionel killed the evil skullhead. Good on him. He's a team player, this Lionel. I don't think Lionels are bad, I just think they're misunderstood. Also, you know, they kind of look like they're infected with malice with those eyes, but you know, Lionel's got a Lionel, right? Can I flurry rush you from back here? Probably not. But I'm certainly going to try, Mr. Lionel. Let's fly rush you there. Cool. Cool. Alright. This is just me trying to just buy a bit of time to make sure the stream's flowing alright for now. I say buying time. Like, I swear the entire stream over the last few months has been nothing but buying time as I journey through Hyrule on one of the weirdest playthroughs you could possibly imagine, but you know, what would it be without just a weird statement to try and cover what is a weird moment? It's the awkwardness we come for. We stay for the food, but we come for the awkward. Oh, thank you, Durik. Appreciate the save, buddy. He's got me in spades. And again, what a save. He's a champion. Do you know what? I've not got any better at shooting these guys in the face, especially with the zoom technique. It's not really cutting the mustard for me. And I didn't want to use Lionel Boy, but I feel like I need to at this point. Lionel against Lionel. Bound to happen. Flame of Spear in love. Speaking of flame, here's my flame, the Lionel. Stream is fun, thanks dude. Oh gosh, Flurry Rush, come on dude, you got this. Bit of a Lionel battle. We got this, we've done this before. We know what we're up against. Do we? Do we know what we're up against? Oh come on, that should have been Flurry Rush every day of the week. And that one too. Oh, no, that's not. That's McFlurry. That's what McDonald's served. Whatever you did there. That's the hop, pounce, jump. Focusing on the wrong thing. Maybe focus on the angry, big, muscular beast that's about to destroy you. Just saying. Priorities, Link. Priorities. Oh no. Okay, I promise you I'm not trying to die deliberately, but this isn't going to plan. Maybe eat some food and try to live. We're just going to use a bit of that. That'll be good. Maybe a meal or two. Something that's not important per se. Something along the, I don't know, heat variety or haste variety. Perfect. Lovely. The cooking's really paid off dividends here, I feel. And we're starting to run out of weapons. Nicely played. We're really going to need to hit the armory actually because we're not going to have enough weapons. Potentially. Oh, I love the focus on every skull, but the... You know what might be a good move to do at this point is to actually shoot the eye before I get killed by skulls as well. Hard to tell. Hard to pick which direction to go. So many things. So many choices available. Can't really miss with any of them. But certainly that timing was chef's kiss perfection. Like if you're trying to get yourself caught in the middle of a scissor-like grip, that's how you do it. The teaching never stops here. There is my streamer taking on a Lionel. You know what? We've BPX as well. We've progressed a long way from the first Lionel fight. Remember when I started getting good at it? When I say progress, we've learned how to devolve over time. This is me completely out of practice. A little panicky because the stream has looked like it's going to die at a critical moment. And completely did not think this approach through. But that's what heroes do. The Guardian sword is badly damaged. Not a good time, because we don't have a lot of swords, and I don't want to use my sword, because I want that for the big fight too. We're going to throw anything we can at this guy, including this big thing here. And I could use the Boast's Fury, which I only just realised now. Brain kicked into gear right at the right time, just to get that one off over the line. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Mr. Lionel. Appreciate the love. And where is that malice eye? Because it needs to go. Toot sweet. Oh, that zoom is just phenomenal. Not ideal. Let's move that along. And maybe stop the production of malice-like skeletons that are doing a great job of ganging up on poor Link, giving him a hard time at a critical juncture of the castle. I mean, let it not be said that that was a well thought out little area. Not only do you have the Lionel fight, you're like, yeah, I got this. Oh yeah, by the way, these things are coming out, and you can take them out, but you'll take your after Lionel and probably cop a hit. There are definitely ways of approaching that whole scenario. None of them are what I just did, which is awesome. But I said part of the education in this was to learn how to just be able to take so many hits that you would make it over the line, because by this point in the game, you can cop a hit. That's me in a nutshell as a character as well. Know how to take a punch and just keep moving through. What a champ. No skill, but we made it. Got over the line. Learned a lesson. Still didn't even get all the malice eyes. There's obviously another one cranking out there. We're just going to climb up and take that out, because we're nothing if not thorough here. In fairness, I think the malice fight was a bit of a gimme though, wasn't it? It was one that you had to do, technically. We should be doing as part of the whole attack on the castle. The white Lionel malice, you should be taking that out. Oh, you aren't even what I thought you were. You're another sword absorption enemy, but all good. All good. We don't let that phase us. You know what? You can go down too, buddy. Allow me to use the new electric arrow technique and ice arrow technique that BPX and Dan have been trying to tip me off now for 22 streams, but I finally put it into action today, proving that you still can learn, even towards the end. Yeah. And still haven't found that malice eye that's producing the other skulls. Gotta be here somewhere. Odds are it's right up there. Pretty good chance, actually. I feel like it could be one of those things that's dead obvious, and everyone's like, can you not see it? Because it was right there. But anyway. Dan, grab the ancient arrows in the chest. Wait. Okay, I've missed a bit of stuff in the stream. Thank God they fixed how you navigate the inventory on the next one. Wanting to fight with martial arts in Tears of the Kingdom. Great call. Would love to say that too. Imagine the return of the Golden Gauntlets. Heck yes. Grab the ancient arrows in the chest. Okay, so hopefully I either already did that or there's a chest I'm about to get that is in this area. Which... Look, that's the plan, Dan. The plan's gone a little askew, as you can probably tell. But we'll get it back on track. I'll find it. Kind of annoyingly want to find this mallet. Oh, there we go. That'd be the chest you're talking about. I guarantee it. No, it's not. We already got it, but we got bomb arrows. We need those too. Win-win. Tiny. So long, Lynette. I know. Oh, Lynette. Memories. She slays. Oh, so good. Jordan, well done on that. Such a top effort. You know what? Lynette will never truly be gone. She'll always be there in our hearts. She's a part of the team. Love that hidden little chest. That's beautiful. Yeah, we needed that. Thanks, mate. Am I the only one that feels like there's probably like Korok up there? No, there wasn't. Felt like there was, but not precisely. Probably is up top here though. Okay, Lynette will return in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I think Lynette's going to come back with a makeover. That's my quick prediction there. Expect Lynette 2.0. She's back, and she's badder than ever. Lynette. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, so I'm just going to chuck a bit of food down, just because dying from a rage shot or drop would be more than uber embarrassing at this point. Hilarious, but also uber embarrassing more than every other aspect has been. Let's get that Korok seed. Loving you sick. Life's looking good. Boy Prodigy, H2H combat mod and the parkour mod are fun together with the Zelda model mod. Haven't done any of that stuff. I've heard good things. Haven't done it though, but I can imagine it could be cool. Could be a lot of fun. Dude, you still have me on that whole VVVVV thing. Like, I'm like, I can't believe that's the game. That's awesome. Right. So anyway, got that Lionel bit down. Chip chip churro. That's how they say it in some parts of the world. Coronation Bay. Surely this will be an entry that's going to lead to one of the areas I keep saying we're going to hit up that I've failed to find in this rabbit warren of things that I normally navigate amazingly well, but have failed at tremendously today. The hero's path is one fraught with deviations, and I actually spoke to my daughter before, and you never have enough time setting up for these things because I'm trying to fit other things around it. And by the way, when somebody else hears this stream, they'll know exactly where I'm like, kind of pushed the timing too tight to not have quite prepared right. I'll know what I mean. And probably have a chuckle, hopefully. I realise that that's classic. But one aspect definitely has to be me speaking to my daughter earlier today and going, I'm going to plan on doing the castle. And I know you do it a lot, just going in there and getting the stuff. I haven't done it in a while. Just maybe a couple of quick pointers as a good player of this game, and someone who's efficient at getting where you need to go on what I should do with the approach. And she was like, yeah, there's a way to go in that I like and it works with this and stuff. And I was like, yep. And we bounced on it, bumped fists, and it was like, yep, that's how we're going to do it. I then proceeded to get caught up in other tasks, didn't have that check off with her, and I'm now regretting that famously, because I feel like she would have been like, if you go this way, you'll cover that, this is the route to go. And it probably would have been the route through the front door if we're being honest, like it just would have made sense. Did not do that, decided to try and like shortcut it, and have taken every wrong turn possible. Like the hero's path on this would just look insanely off track. No mystery, haven't done it yet. I just got distracted, did other things, then accidentally triggered the boss fight. Managed to do that about the time the stream started to struggle a bit. Panicked, backed out, reverted to the prior save just so we didn't go into the epic finale on a failing stream, because that would not be ideal. And then have just decided that's a good time just to flush out the couple of bits I've said we were going to hit up. The dining hall and the guards area and the King's Diary. Three little spots on here that shouldn't have been too hard on any other day. But for some reason, I have managed to completely miss... That's Zelda sing again, isn't it? It's like watching a goldfish go around in a circle, honestly. You know, normally you go in the library, you can't help it. It's like, God, I keep coming back to the library. I swear I keep going around this castle, can't see the library. It's hilarious. I don't know, you guys could tell me, but it's kind of funny. I have to be honest, it's kind of funny. I'm back here in Zelda sing again. Like a champion. I'm sure this is Zelda's room. Yeah, it is. What a hero. What a hero. If you were trying to do this efficiently, not even close. And it sounds like I'm going, oh my gosh. Like, it was almost intentional, hilarious. But no, it's not. This is how it's playing out. I literally am going the wrong way every turn. Which I'd say is a fairly thorough storming of the castle by this point, like for the areas that we've hit. We've hit them hard, like real hard. Actually, in Zelda's room, I'm pretty sure, isn't there like a little secret? There was that, which, let's be honest, we're going to grab. because I've nearly destroyed stuff. Wasn't there a secret here somewhere as well that I didn't even touch on the first time? Might be thinking of a different room. Anyway, thanks for rejoining us on the longest epic conclusion to a finale ever. I said there might be an encore. I'm not sure anyone's going to want it. I also suspect... Oh wait, the library is alphabetically sorted and translated Highland text. Good fact, Dan, and one I am also aware of because I translated that because I thought I found something cool and new, and then realised it was actually detailed and creating a champion, and then went, should have read that. Classic theory moment of wasting time and realising that you could have read that one in the book and got there quicker. But yeah, that's a good little point out actually. Also makes you wonder, you know, they say they lost all the knowledge and stuff in the previous Calamity, but there's an awful lot of books there that fail to explain how the whole process of Zelda gaining her powers works, which seems pretty critical stuff that should have been caught somewhere else, and maybe explained to her husband before she died. Not pointing out a massive gap there or anything, but just seemed like a weird gap to me anyway. Okay, Liv. Excellent, Link, doing your job. Appreciate it, son. But we're just going to try and just move on a little bit. I can't continue to miss this castle over and over again, surely. To my wife, when you watch this later, if you are not watching now, I'm hoping you won't, because honestly, shame. But if you are watching this later, I'm so sorry. You'll be going, how hard is it for you to find this spot? Hilarious. She loves me, and that's the main thing. She loves her little lost explorer who can't find... I'm sure that... Isn't that... You know what? Just stop. It's got to be around this way, surely. Where are you going? I'm just trying to... I was basically trying to go from the library because I thought from there I could get the King's Diary and then bounce on to, like, the bouncing ball, so to speak. You know, that you'd hit the dining hall and that and just follow the circuit back up. But what I thought the library would be the easiest place to start from has weirdly become now oddly hard to find. And there it is, right on cue. Have a little whinge and you shall be rewarded with the ceiling entrance to the library. This is going to be the pivotal point where we go, you know what, let's hit those couple of marks efficiently for a change. Should we do that? Sounds good. Okay, so let's get Magnesis, King's Secret Library, make it rain, slide that over there. The King's Secret office is kind of small, not gonna lie. He's a big dude, so wouldn't have been a lot of space in here. A little desk, I'm not sure. He's a solid gent, and being not a small bloke myself, I kind of wonder how that seat would go, holding him up. A little bit of fun for you there, but let's have a look at the diary. GS, read the chat, you missed a lot. Oh no. Damn, that scares me when you say that. How much did I miss? Not want older Zelda games to be like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. I want Zelda to be in 3 styles, Twilight Princess styles. Okay. How far back am I meant to go, by the way, Dan? Not sure. Thank God they fixed how you navigate the inventory in the next one. Wanting to fight with martial arts. Yeah, I thought we did that. Golden Gauntlet, sounds right. Grab the ancient arrows, check. Ancient arrows are the original fusions. Ah, they are ancient daggers and arrows. Yes, they are. Read the descriptions. Good point. We can hit that up quickly, except I've now gone into the diary, so that'll have to be after. Then it will return. We hit that beat. Did you beat it? No, we didn't. Mystery, it's still coming. Dragon Lord Cedric, I do not want all Zelda games. Yep, cover that up ahead. 2D styles, classic as well, and just good games. I could see a place for them. I think hopefully there's a place for different styles of Zelda games in the future. I think they're going to cater to that Dragon Lord Cedric. I reckon they got you covered, bro. Mystery, hey Dan, they'll probably still have some Zelda games following the old format. Yeah, people like those. I agree. The library is alphabetically sorted. We hit that. I also suspect a few games in the old format are at least closer to it after TOTK. Agree, Keely, wink, wink. I'm in the same place you are with that. Completely agree. I like rocking the ancient set when I'm finally storming the castle. I think it's badass. Do you know what? That was, again, something I'd meant to do prep, was to get the ancient set and get some of the cool gear from Robbie so we could, like, slay into it with the chainsaw sword and that. Just Look, I apologise, I haven't hit the marks, but there's a lot happening in a very short period of time. Decisions made, priorities picked. I can only do my best. I know you guys are pretty supportive with that stuff. That's hopefully going to be the encore if I get the chance to do it. Tomorrow night, or tomorrow evening, or whatever it is for you guys, prior to me starting my work week. Check my chat, Dragonlord Cedric. I did. Hopefully I've covered that. Give me a thumbs up or not, but I'm trying my best. Where are you going? We hit that, and GS, read the chat. You missed a lot. Hopefully we've cut back up to speed, but if not, let me know if I missed anything major. Definitely trying to cover it, guys. Definitely trying. Tiny, it's weird though. I could have sworn we were building up to remakes of the Oracle games, but now they confirm them for NSO, so not sure, since people feel they already played them recently. I reckon that it's kind of a build-up for the Oracle games too, in a way. Also, Minish, but how much of that will be touched on in TOTK in terms of addressing some of that prior stuff? You know, the hero of men and all these gaps as well. Be interesting to see what they do. I wouldn't mind betting in a way, Tiny, that if the circle of the future of Hyrule post-Malice and how that links to the pre-story of Skyward Sword comes into play in the way I think it will. And bear with me with this. Imagine if the future of what happens in TOTK involves elements of the past in terms of the prehistory of Skyward Sword being impacted to avoid certain bound consequences that are now inevitable. Let's imagine, I don't know, the entire of Hyrule realities being overtaken by malice and death. That it then opens the timeline up in the Zelda prehistory, or what we know from the Zelda games to date, to be revisited in extent from a different angle, and allow me to summarize my point with Final Fantasy VII. Imagine that the way they handled TOTK allows past games to be revisited with a different spin because the timeline's been altered slightly. Potentially is one way of looking at it. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I'm saying I wouldn't be shocked if an aspect or angle of that is put into play. In which case, those stories could be revisited, even if they were only reflecting the myths and stories and how there's now a different viewpoint of them, perhaps. Or because they are now completely open for reinterpretation because times and effects of things have been changed, because the prehistory has been changed. There you go. If I'm sounding cryptic, I mean to be cryptic, because if I spell out what I'm saying, it's not that much fun. But there's always potential for those things to be revisited and redone in different ways. And I think Final Fantasy VII did a great job of that, of subverting expectations. So yeah, I wouldn't never say never. Let's just say that much. Dragonlord, I want Zelda games in 3 styles: Breath of the Wild style, Twilight Princess style Zelda games, and 2D top-down Zelda games so everybody's happy. Fair call. No, I hear you, brother. I hear you. There's certain people who want certain Zelda type games. I can imagine that it would be difficult to be the developers and pleasing everybody. I'm sure they will try their best, and as a fan, I'll be there with them every step of the way and talking to you guys about it for as long as we're talking, hopefully, because it's good fun. It's funny to see how different people have different games and things that they love and why they love them. It's a joyous part of the community. Anyway, I'm going to try and read this diary because I really need to take a break soon before there's an explosion in my household. One that's close to this microphone. So anyway, I didn't want to give you too much detail, but enough for you to know that time is critical. So appreciating the chat, and hopefully I'm up to speed, but we'll move along. We'll take a quick break after this one and then just storm straight up the spiral. Knock those 2 things out in the way and do the Ganon fight. Let's make it rain, guys. You guys have been patient enough. So this is an important one. The writings of King Rome. Today as the sun rose, a new day was born. My daughter too joined this sweet world. In keeping with the traditions of the royal family, I've decided to name her Zelda. It's a very important line. It is a tradition by that point that Zelda is the name. And if you look at Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, this story would be very familiar. I'm not a man accustomed to frivolous musings, but now seems a good time as any to begin my royal memorandum. Convenient for us also. Also, same with the Golden Sun. Also same with the Golden Sun GBA games. Doubt they're being remade now. Never say never, Tiny. Never say never. Anything that seems doubtful is always on the cards. Who knows? You don't know yet. Never say never. Keep hope. Keep the hope alive. Keep dreaming, my friend. Back to the journal. So we're starting to keep a diary, convenient for us, and reports keep arriving regarding the excavation of relics. The fortune teller's predictions seem to be coming true. Calamity Ganon was not a figure of fable or even of legend. He actually existed in our great land of Hyrule. We must investigate all the relics, learn as much as we can, but understanding the divine beasts alone will take time. Zelda's eyes lit up like wildfire when I told her about the relics. I must admit she has a knack for research. Sure does. My queen has left this world. Her death was so sudden and unexpected. I awaken most nights unsure if she's really gone. Zelda never cried, never faltered. Not even during the royal funeral or later when she and I were alone with our grief. This is heartbreaking. I must assume her strength is a result of us repeatedly informing her of her duty to be a valiant and steady princess. And I know this doesn't excuse his actions in that memory, but you can see what has been bred into him as well is this sense of duty and what you need to be. It's like he doesn't know another way, and he's convinced it's right. It makes you wonder about his backstory too, more about why he is the way he is. For a child of merely 6 years of age, her conduct was truly that of a born leader. Her strength gives me hope. From now on, I must raise her all alone. Now only I remain to prepare her for her difficult future as a princess of Hyrule. Zelda finally reported back after the visit to the fountain. It seems her sacred sealing power has still yet to awaken. Hello, beautiful. My wife's just appeared, by the way. Zelda finally... we said that, yep. It has been a year and 3 months since her mother passed. Perhaps she is held back by a heartache too deep to heal. And just throwing this out there at this point again, or potentially, she's not of age to go to the Spring of Wisdom at the top of Mount Lanayru, where you need to be 17, and it seems to be a critical part of this ritual, which you guys are... Anyway, gonna leave that one be. If the Ganon prophecy wasn't looming over our heads, I would tell her to take her time to wait until she is ready, but our situation is dire and leaves no room for weakness, even on behalf of my beloved daughter. My heart breaks for Zelda, but I must act as a king, not a father. I must order her to train relentlessly at the fountain. Interesting choice of words, that he must. I was told Zelda went off to research ancient technology, so I had no choice but to confront her about it. She claimed she was simply using her day off from training to indulge in a bit of research, but still I scolded her. She won't get it through her head, forcing me to tell her the same thing I've been repeating ad nauseum. The reason her sacred power still won't awaken is because she's spending all her efforts playing at being a scholar. In truth, I understand Zelda's feelings, painfully so. She lost her mother, her teacher, before she could learn from her. 10 pointless years of self-training, without so much as a book or note to help her find her way. Nothing in that massive library. Those in the castle talk behind her back, and I, her only father, scold her for her shortcomings. No wonder she wishes to hide away in her beloved relic research. I'd love nothing more than to console her. But I must stay strong. She must fulfill her duty, just as we all must. Even if she comes to despise me. The levels he believes he needs to go to for this outcome without seeing another way. It's interesting. I have been told my Zelda went to the Spring of Wisdom. This will likely be her last chance. Well, the Spring of Wisdom's kind of critical. If she is unable to awaken her power at Lanayru, all hope is truly lost. If she comes back without success, then I shall speak kindly with her. Scolding is pointless now. I've forced 10 years of training on her, and after all that, it seems her power will stubbornly awaken some other way. Perhaps I should encourage her to keep researching her beloved relics. They may just lead her to answers I can't provide. This acknowledgement of realizing a different way comes all too late. For now I sit anxiously, more a father than a king in this moment. I sit and wait my daughter's return. Devastating as a father, reading that sucks. people like have issues with the story. I get it, but that's pretty deep story stuff. Hits me in the feels. Don't know if you can pick it up in the tone, but puts a little lump in the throat. That a realization that unfortunately comes all too late, not the way you want things to be. And really for me is just a great example of how this storyline sets up more of the characterization of both Zelda, Link, the king, the royal family, and the people. It's there's a lot at stake, and it's a world that's built around it. Thank you, Dan, saying you can feel it in tone. I had to actually just try and stay strong myself there a little bit. It was like, sometimes, I don't know about you guys, man. I never expect stuff on a stream, but sometimes the emotions get you a little bit. You're like, ooh, didn't see that one coming. But genuinely, that just sucks. That's heartbreaking. And I kind of feel for him, and I can't excuse that treatment in that scene, but I can try to understand his position more, and maybe his backstory has more to it than we understand as well. Maybe we'll learn more about that. And I think this game did a great job of making me want to know all the lore that was surrounding the entire world and storyline and what these characters were doing and what was going on, because there's so much more depth to it than I've seen in the past. Tantalizing stuff, and just amazing to enjoy and be a part of in a series that you adore and have done for many years. Couldn't ask for much more than that, and probably could have done that in a better way, but just bashed our way through there. When Zelda cries, I cry. I feel you, BPX, and by the way, well done on having the courage to just out and out just go, you know what, that's how it is. Good on you, dude. Real strength is not being scared to be yourself. And unfortunately, I know, not trying to play the gender cards or anything, but for blokes that can be a bit hard sometimes. But yeah, it gets you in the feels a bit sometimes, the old game, doesn't it? Nothing wrong with that. So, guys, here's the deal. I'm on the path now, the path to success. This is the winding road. As you can see on the map, I'm actually on track to cover the key points as we head up for the final battle. Looks like the stream's not cutting out and freezing and deciding to cactus right on the pivotal moment. Damn, the series as a whole does that, doesn't it just? Even in the 8-bit style, there's story stuff there. You're like, ooh. You know what? Even the old man in Zelda 1, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. It's just like, man, one line. Wish I could be that succinct. Never could. My wife's hearing that. My lifelong challenge is trying to summarize things quicker, because I just can't. I fail. But I keep working at it. I'm going to nail it one day. One day I'm just going to be a Link. I'm just going to communicate with nods and smiles and eyes. And you'll go, I wonder if he'll ever voice his character, and it'll be like, no, he's so expressive with his eyes. It'll be when I've mastered the art. Is there something down there?
No.
Should I notify the server that we're nearly at the end? I feel bad because I pinged people on the announcement stuff in the 12 days, but maybe if you want to just pop something in the general stuff, if you're cool for that, I'm going to pause it here and have a quick break. That's Zelda's room again. What a champ. I managed to go in full circle like nobody's business. I'm on the path to success now. There's no going wrong. Full circle. Dan, why do you still continue to support me, honestly? Hitch your wagon, dude. I couldn't get lost in a circle. It's hilarious, but I think that's why you love it. There's definitely some genuine laughs in there for sure. Yeah, look, if you want to let people know in the general stuff, that'd be greatly appreciated. There's a streamer tag. Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm going circle.
You just went up the stairs before.
I'm gonna these stairs. Even my wife's like, look, I'm gonna give you some help right now. Here's directions. Like, honestly, I promise you, if I'm driving the car, I can drive and direct myself perfectly well. In the game on stream, might as well just be a goldfish. Yeah, this is the way. This is the path to success, right? Follow this path. Look at that. Better half. See? You know in The Simpsons when Homer's...
I don't know, 100%.
No, you got it. You know in The Simpsons where Homer's like, see, Marge, that's the the definition of better half. That's what I mean with my wife. My Ouroboros, the yin to my yang, pointing me in the right direction every time. I can't help. I went full circle back to Zelda's room. It's like a goldfish. It's hilarious. You couldn't make this up. Couldn't make it up. I keep going in the same spot. What do we got? I've missed a bit there. AOC was amazing at choking out. Oh, wasn't it just? Man, that game is good story. That's some good cutscene story, that game. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take the break. I just want to get to the point where at least I know there's the dining hall and the guards room. It's like it shouldn't be that hard to hit this part, but... You know what? I should have just looked at the map. That would have been a good... I'm pretty sure I'm on track for it up here. Thank you. Yeah, I've been going to have a break now for like 2 hours. I'm just going to have a break in a sec. And I cannot seem to get through the couple of key critical mass. I hope there's some level to which it's kind of endearing, because if not, I apologise for how painful it might be if you're trying to see it through, but you guys are good. Again, yeah, apologising. I know. No, we're just going to call a spade. It's happening. Stuff's happening. I'm just eating food because I'm like, honestly, I don't want to die.
Oh my god.
Ran out of stamina like a champ. Oh, at least I didn't die on the way down. Come on,
Break.
Rivali's Gale's not even there. Wait, that's it. Magrathea, up there. We can go from that point. At least if I run out of stamina, it's less of a death drop. Oh, I haven't killed that guardian. Do you know what? See, glass half full, right? You could sit there and wallow like sad sack and go, this sucks, I keep getting lost. Or you can go, you know what, thank the powers that be that I've killed nearly every guardian around this place, because now I know where I need to go, because if there's a guardian still alive, I haven't been in that spot. In fact, that's the key to success. That's the path, the road, is look for guardians, because if there's a guardian that's alive, I may not have gone into that entry. See how problems just resolve themselves in this game through a myriad of different options, skills and techniques and ability? Like Link's ability to kill things and then to see what he hasn't killed. Truly, truly a game that continues to provide options for people of all backgrounds on how to solve problems, like those with the goldfish brain on how to navigate this castle. The true Ouroboros way was GameSmiths not finding his way. Yes. Like a snake eating its own tail, he just consumed his own personality through chat and...
Wait, focus. Where were you?
Yeah, where was I? Just there. I was where I was. But this is it. This is the path. Magrathea. We're finding it. There's a guardian somewhere up there. I feel it. Dan said, you've got the theory sense now, you just need to set up the streaming gamer sense. Yeah, look, this is my hope with Tears of the Kingdom, that somehow when I go to play it and stream it, I'm going to find my rhythm in the first playthrough of the game and just kind of be like, sound as a pound. There is every possibility, and let's face it, like, it's a pretty strong chance that it's not going to be the case. It's just going to be an absolute train wreck. But that seems to be what I like to think is a hallmark now of what I'm doing, playing the game, train wrecking it. New style. The kids will talk about it one day. Watch the old guys train wreck it. Be a thing. Be a terminology. I swear when I was doing the whole castle thing, like you couldn't miss. Yeah, I know. I'm rocking it. I'm rocking it. It's okay. We can't continue to fail. If I just follow the pathway around, surely. Like, you came across those parts on the way up, unless I'm too high, which is quite possibly the case. Anyway, it's all good. We know the key to success. We just need to find where the Guardians still live. Oh, wait. Good vibes here. Look at that. Anyway, that was flaming entry. I just don't recall seeing it. I'm pretty good at remembering what I've seen 30 or 40 times now, so it's a good start. It's a good start. For hilarity, at some point in future time, we should just sit here and put this on like 20 speed and watch me literally circle. In fact, I wonder if the hero's path has it here, because it would be hilarious. There'd just be this green line going around and around and around. Gotta learn throw cancelling. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I might have missed something there. But yeah, I think we should. I should learn Throw cancelling. Oh, you know what I haven't learnt in 22 streams is how to not waste my stamina getting up a mountain. The blood moon rises once again. Honestly, if that blood moon rises and I lose concept of where I'm at, we're all in trouble. Thankfully though, my wife is now here to try and provide some sanity.
I sent you on the way, and then you turned around and went another way.
But that's the thing about a partnership. Is she said I sent you on your way and you turned around and went another way, and I'm explaining to her that a partnership is more than a one-off commitment. It's the constant reinforcement of direction to stop the goldfish from swimming around the bowl. This is the thing I've come to rely upon. I'm not sure what part of this contract you didn't understand when we got married, but that's the thing. I have utter devotion to your directions. And I promise you, when we're driving in a car, I'll also try and steer in the right way. Okay, that is definitely the way through to the wharf, right? We're all pretty... No, it's not. It's not even that. But in fairness, I'm pretty sure there was a chest. Yes! Love it when something comes right for a change. It's like it was meant to be. Damn, we need to check the hero's path. Agreed. When we get out of this insanity of circular motion, the hero's path will be a great thing to check. It's going to show the ramblings of a madman running around the same spot, which will be entertaining. Savagely, there won't be any deaths like the normal encounters we have. But no doubt there'll be fun experiences for all. Oh, please don't get on me. No. I haven't got time for that, buddy. Save me to Rick, because I'm pretty sure this is the key. That's the key to success right there. Oh, yep. Okay, that's all right. I'm not getting turned around. Critical path. That's where you would have been, right down there. You would have fought the Lionel in here. I'm pretty sure if I fly in here, it's like, yep, that was the Lionel fight. You triggered it. You caught the things. Killed the eyeballs. Everyone's happy. Good times. Yeah, I've already been there. Honestly, I'm surprised there's any of this castle left to explore. I feel like I've really hammered it quite well. It's the key to success. Get blown up. Yeah, get blown up. Circle yourself around. Revisit Zelda's room. You know, with the first time I got there, I'm like, aha, well done. Landed on the key point. Now I'm like, Zelda's room again. Oh my gosh. How are we here again? But it's hilarious, right? I hope tongue-in-cheek, you're kind of having a chuckle, because I can assure you I am. This is almost a befitting finale to what has been one of the most unwieldy streams you may have seen. I'm not sure. You can let me know. But not what I intended when I started streaming. I don't know what I intended. I had a rough idea. It was nothing like this. Thankfully, you guys have made it sensationally so much better than the train wreck it would have been otherwise. But it has been thoroughly enjoyable from my end, I can tell you that much. If it doesn't seem like it, I can tell you I'm having fun. Oh, live! I need to take you out, because otherwise I'm not going to know that I came this way. Well, not properly anyway, let's face it. No, I know, but I so want to have a break. I need to have a break soon, but I'm not gonna have the break until I get to at least one of the 2 rooms that I wanted to hit on the way up. Like, it shouldn't be hard. Like, I swear I couldn't miss them any other playthrough, but here it's like it's like Narnia at the moment. They're sitting behind a closet with clothes and stuff. Edward's with Mr. Tumnus eating. What's that? This is in my top 22 crazy streams.
What's that?
Dan, you know what? For a guy who doesn't throw a lot of the jokes out, normally a lot of the facts, that one is a cracker. I appreciated that. Dragon and Cedric, please do a family stream that you play Zelda game and your whole family's there. You know what? I'm on board, Dragon and Cedric. It's my wife I've got to convince. I think LIVESTREAM doesn't mind jumping in here and streaming. I am convinced my wife is by far the most entertaining of any of us. She's got an infectious giggle, and she knows how to just keep it real. But trying to convince her to do anything on a stream is very difficult. she's old school. Nah, it's alright. I'm fine. You know, but she's super talented and skilled and awesome at everything she does. But she's humble. And so I got to talk her up, because otherwise you got no hope of her telling you anything. She would just say, "Nah, I don't know what I'm doing. Just screw it."
Hey! Oh, wait.
Yeah, no, it's the sanctum, right? So full circle again back to the...
What? Have you done Ganon already?
No, I haven't done the Ganon fight. I wanted to
Why
hit...
didn't you?
I wanted to hit the dining hall and the... You know what? The front area is the
Okay,
key.
let's face it. I'm pretty sure you can't ever climb the dining hall.
No, I'm going to find it. This is now... You know what? We're in, guys. Strap in. I'm finding it regardless of what happens. It seems me being up at this level of the castle has not worked at all. I'm just going to go lower.
Thank you, Dragon Lord.
Dragon Lord, I like your Wi-Fi here. Yeah, she's the voice of reason. Here's the trick. You can't miss it if you just go from the bottom up, right?
Oh, LIVESTREAM, that sounds fancy.
From the ground up, Tarrytown in this stuff. What was that? GS, place pins to find your way.
No.
Can you do that on the map, Dan? Like, it is embarrassing to say we're at this point, but I think it's fair to say there's no other way of doing this, right? Can you place pins? Wait. Rotate, leave area, Sheikah sensor. I don't know if you can on this map.
Oh.
I know what you're saying. Place the pins like there. Nope, can't do that either. Okay, Dan, I'm open to any other ideas.
Dan, we need your help.
Should I potentially look at the map? And
Right down the bottom.
yeah, that was the idea.
Close.
Because I've been like flirting with the top section, acting like I know what I'm doing. It's clearly obvious by now that's not working. At this rate, we're going to beat the game in the time speedrunners beat the Breath of the Wild 3. Remember when this stream was
Dan's
about...
got jokes today.
Dan's on fire. Do you remember when this stream was about
Go up.
Storm the
Thank you,
castle?
my brother did. Go up.
Follow the map, use that Zelda knowledge, yeah. Look, we've hit the funny part where all sense and logic's gone out the window. Going up, yes. This is it. Magathea, thank you guys. Nailed it. The chat continues to prove once again that without them, this would be a horrific train wreck of unbridled proportions, but they've brought it back, found the way, and we're back on track. This is the dining hall. Remember the dining hall I spoke about some 6 or 7 hours ago, I think it is?
Don't even tell me that.
Yeah, it's that bad. I apologise to you about an hour ago when you watched this retrospectively. I apologise because at that point I realised you're going to be going, how are you not finding where you're going? Because, like, we keep it real in our family. Like, it's not nasty or anything, but you don't want to get, like... You need to call a spade, is the saying. And you need to go, hey, you know, it's funny and all, but are you just completely and utterly lost? And how can you possibly be that lost? I would call it. And my wife will definitely see it, and she would go, oh, wow. About the point I come in, they'd been going for a long time. I'd be like, yep, I know, but I was trying to keep the jokes going too in the chat. There's no excuses. I'm trying to make excuses. I know I apologise, but it is what it is, guys. You know the deal. Here's a little secret for you. If you didn't know, you probably already did. Here's
Don't even pretend this is a tutorial.
yeah, like this is a let's play. Found that weapon in there, and if you look up in there, you're gonna find something you didn't expect. Bad camera movement. Pretty sure there's nothing up there, right? But I felt like, just in case, I double check it. There is a couple of little secrets hidden around here, though. The stream started 6.5 hours ago. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate the clarification on what... I did say to Jordan my expectation was it would probably be 7 to 8 hours. In fairness to that expectation, I also thought I would have done Calamity Ganon, potentially the Troll of the Sword, and made good headway on the 120 shrines. Haven't even got Calamity Ganon done yet, so...
I can't believe that.
Jordan, if you're lurking or whatever, you see this later. Yeah. Look, take whatever kind of
he
rough...
never promises a short stream.
No, I don't. I don't. I also don't ever promise a short way of explaining something either. You know, where like people might say to you, why? Like they'll ask me about something theory-wise, and I'll go, maybe for this one, just check the check the theory video, it's not because I'm trying to be rude, it's because I genuinely believe that the video explains it in a far more succinct manner than I possibly ever will. And you're just better off seeing it in that short burst than me trying to dribble over it for an hour in a chat here. Happy to give the detail if that's what you want. You know what? I wonder if talking the moblins to death is an option. Because I got that now. Got that in spades. He just kicked me in the face. Oh, I'm going to parry him. That's it. Nah, he's going to get parried now.
This is Sparta.
You're going to get parried. If I just...
Oh no!
Oh, thank God, Daruk. Look. Okay, what did I miss there? Ganondorf is hot. That is why people want him in the next Smash game. Ganondorf's always been hot. Just depends what you're after. If you like the if you like the bad boy image, he's been rocking it from day one. For the pig lovers out there, Zelda 1, he had it in spades, and you know, in some ways, he's always been something truly special. But I agree with you there. I agree with you, Dragon Lord Cedric. Ganondorf is what I've heard put out there, which is, I don't know what ILF is with things these days. Nobody clarify that, by the way. Just please leave that open-ended as I intended. I do know what it means.
You do know, he does.
I do know what it means, but I'm going to pretend like I don't because, you know, family-friendly streaming and all. But what I can say to you is that, you know, good on him. Rocking the bod, the muscles, and the sage look, the sage approach. He's the bad boy who turned good, or maybe he was the good boy who turned bad. We don't know yet. We're going to leave that open-ended. Good weapons here. Thank you, Boy Projects. Thanks for the lesson. I don't even know. I'm assuming that meant you were crying laughing at how terrible things were, and hopefully my wife was providing the background audio of
all I do
what.
is you, and that's just it must be
No. You're amazing, and actually I feel like you had the soundtrack of what I imagine people watching the stream are doing. It's nice to have that confirmation in my head that there's hopefully some levity to it and just not crazy levels of just why can you not manage to pull this one simple accomplishment off. But I think people are much nicer than that. That's why they continue to watch. So that's why I keep saying I feel quite lucky. Add the dads. Thank Hylia. We have 8 minutes of Mifa's Grave recharge. Yeah, it doubles, I think, in the castle. Thank Hylia. At this point, I'll thank the 3 golden goddesses too, and I'll thank Shigsy, Mr. Ayanuma, Hidemaru Fujibayashi, the entire development team. I could actually almost name them every single person that's worked at Nintendo by the time I get to Ganon's room at this rate, but I'd say I don't want to bore you, but we all know that truly I've far outpaced that level of accomplishment. You know what though, this is sweet right now. What's happening right now? We're finally delivering on the promise that we put some 7 hours ago forward. And it feels good. What's that? There's action. There is action. That's right. Dragonlord Cedric. My name is Cedric. You knew that, right? It's not just my title. I never take anything for granted with profile names Dragonlord. I continue to learn that a name is merely a label that can change and fluidly find themselves back. My gosh. Do you know what? I had people name change a lot as well.
Hey!
The profile. Yeah, smashed it.
Yeah.
We needed this shit. This was all part of the plan.
So yes, Dan is the answer.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. And there's other elements of the guard outfit and stuff I should have gotten here already probably by now and have probably missed, but thank you. Yeah, I never take profile names and that too literally, Dragonlord Cedric, mainly because if, based on past history, I mispronounce them, I will also guaranteed to probably get the gender, place of origin wrong. Like, whatever could go wrong, that odds are that's where I'll go with it. And so what I just tried to do was just be loosey-goosey.
You literally showed that barrel.
Showed that barrel whose boss didn't even break when I threw it off there. Hey, this is the guard room area. Fortune's smiling on us. Hylia's smiling down. and saying, I think you've punished everybody enough.
Hey, where's the other part of the outfit?
Where's the other part of the outfit?
know?
Are you going to pick up the Royal Guard outfit? Well, Dan, that was the plan until I...
Pick up some of it. Where's the? I can't remember where the rest of it is.
The plan was to get the entire outfit, yes. We got the shield. Remember when I was confident back then? I'm like, we're going to do this and that. That was the plan. Now I'm just kind of like, how much patience have you guys got for me doing this whole Storm the Castle thing? If you got the patience to do it, yeah, heck yeah. I'm down.
It's more like a Mosey the Castle.
Mosey the Castle, the missus just said.
Like I was just, you know.
Should maybe relabel. Should relabel that. It's probably a wise investment of nomenclature to label it correctly and call it
Just a gentle, just a...
stumble around the castle.
Oh, not the rusty ones, the better ones over there.
Pick up the bad stuff first. Fill up your inventory with...
With rusty stuff.
Fill up the inventory with pure tripe. Leave the good stuff there. We don't want none of that. Just giving Ganon the chance to survive, because if I go in there fully fledged with proper gear, this fight will be OVAH. Based on the current technique of me getting smashed around the park, it's not looking good, is it? Let's maybe get that Royal Claymore. May have dropped those in a bad spot too, to be fair. Not ideal. I'm pretty sure I had a rusty shield. Drop that, grab that one. Perfect. Have I got a flame of spear in love? I think I do somewhere. No, destroyed all those. That's okay. We got a bow. Use the bow that's there somewhere. Awesome. Yeah, so grab the weapons, you're lacking them. Good advice, Dan. Pick that up, followed it through. Thought that was a Korok seed. Totally wasn't, but that's okay. Can't win them all. Not every spin's a winner in this casino. Casino of gameplay and life. It's a lesson in just tailor your expectations. Pretty sure I came from there, but these enemies would suggest otherwise. Yep. See, again, the enemies paving the way in. Just making sure that you keep on track and move forward. Not a lot of people complain about linear gameplay. It does a very good job for people like me of keeping you moving forward, though. When you just put me in a hallway and keep enemies in one direction. Amazingly efficient at getting me from point A to point B. Yep. Brute forcing it. I know this technique. You could parry, you could dodge, you could apply the appropriate strategies, or you could just walk in there, bounce around like a fool and try and smack him as much as you can.
Oh, that is great.
Good. 100% sure. I'm 100%er, so this is just in the spot for me. Love the work. Thank you, BPX. Always fan throughout, supporter throughout. Sorry, not a fan. Supporter through and through. Always. Dude, how many other people are going to sit there and watch you for 2 hours as you're getting smashed around the park by a Lionel because you just want to kill it because you don't want to give up on it? That stream will always be very close to my heart with you and Big J just sitting through what was utter torture like champs. That was good times, man. That's friendship right there. That's not YouTuber and stuff. That's friendship. Yeah, we're back at library. Smashed it. Full circle.
Wait, do you have to get up on the...
That's great. Look who's still streaming. Yeah. Hey, Wiz, how you going, dude? I am still streaming. Hope the wedding's going well. The couple might be celebrating.
Where are they?
Go back for the Royal Guard boots. Wait, we can do this. Dan, I'm going to do this without your help because you are going to explain it, but I'm going to find it. The dining hall, the guard's chamber, and on the second floor. Oh, second floor. You might as well be telling me it's in Narnia. The second floor. Wait a minute. There's only 2 floors, right? Go back. It can supposed to be found in dining hall, guard's chamber, and on the second floor. I was in the guard's chamber. You're right, Dan. That's what you.
Yeah, isn't there one under the stairs or something?
Yeah, there was other elements to the guard's chamber. I was just following my nose and went the wrong way. Let's head back that way. That's what Dan's saying. He's going, hey.
Wait, just go to the other circle.
Wait a second. Knifey spooning. I'm missing on some of this stuff in the chat. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Dragonlord Cedric. There is a YouTuber I do not like because he's going after Zelda. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to not going to get into the commenting on other Zelda tubers. Love the commentary as always and opinions. I won't comment on any of that though. It's not my place. Yeah. I also think in watching this stream, in fairness, I shouldn't be commenting on anybody's performance on anything, because certainly the old saying is don't throw stones in glass houses, and at the moment this house is made of shockingly fragile glass, if you're following me, if you're getting what I'm putting down. But there's a lot of stuff that happens out there. This is part of the guard chambers, but there's more to it. Indeed, there are other facets in hidden areas, including under the stairs, which I didn't check and completely ran away from. But there's another part. Anyway, but no, fair call, mate. That's there's also, you know, a place in the world for banter and stuff. For me, I just couldn't keep up with that stuff. I'd fail. So yeah, I just do my thing. You know what you're going to get here. It's pretty solid movement around the same areas that you've come to know and love. There's a familiarity to it, and covered those bases perfectly well. Lovely. Good stuff. Then the missus is throwing her hands up. She just walked out. She's like, I had enough of this. You're useless. I'm having a laugh. She's just going to grab something. I'm gonna have this long-awaited break when I get to the guards chambers eventually, though. We got the one in the dining hall, didn't we? Or did we? Wait, think about this. No, we didn't. Where did we get the piece we got? Let's just pause there for a sec. They're near the guards chamber. Thank you, Dan. Boy Prodigy, when you finally got it, it felt amazing. Heck yeah. Yeah, it was like payoff, wasn't it? When we got that line. All that was gold. Gold moment. Gonna relive that. We got home just a bit ago. Hope it was a good wedding, by the way. Hope a couple are doing well. Best wishes to them. Kind of a strange wedding, but awesome venue. Cool. Picks and server. Look forward to it. Cheers, dude. I totally pooched the prep for this one by dragging out our conversation as I did, and paying dividends for it now, by the way. But hopefully hilarity ensues. Just a chuckle you might enjoy there. Dan, this has been a long ride, Wiz. Yep. Storm the castle, like as in a storm, has raged and I've failed to move forward at various points. Meander the castle, my wife suggested, is what this should be called, but I thought it was pretty accurate. She's pretty onto it. She's pretty clever. But that sets the scene. You won't miss a beat in 6 odd hours. It's paced well. But if you like hearing droning chat, you're set. It's a great dungeon. Looking forward to what TOTK brings to the table. Amen. Dan, you got the uniform ready to go back to the guard chambers where you fought the mob and collected weapons. Thank you, Dan. And Wiz, LMAO, yeah, great. And that's white over white. Can't read it. It'll move up. Great talk. Was a good talk. Don't regret a thing. Unfortunately, pooching the approach to this Storm the Castle thing, but, you know, maybe it was meant to be. I'm sure this was the direction, right? Nope, wasn't. Went the wrong way. Dan, guaranteed, like, every time, but opportune. Was meant to be. Just while we're here, show him what Derek does when people pick on his buddy. Protects them like a champ. Actually feel like there was something this way though that was of note. And don't want to put myself under pressure. But yes, do you know what? Good stuff. Clear you out too, buddy. Haven't got nice things to say about you, Mr. Moblin. I've given you footnotes. I'm adamant about finishing my next project tomorrow. Yeah, good stuff. Wiz, by the way, is cracking it out there with some theory videos himself at the moment that are going great guns. Definitely check him out. Very interesting stuff that might interest people on the channel. And yeah, he's got one imminent, so check that out. Keep storming the castle. I am, trust me, I am. Drop the claymore though, like a hero. So might grab another weapon there. Potentially one of the many royal claymores I seem to have in my inventory. Oh, it kicked me right in the chest. Don't mind me, just grab a little bit of grub. And you know what? You're about to get a Bows of Fury, pal. Nailed it. Dragonlord Cedric. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is going to win a bunch of awards. Yeah, Game of the Year. Lock it in, Eddie. And if it's not, well, I'll just create my own headcanon and say it happened. Reality is what you make it, matrix it. That was a Freudian slip right there. Delivered perfectly in content and context. Couldn't ask for better. Look at me wasting fire arrows like they're nobody's business, by the way. Like they're... Got plenty of them. Just throw them at them. Oh, good stuff. We need another bow. Decent one, perhaps. This Korok is notoriously fun, by the way. I know a lot of people would know about this one. I think you need the longest... Its combat ability is impressive. You need the real long shot one with this one. Which, in fairness... You need something that's got a bit of zoom. For hunting more with bows. Yes, that's the one. Which we've got. Okay, we had the right bow. And I thought it was over that way.
But you remember this Korok so well.
My memory just continues to deliver. And let me down at critical junctures where I feel like I knew where something was or what was happening. And just...
notorious one.
It's good because I think it's good that the community is the size it is, because if it was at any point where I think there's a thing called fail army or whatever, if they got a hold of what I do, they'd be like, we can make a career off this one guy. He is fail army. Just, I'm going to do this fail.
Where the hell is it?
Where is it? I thought it was off in the distance. That was the thing, right? You got the big bow. There we go. Look at it. Bang. First shot. Hero mode activated. Second shot. Third time's the charm. Yes, there you go. We don't give up here. Keeps on the castle. Yep. Moblin guts shows liver. Yeah, that's a classic. Keep hearing the bread pirate and say that. Sorry, just missed that. You've blessed me, but I haven't sneezed. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Anytime, anytime. Always a pleasure. The pleasure's all mine. Keely, do you think moblins have neck pain problems? They have very long and heavy faces. Yeah, do you know what? I'd pay that. I reckon it'd be awfully uncomfortable too, being them. They just look like they're dragging a lot of weight in their feet too. You know when you wear oversized shoes, it's not...
They get asked why the long face a lot.
What's that?
They get asked why the long face a lot.
Okay, the missus just whipped one of the classics out. They get asked why they've got the long face a lot. Just showing that we're not above absolute low base dad joke level humour. We love it. We love it here. It's family friendly. It's a good chuckle. Why the long face? You heard the joke about the pizza? It's a little cheesy if you haven't heard that one. It's one I taught my daughter for the schoolyard because everyone loves to hear a good joke like that. Wait. Ooh, Dan was standing on the ledge. I think you're talking about the shot, but not unless you're talking about getting back up. I'll head that way just in case. Yeah, I reckon, by the way, on that, Kelly, I reckon they would have neck problems badly. I got back problems just from being lame at posture and stuff, so bound to happen if you're a moblin there. Okay, honestly, it's like my sense of direction is go this way. Wrong. Go you again. How many times? Let's see if we can get this dude again. And you know what? They're winning. As Cedric is saying, Zelda Tears King, Game of the Year 2023 Game Awards. Lock that in, assuming they're going to have the Game Awards this year. You know, they might just decide to E3 it. Dan, you went in a circle? Yeah, that's because I thought you meant to go back to this balcony, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that was with the Korok.
Korok, cool.
Yeah.
Covering bases, Dan. You know, we're doing it. Boy Projects, they're quite noodly talking about the Moblin X. Smashing out the park as per usual. Look at this. This looks like I've been here before and run through that malice, so not going to dwell there. There was another part of the guard outfit, and we kind of did cover it, so might as well try. It was back in the guard tower part, which I completely went in the wrong direction. No, we got it. The wife's trying to keep me moving along. She's like, I'll get you over the finish line if I have to drag you. This is love right here. It's like, I will drag you over the finish line for your own safety. Couldn't ask for better. But I know where to go now. I've got to head in this direction back towards the kitchen, or the dining hall, so to speak. And off there was the guard area where there is a chest that we need to get for the guard armor. And we're back on track. We're good. Probably wasn't down here, but I think it was. Yes. Cool.
Yeah, you just stay inside and stream. That's how we stay alive.
Yeah, exactly. If I went outside, Cedric, you know, the world would crush me. It was like, why did the chicken cross the road? Because he was GameSmiths and he thought he was going to the castle.
Open the map, make it top down, and the room is in the bottom left.
So sorry. Can relate to Lane Posture coming back with a vengeance. Oh, sure does. Just take note of that, guys, as you get older. General and Cedric, what is it like in Australia? I know it has the most poisonous snakes and spiders. Yep.
What I was saying about staying inside.
Dan, open the map. Make it top down. The room is in the bottom left. Top down, but which direction, Dan? Because I could totally get the wrong direction. But I suppose you're saying from north. Does it point out north? Not necessarily. No, turn it 180. You know what? I've wasted so much of everybody's time. I'm sure we've got the patience to just make sure I got it right. So the entrance is at the front. Okay, that's probably a good point of reference, right? The entrance, which is there. Okay, got the USB plug. It's on fire. Okay, the entrance is the front and the room is in the bottom left. So we are talking, this is where marking the map would have been so good. So we need to come forward,
Oh, wait.
come out of that. The big bottom left room, yep.
This one?
Over there, which I can't seem to pin. So basically I need to go forward, ignore the other room, go left, somehow get out, go over the other side.
Right,
But we know what it is, right? We know what it is. If we open the map, it is...
Oh, now you
Honestly,
turn
the
yourself
map
around.
turns itself around. Not helpful, but we know where it is. We know where it is. Forward, and when we come out of there, turn right. That's the directions we're going with.
Room. We haven't got
Big bottom, yep. Everyone's like, we'll drag you over the finish line too, buddy. We all want to see you get there because we've got things to do in our life, and you streaming this is taking too long. Let's get you there. Teamwork. We're doing it as a team. Get up there. There's another level, surely. Yes. That's the level we're missing. Knew it. Knew it. Repeat after me. Zelda Troyvania. I'm just going to repeat that. Sorry. So sorry. I'm ever so sorry.
Thanks, Dan.
Back at dining hall. Yep. Remember when it was Zelda's room? Now it's the dining hall that I couldn't find, but we got there.
Hey, look,
Okay,
you can
check the
find
map.
that piece of cake.
Check the map and... Oh, no, it's a
Why is
different
it
map.
different?
It's okay. I'll go back in here. The map should go back. Problem solving 101. Repeat, rinse, and follow again. Hero's
Go out
path.
to hallway, down hallway.
Excellent. Turn around, go the other way.
Go out into hallway.
Go that way.
This way, hallway.
Wait, go out into hallway. Stay inside.
Wait, is it stay inside?
The directions are coming thick and fast. The chat is getting heavy.
Go. Yeah.
It's the entrance.
All the way left, go.
Big button. Okay. The wife's willing me. She's up. This is like a jockey riding a horse in the Melbourne Cup. Go, son. Go. You can do it.
You can do it.
It's like riding a wild filly.
No, look left.
All the way left. All the way left. Straight up there. Ah, every day I knew where I was going. And if anyone
Wait,
believes
that's not
that.
it.
No. No. We've done
crap.
this. I think I've gone the wrong... Played knifey spoony. You know what, though? This was the all the way left.
No, this is just goes.
Dan's just shaking his head going, honestly. Except the jockey has been riding and falling off for the past 7 hours. Yeah. The people have gone home. There's no race happening anymore, but the horse is still trying to get it over the line. That's alright. It should just be technically a matter of going around that way. Nah, I feel it. I've got a feeling in the waters. Back inside and open the map, recalibrate. I feel you, Dan. I'm going to need you to trust me on this one. There's something that's telling me to just smack it up there. Hopefully I'm right. Please don't let that be the
Oh my god, what?
Lionel room. It was...
Get up.
Okay, you're right. Maybe I should have just gone back in and recalibrated. Damn it, Dan. Why don't I ever listen and just follow the instructions
Hey.
first time?
Down.
Sorry about that, guys. But it's alright. I feel like it's just around the corner here. We got it and we can recalibrate there. Can't be any further off. Or potentially can be, but... You know what? It's a good example of how this is labyrinthian. Remember I used that term? The map is labyrinthian? I wasn't joking either. Okay, we know this was the Lionel thing, but technically if you were following it out of the pathway, you would have come up and down from around there, and then go, that's going to go up. So we go out this way, back down, point of trial and error. There we go. That's the that's the one that closed on us. Thank you, map. Thank you, GameSmiths, for refusing to follow what would have been common sense directions. Oh, there. Alright, Dan. I know I ask a lot of you so often. Right now, please bear with me, because I should have just gone back in and recalibrated, but it's all about to come good, because we're there. This is the entrance we were looking for. Go up, go up. Are we 100% sure, by the way? Because I feel like this was the guard's quarter entry. No, that's the jail. Stay inside and up. Okay, alright. I know it's hard because there's a slight delay in the stream too, so you guys are generally trying to get some instructions, and I've already, to quote unquote, pooched it by the time I read the instructions, so that delay is killer when you are trying to guide a gopher through a maze. But you're doing great. Stay strong, guys. Live strong. With Link here. Okay, cool. We're in a hallway. There's only one way to go, right? Open the map, top down, entrance to the front.
Hey! Oh, we're not it. Oh, wait.
Dan, you're going to make a great dad one day.
We're nearly there.
He's right. He's bang on. Straightforward. This was the room. We were there. The only thing is I didn't obviously get chest. Left room? I'm assuming that's the case. Gonna assume.
Don't assume.
No, well, you know what? I'll turn around because Dan will go, no. Other way. No, this is bang on. We know there's enemies here. Yeah. Oh, celebrate by a bit of an explosion. Nothing's too good for us here today. I wonder if they'll fix Link grabbing for every single surface he rubs against. BPX, you know I want to take that and run with it, especially at this stage of the game. I want to take that comment and go to town. And let's hope, in some ways they do, and in some other ways, they never fix that problem. Because there's some hilarity to be had in that joke. Hopefully you're having a chuckle right now. I certainly am. These guys are too. It's all in good fun. We're all friends here. I'm going to try and get some sort of ability to bomb them. That was not at all effective. Come on, Abosa, help me out here. Appreciate the lend. Grab the chest and then fly to the area above the sanctum for the final piece.
Oh,
Agree.
nice.
Thank you, Dan.
That's some good instruction.
You know what, and then we'll have got the armor set, everything will be right with the world because we won't have missed that, nor failed to deliver on the promise of an excruciatingly longer stream than was planned. Keeping in tune and in check with the Hero's Path today. One of the oddest streaming experiences anyone could have possibly imagined. Yep, then I got the chest, it's alright, I was just making sure I collected weapons and stuff. My wife's like, she's stressed right now, she's like, oh my god. Just, you gotta lean into it at this point, love, because there's no other way to do it. She's a fantastic supporter, but she knows how to be efficient, and I don't. You guys know that. We all know what we're up against. But, like I say, it's the community, it's the chat, it's the people that make this fun for me. I'm just playing a game. And at the moment, I'm a conduit for excellence. That is not me, but is everybody else involved in this entire scenario. And I'm commentating it. It's great.
It's Perth. Perth is one of the most remote cities in England. Not Australia. Perth is in.
Yeah, Dragon Lord said, I'm trying to coax my wife over towards the microphone because she'd do a better chat job than me. But
playing as well. I'm just reading.
Dragon Lord Cedric has asked the question. You said you live in the most remote place, but I heard Japan was the most remote area.
No,
So
Perth
Perth is one of the most remote cities in the world in terms of distance to another metropolitan area, so to speak. And what I mean by that is it's a long way for us to go from anywhere else to anywhere else in the world. Generally, I think the closest major capital city is about 4-hour flight on is a fair call.
Yeah.
Which most places in the world would get you across another country or so, but for here that's vast expanse, but it's remote as well, just in terms of other countries and continents. So remote is also what you want it to be. You can be remote or surrounded by people. So yeah, philosophical there as I try and help this moblin with his back issues by smacking him constantly in the face. Yes, one more to go. We nailed it. Sorry, I was just collecting the stuff here, trying to keep up with the chat, multitasking like a true hero. That's a joke, in case you didn't pick it up. Little rock, paper, scissors joke there. I knew there was something kind of one of these. Awesome. Mission accomplished.
We like that.
One more to go. It's a stream that was longer than planned. Never done that before.
Drop the shield and get that one.
Yeah, drop that shield. Drop the shield, not the Highland shield though. We want that.
Drop any shield.
Drop any shield. You know what? I know technically that's not the best shield, but it's fisherman's friend, so I'm keeping it. A stream that was longer than planned. You've never done that before. The sarcasm level hit 1,000 on that comment, Wiz. Just so you know, the radar went off in my pocket and needs to be recalibrated. Love your work. Love your work. It's the community love that brings me back. Brings us all back.
Just keeps you humble.
Keeps you humble. Keeps you real. Keeps you on track. Even the technique of switching weapons there was second to none. You're never going to see that level of delivery. If it looks like I don't know what I'm doing, you're 100% correct. I don't, but I wanted to get that big sword. It's a cool one. Don't see it very often. Handy to have. Alright, look, we collected most of the stuff there. There's lore stuff here, and I could talk about it and the different flags and how they represent the different levels of the military. And basically the level of detail has gone into it. Blah, 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 Smith theory. And, of course, there's a gate that can be opened by triggering this switch. Dan was going to let me know how to do that, because he knows...
Barrel back there in the corner.
Aha. Or you can play Knifey Spoony. Wait. No, I got this. No, I got this. Wait. I'm going to just use a technique. Hopefully that's enough. Just going to pop them down there. Yep. There we go. That's good enough. That'll do. Just showing that I still have a functional brain somewhere in there. I'm here to give the second win in the form of dry humour. Thank you. Oh, look, I've had support all throughout. Can't complain. Ganondorf boss fights will be 7 times better than Calamity Ganon boss fight. Let's hope for another multiple of that. Love it. North Korea is the most remote place, hence the name Hermit Kingdom. We're covering all topics here. Geography, Ganondorf, dry humour. It's all happening here on the hero's path. It's a veritable feast of the human mind. Can't be contained to one topic. We just cover everything to make sure we're thorough. I'm just going to stop there for a sec, pause it. It's a theory of Smith theory. Thank you very much, Dragon Lord Cedric. How do you survive in Australia when it has the most poisonous snakes? Don't get bit by snakes and spiders. Keep out of the bush. Watch out for redback spiders because they're everywhere. And try to be sensible and not silly. Wear boots, be protective, and be smart, because literally half of the environment out there is death. But it's not that bad.
It's not really.
It's not that bad, but like you don't go looking for trouble, do you? Like you guys have a lot, like in America, there's a lot of gun stuff, right? So you don't go around going, "Hey, buddy, if you got a gun, shoot me in the face," because that would just be silly. In Australia, you don't go around to snakes and spiders and go, "Hey, do you want to bite me?" Because odds are they may do that if you antagonize. Usually, though, you don't antagonize them; they're pretty good. But there's certainly accidents in that. You just got to be careful and be safe. Just plan ahead and. Yeah, but you don't want to mess around with some of this stuff, but there's dangerous things all around the world. Touching on the chat because I don't want to lose it all. It's moving fast now. There's a lot of energy. The spirits pick back up. What? Big OG Oaf is in the house. It's all happening. Dragon and Cedric, you're funny. Love it, BPX. Submit Antarctica is a most remote place.
You said city.
Yes, okay. I'm not talking... I was talking about metropolitan city. Yeah. But you know what? I'm pulling out it.
All of the above.
But you win on that one.
Yeah.
Keely, I'll pay it.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll go the moon. But, I'm jokes. It's the space station. But, in fairness, I retract the statement of remote now. You know what? We're the closest place to other places. Top that. Hopefully you guys are having a chuckle. Alright. Face this tongue out. What's up, everybody? Oh, there's so much happening, Joe. If I can't even... I'll let the guys catch up. It's Extraordinary. Siberia, smashing it. Cool. Keely, nailing it. Easter Island's probably pretty remote too. Yeah, I reckon it is. I reckon the Mariana Trench is pretty remote. Depending on which way we're measuring. I love this community. It's awesome. I got to keep moving though, because yeah, actually, do you know what? Do you guys mind if I call a break? You know that break I was talking about a few hours ago? Can we call it? Because I've been busting for the loo now. I'm fairly sure there's. The missus telling me TMI. That stands for too much information. In case anyone doesn't know the lingo, but basically. We're on track. We've got one more. I was just going to get the one more chest, though. That Dan was saying.
Yeah, take another hour.
It won't take another hour, I promise. Dan was like, you just go out there and go there. Oh, okay, I know. Deliver on a promise, right? We're going to get there. Honestly, though, you know what? Having the mission up would definitely have been helpful, just to make sure. Wait, where was it? Wasn't a shrine quest? Wasn't a major quest either. Royal Guards gear, there we go. Wait, did I get it all? Hold on a sec. Wait a minute. I think I got most of it though. The old man, you know what? It is time for a break because honestly, it's like I can't even string a thought together. Hilarious. Royal Guards gear is... Any of this stuff look like Guards gear? That did. There was the beret hat. Okay, cool. Let's check it out. Yeah, I've got it. Nailed it. We did it. That should be it.
Look at that.
We smashed it. We didn't even know it. We had it. There's a lot of stuff happening, chat. We're all talking about all places, different geographical stuff. It's looking good. I'm going to call it. We got the Royal Guards gear. That was a must-have. We hit the library. We hit the dining hall. We've hit the guards' place. And basically, time to go smash some Ganon face. Bit of Calamity Ganon. Put that down to a bit of Aussie slang. We're going to head to the Calamity Ganon fight. Going to give it a quick save. Good place to save it because, you know, let's face it, right? What are the odds something to go wrong? Pretty good. Pretty good. So we'll cover our bases there. I'm going to set you guys up with a memory while I have a break. Yeah, I know what we're doing. We're going to love it. We're going to love it together. But right now, where was the one we got? Resolve and Grief. Not that one. No. Father and daughter. I feel like that was the key. No, actually it was Slumbering Power, sorry. Nope, it was not. Eventually, Zelda's Awakening. That was the one we were going to do. Awesome. Going to pause it there, guys. Be back in a moment. Love your work. Stay tight.
Save yourself. Go. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Run. sword. So he can still be saved?
Princess! Princess, are you all right?
Take Link to the Shrine of Resurrection. If you don't get him there immediately, we are going to lose him forever. Is that clear? So make haste and go. His life is now in your hands.
Alright, coming off me, trying to settle back in. A little haphazard. He's back. Sorry about that, guys. OGO, if you came back in at the perfect time to see the level of professionalism max out at gets up and goes for a break, middle thing, but that was an awesome effort on my behalf, if I do say so. One of the longest periods of me playing without needing to go for a personal break. So that's a PB. The one preparation I did manage to pull off before the stream was trying to make sure I didn't need to run off about half an hour into the stream. So smashing that, always good. I've missed a lot of the chat, no doubt. We'll just do a quick squim. Squim? It's not even a word. Not even a term, but we'll just try and catch back up. There was talks about geography. We've got people living all around the world. I'll definitely be checking in on this later. Easter Island, good calls. Been to a few towns that are literally just a gas station. I can show you places around here that are literally nothing. They're just nothing. And they're not actually that far out either, which is hilarious, but a lot of beauty out there too. Hear me out, the Amazon forest. Good stuff, deep, yep. Love the banter. You know that island that's the beginning of SpongeBob? That's got to be Keely, well played. It's only got 2 trees. Love your work. I heard you should wear gloves in Australia if you have bushes, so if you stick your hand inside a berry bush to pick. Basically, look, yeah, that's a generalisation, but yeah, if you're going to be out in the bush area, you should just wear the...
Which is dangerous in itself.
Yeah, the berries can be dangerous. That's the thing. Like, I swear half of our country here is designed to punish you in some way for making a wrong decision,
Yeah,
but...
you're going to have a bad time.
You're going to have a bad time, yeah, that's right. But amazing indication of the natural inhabitants, the Aboriginals, in terms of how they've managed to cultivate a living off that land and do it well and navigate it.
It is not as bad as what everyone
It's not as bad as what everyone says, to be honest, though. We don't get around in the pouches of kangaroos and look, I've got a kangaroo Joey I ride. No, it's only kidding. No, none of that's ever happened. But it's kind of a bit more metropolitan, I think, than people think. But certainly if you do the touristy stuff, you'll see a lot of that kind of head out into the outback and dangerous creatures and that. But look, by the by,
this stream has evolved.
all I'm just saying is there's just, yeah, there's some dangerous animals, but, you know, everywhere's got their own dangerous stuff, and precautions are absolutely critical. But anyway, I could carry on. It's something I like to do. Yep, Tom Scott flew over this pile of rocks north of Iceland. Only had a few birds.
Oh, that's good. Oh, obviously remote places. It's
Remote places,
it's a
yep.
good topic of conversation.
It was a good topic. That's thorough.
Yeah.
You know what? Next theory video. Remote Zelda.
More remote places.
OGFG, sorry I haven't been around the streams a lot lately. Been busy, but all good, man. No concern at all. You've been smashing it, and
No,
huge thanks for your help in the 12 days stuff. That's been awesome. I've seen you jumping in there and champing the bit. Appreciate it. I'll have to have a chat with you at some point when I get a chance as well. Just about something later on.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, moving along. Sorry, off track. When will it come back? Here right now, answer that question. Tick, tick. A few minutes. I'm looking at 3 screens as usual. By the way, did you pick... okay, that sounds like a bit of Pokemon talk. Don't know if you've heard this classic joke of mine. It's not my joke, I just like to keep claiming it. How do you get Pikachu on a bus? You Pokemon. I've done that...
We have had the lamest jokes today.
Done that in a few streams already. So it's not even just a lame joke, it's a lame joke I recycle.
Recycled.
Yeah, I love recycling that joke. It's one of my faves. It's hilarious.
For shame.
You're Pokemon.
For shame.
I like the one about the pizza too. My daughter had the pizza joke where I was like, you know, the joke about the pizza, it's a bit cheesy. Obviously a classic pun.
Are you okay?
Her version of that was the joke about the pizza, and she said, it's got ham. And continued to crack up and have a giggle when she was a kid. Still possibly one of the funniest deliveries of a joke I've heard in my life, and to this day it always makes me smile.
Oh my god, it seems like we're winning today.
Little Smiths is up and about, by the way.
She just fell off the bed.
She's woken up by falling off the bed. Are you okay? I'm sorry, you've inherited your dad's sense of direction. You falling off the bed is like me trying to... You remember how I was talking to you about trying to get some directions about how I was going to approach the castle?
Yeah.
Yeah, should have done that.
Yeah.
You should
have really been.
play it in like 20 speed the last couple of hours. It's me goldfishing around the same spots.
Anyway, we're storming it now.
Storming the castle.
It's been a slow wander at this point. But we're storming it now.
Thank God you love me, kiddo, because if you were basing your love of your father on his storming of this castle, you'd be trading me in on Father's Day, let's just say that much. So, hopefully you love me for my jokes, because not maybe for my gameplay anymore. You'll be like, oh, this is the point where I realised that Dad wasn't the best gamer I thought he was. Hilarious. But good to have you here. This is it. It's coming to fruition. Calamity Ganon, we're about to do it.
Wait.
No, wait. No, wait. Just go.
You go get your stuff ready. Just touching on it. Dragon, OGO, you hear the one about 3 eggs? No? Not too bad? Did I miss it? I did not like that Breath of the Wild did not show what happened after Breath of the Wild in the credits, so I passed Zelda games. Well, I think we're going to find out soon what's happening there, but we'll also have a bit of an extra cutscene because we did get the extra memory, so something to look forward to there. Hey, Little Smiths from BPX. Cedric, so true. We're talking grass types, Pokemon, all good. I want to know about the joke with 3 eggs.
No.
No? Too bad? Wait, was that the joke? I feel like I missed it.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the 3 eggs? No? Too bad.
I don't get it.
I was when I heard that joke, I was 16. So I feel like I've missed it. We're almost there, yeah. But look, we're going to have to go for it.
He can't even find his way to the thing at this point.
Yeah, in fairness, buddy,
No,
this isn't a
it's
commentary on you. This is
Let's go.
commentary on my ability to string one action to the other one. It's really quite astounding at this point. Science classes will be studying this in future. But look, for everyone concerned, we've got to go in with an outfit. I just want some input onto what I'm rocking as we head in for the Clamo fight. White Knight's been a famous one. It's been some absolute gunner outfits we've done from day dot. But what do you guys think? And by the way, just in case you're looking for some suggestions, or as I like to say occasionally, suggestions, bit of a shout out to the missus there.
Oh my god.
I'm thinking close to the OG Zelda look might be the style at the time. I'm just chucking them on, for example, and we grab those legs and a bit of this one. That could be one way to go. Dragon Lord Cedric, did I play Cadence Firewall? Haven't done it, mate. No, I haven't played that one yet, but a well-versed game, I hear. Barbarian Armour from Wiz, classic armour set to go in with. Dan the Man, Champion Link or White Knight, I would say. Yeah, Mr. Smith, OGO doing some agreements there with the missus. Always good way to go, mate. I'd bet my money there for sure. BPX, I like it when it's powered up. Okay, so here's the deal. Power is not going to matter in this fight because I'm aces. I'm gold.
Sorry.
Right, so
That was a supportive.
we don't have necessarily clear winner, which was the dream. So we're going to go with a compromised outfit, I feel. Twilight Set A or custom set for me, Majora's Mask. The White Knight is one of the first outfits we did together as a group. It's a strong outfit and by far would be the optimal choice. That's the Big J outfit I'd like to call to it, in my mind. We have the Tiny outfit, the Sheikah outfit. Another classic. But I can't help but feel... What's that?
That's my fave, you know that.
That's the Mrs. Fave. But I propose to you all the third alternative, and possibly one of my favourite outfits for the stream.
The fish head.
Has been Fish Head.
Nice callback, I agree.
It's one that just summarises, I suppose, the approach of not taking it too seriously, having fun along the way, and realising that a hero can be a little misunderstood, maybe a little off kilter.
Wait, what's your...
Wait, I'm just trying to find it. Was the Ganon thing there, and I think from memory it was... I'm not sure it was the rubber tights. No.
It wasn't.
It was that one, the one next to the barbarian armor.
The one next to the barbarian armor.
No, the other one.
Yep. Radiant tights. No, it was not. Good try. I think it was the yeah, that's looking good.
Wait, it wasn't.
Well, that's kind of a new take on it
I
though.
like it.
Fish head, barbarian chest, no pants. Booper chest.
No pants.
The Bane of Evil's Bane is the name of that outfit. Guys, I think we're almost on a winner here.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
I just want to double check. There's one possible change to the bottoms.
I mean, who could mess with that guy?
Nah, I feel like
No, I think or it could have been those other
stretching a good thing too much. I feel like that was a winner.
Yeah, I like it.
Winner, chicken dinner, Dark Lord Sturgeon. Actually, I don't mind that name. Are we all in agreement? Look, if you're not, I'm so sorry to break hearts, but this hero is not typical. Tunic of the Wild. Dragon Lord Cedric, unfortunately, I don't have the Tunic of the Wild yet. That's potential encore material because you need to do the 120 shrines. So I think we're going to have to just make it take it in terms of the outfit proposed. We'll never truly settle on the ultimate expression of what has been an amazing stream with amazing people. But I feel like this is as close as I could possibly hope in acknowledging the humour, the wicked madness, and the community input, and making me try different outfits that aren't just Link wearing the black outfit. So, Dark Lord Jeremy the Destroyer of Ganon and himself. Probably himself first and then Ganon. The new Aquaman. Love this, guys. Here we go. Let's make it rain. Time to fight Ganon, and please stream hold up. To the powers that be, Tahalia. Nice. The Tunic of Skyset then. Don't even have that one either. Was it a scam caller? Hilarious. Jeremy of Tesco Customer Service, how may I help you? Yes, hero of the retail outfits. Zelda, can't hold him, shoots lasers out. By the way, doesn't that just remind you of that thing in the trailer 3 where you got the disco light laser show that Dan was talking about at the encampment? That so made me just think of that there. Cutting up the intricate flooring pattern. You wouldn't... House Reno Ganon style. What's that? Incredible rule number 1. No cape. Incredible's rule number 1. No capes. Yeah, completely ignored it going with the cape. Yep. Also should be combining the same outfit to get the power up of the abilities. And no, just going straight in. Boko Bo. DJ Boko Bo. Like it. Look at him fly in. What a hero. Is the stream in the way of the screen? Don't care. Chat, it's all there. This is how we roll. Exception to rule number 1. The only cape allowed is for a world with no planes. Nice. The only thing I don't like about the Champion's Tunic, it does not have the Champion's cap. True that. Alright. Okay, Calamity Ganon. Welcome to Aussie land, where up is down, circles happen all the time around castles. And with our mates, they take half the damage, because without them I'd be screwed. But thankfully, they got my back. So this, the champions are a bit like you guys in the chat. Taking half the trouble out for me, helping me get over the line. So that's what we're going to do. We will not fail, says Mifa. We shall not fail you, Mifa. Let's go, little love your work, Derek. Thanks for the saves so many times. Appreciate that.
100 years in the making. Hold on, princess. Our moment has arrived.
Abosa, classy as always. Appreciate the saves. Alright, I hereby commemorate this moment for all those who have supported this live stream experiment of mine, which has turned out to be amazing fun in every way that I didn't expect. Cool times. Let's bust this guy up in the only way we know how, by throwing our body at him and hopefully surviving with eating enough food and getting through to the next section. We good with that?
Hey.
Cool.
Where are you going? Half down. Nice.
Half down. Let's do it. Okay. What do we think? Flow rush? Flow rush, flow rush, flow rush. That's how we do Lionels around here. Hello, good sir. Welcome to Australia. This is a knife. No, I'm only joking. That was super lame. Did I just stack it? What a champion. Right on cue. Oh, flow rush! He's off to it. Hero mode activated. Let's roll. I could take a meal that would increase my damage level, but I don't need it because I've got Daruk protecting me. Thank you, Daruk. Appreciate the saves. Yep. Good, 2 for 2. You're on fire, Daruk. Give me one more.
Daruk's gone now.
Oh, I felt like I dodged that, but I feel a lot of things that are completely knackered. Use fire. What? I'm just going to throw things at him until he submits to my chat and old man stories. That's it. You know what, Dragon Lord? Here's the dangerous spider you should watch out for, and he's not in Australia. He's a Calamity spider. He's got good aiming too, sensationally good. Oh, you're in trouble because I know how to parry. But I can't do it successfully on command, but if I did, you'd be in real trouble right now. Can I parry that?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I did it!
Yes.
Little Smith comes through with the directions. It's like it's all come together.
Go.
Beauty and the Beast in my head. It's in my head too. Tale as old as time. Beauty and the Beast. That's it. Let's bring it together, peeps. Let's talk Disney. Oh, nice camera work.
He fell down.
Oh, do you I did, like a ton of bricks. Smashed the ground, taught it a lesson. By the way, let's just quickly take in the surroundings.
Hurry.
Oh, no, I'm just dodging like that.
That was a terrible angle.
It was a terrible angle. Parry. Oh, I tried to Demon Souls that timing. Didn't do it. But you know what? Just going to pop that in, yeah.
Stomp his head.
Yep. Look out, pal. How about you meet my friend Abosa? Oh, cutscene, sorry. Can't go wrong. This fight's just good times. There's some items around the arena floor if you need them. Thanks, Dan. We should check that out.
Okay, just letting you know.
I just want to do a quick circle and just try and pick up some of the observatory area.
Oh, hey, moonwalking.
Hey, Moonwalker, yeah. Hey, that was coined by MJ. Copyright. Sorry, YouTube. I mean, see, right now, YouTube's like, doesn't care anyway. Demonetized your live stream that's not monetized. classic moves. But look at that. Important key areas around the map. Just trying to hit him up. Yeah, there's Daruk. There's your mountain.
Where are you going?
I'm just making sure I get some of that in there for people. It was one of Dan's. It was Dan's gold moment. Parry. Yes. I can do the Dan's gold moment and parry. Nah, I'm just gonna smack his head first, then I boser him. I will. I'm bosering right now. Yeah, timing. Timing is everything in this place. Baby steps. Thanks, dude. That was all me. That was the will of everybody here. Fly, Big B, fly.
It won't work because he's invincible in that state.
He's invincible in that state. My daughter educating me on the Calamity Ganon fight.
Okay.
Hilarious.
Well, Judy.
She's on to it. She's better than me. Yeah, that was Daruk. That was actually all Daruk. I'll pay that.
Hey,
Where's the Fury?
Yeah. I just had to get some smacky smack.
Too late.
No, it's not too late.
No,
A boast's fury is never too late. Alright, I've been watching from far, but wanted to hop in. G1, thanks, mate. Thanks, Jordan. BPX. He's not in the chat right now, but I have to shout out to Big J, the guardian angel from Viking Land. He's not from Viking Land, he's just, you know. I have this mythology about Big J. He just randomly popped in and had been there from the start of the stream.
Parry.
I need to hop parry first. Whoa. No. Hop explosion.
Okay, Judy.
Oh, the timing's sensational at the moment. Couldn't time these any better. True hero style. You're in trouble now, pal. Yes. This is it. Oh, I wasn't quite camera angled right. Are you ready now? Yep. Hero mode activated. Oh, what a way to finish that with a parry. That goes out to the streamers out there who have supported. I managed to do a parry at the right time. Proof that it only takes 22 streams and about 1,000 hours to potentially do a move that you've been trying to do from day one. Heroes never quit. But wait, it's not over, or OVAH. Thank you, Tony. I reiterate, the true thanks goes to you all for having the patience to watch me half-ass this whole thing. It's been awesome. Phase 1 done. Phase 2, Phase 3, profit. But wait, there's more. Alright, you know, all those things we've been saving for the final fight? Yeah, we're going to keep saving them, because there could be another fight later that's more important. That's Open World Gaming 101, right there. Alright, yeah, look, he looks dangerous, doesn't he? With that gear? Spewy. Love it. Okay. And here, beautiful shot. It looks like it's over. He's disappeared, but wait. Whew. Zelda transport. I would call that. Wish you could you transported me around the castle. That would have been real helpful. I know you're a bit tired, but I was struggling. Get a shiny new bow. Yeah, you can't miss bow because they're like, oh, we've been watching you through this stream. You need all the help you can get. I shouldn't have talked over that moment, but in fairness, it was a complete mistranslation, as we've indicated. He hasn't given up on his reincarnation at all. In fact, he is quite the opposite. He's chewing on more malice than he wants more of it. He loves it. Ganondorf will be a better boss than Calamity Ganon. Look, I appreciate it, Dragonlord. I'm going to focus on the one in front of me for now, if that's cool. I'll get the one they place. I'll go to the one place they can't find me. Space! Love that. Got a very similar vibe on the stream to what you got with me. What we got with me. Nice. There is a mistranslation here. Yep, we're calling it. We're on the same page. Courage need not be remembered, for it is never forgotten. Awesome quote, awesome delivery, massive boss fight. The first time you saw this, it was epic. You're like, it just got real. Got the bow of light as you're pulling it back there. You're like, this can't get any better, right?
But you don't have it.
And then you realise that
You
technically, no, it's already there, I think.
No,
Oh no, it's not automatic.
equip it.
You need to equip it.
Alright, I'm getting a lot of instruction here, but it's all helpful stuff. I do need to equip it. I was just pulling, I think, the bow I had equipped, which is pretty cool. Princess Zelda give you this bow and arrow for the battle with Dark Beast Ganon. When wielded by the hero, it fires arrows of pure light strong enough to oppose the Calamity. Pure light to oppose the Calamity. It is hard to lose. Almost impossible. However, if you've seen me navigate a horse before, you know that I have a particular set of skills that's perfect for this situation. Camera. It's almost impossible to lose, Dan. But we prove you can. Don't give up here. I can find a way to lose. Oh gosh.
Oh my god.
That's
Jeremy.
another. Yeah, I know. I got
Horse.
it. Get on the horse. All good. All good. Watch out for his hooves there. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. I don't even know where I'm shooting. I'm just trying to remember. I thought there was spots on his body. Yeah, focus on. Yeah, all good. All good. It's all right. It's all good. Also, ancient arrows can work as well. Good call, Dan, but we might need those ancient arrows for whatever else I might do in an encore or whatever. Either way, we're just going to try and bow of light it, bang. But good factoids. The ancient arrows do work here, which makes you wonder. Bit of lore there. Still talking lore while I'm in the middle of the end boss fight. Like a nerd, basically. That's how you nerd it up. You just talk lore when you're in a boss fight, but wouldn't do it anyway. Hey, notice the birds up there? There's a shrine nearby. Jinxed it. The bow of light is actually unbreakable. Oh yes, so is the bond of this fight. It's unbreakable. By the way, that shot was a bit cheeky. What do we do now? We're going to circle around, get a different perspective of things. Can't believe you missed my cheeky joke there, love.
What's that?
You missed my cheeky joke there. It was on par.
I didn't miss it.
I know. That's how solid it was. It was gold. He's still got it, the old man. All right. Whoops! Too many whips of the horse. Sorry, horse. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was bad form. Run, slide, glide. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's a stupid, ugly boy? It's Ganon. Ganon. 1, 2. Oh wait. I was trying to do the alibi thing and I messed it up.
5, 6, 7, 8. Who's
Yeah.
going to disrespect Giffen?
Who's gonna try to not fall off the horse? You know the monorail song with Homer? That's me with like stuff. It's like monorail. So what's this say? Mono. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Look out for the laser. This is a fight you apparently can't lose, so maybe one you should not lose. Go! Come on! Honestly, you can hit a spot with some
Come
sort.
on, Jeremy. Shoot!
Shoot with some
Shoot it.
form of accuracy. Don't run into a tree. Not the time.
Shoot the other one.
Literally, people do this thing blindfolded in less time than you do with
Jeremy!
2 eyes. Nah, it's all good. You know what? Rivali, come on. Help me out, brother. Let's get up there. Yep. Don't need to hold it much longer, Zelda. I got it. Oh, come on. That was on par. Yeah, got it. I'm pretty sure I did. Pretty sure we're looking the goods. Nah, don't worry about it. It's all right. I'm bad with horses. We're going on foot. In fact, we're going to shield surf our way underneath him. I'm picking up all the techniques we've learned on this stream. Because I'm pretty sure there's one point where one of the things is under his body. I thought it was there. Maybe it wasn't. Memory's serving me perfectly well. Yeah, watch this. Just go out there, yep. The horse is overrated. I continue to say it. It's not overrated if you're good at controlling the horse, but if you suck at it, as much as I suck at aiming, the horse is not maybe the way to go. I'm better off just literally standing in one spot and hoping he doesn't kill me. Okay, it's all coming together. The unlosable fight is panning out okay, all things considered. Just watch his feet. God, Tariq. Still giving up the assistance. Get on the horse. Get on the horse.
Get on the horse, Jeremy.
Get on the
You
horse.
have to use the horse.
Yeah, but I can't. But have you ever tried doing the horse under this bit and cameraing?
Yes, I have. And
You probably did it famously well.
I did it. I'm terrible with it. I'm worse on the horse than you are.
Ah, you know what? Me on the horse. I feel bad because I take him into the tree too often. And I feel like that's just not good. But you know what? Let's get the horse. Where are you? Look up there. Where is the horse anyway? I feel like the horse didn't hear my cry. I'm trying. Wait.
It's the bottom arrow.
Bottom.
Bottom arrow.
Hi ho, Silver! Away! Nobody knows that reference. He's gonna try, but oh no, he did try successfully. By the way, might add. Yep.
Let go.
Get him, Pigsy! Come on! How many shots?
It's not open yet.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Brute forcing. That's okay. Cool. If anyone thought I was going to do this smoothly, I'm so sorry. The intention's there. Oh, there we go. Put a target on it. Put a ring on it. Thank you, Ganon. Now, this is where you could get really sort of confident and stuff, but about this point, I'm like, I don't know if I got this. Thankfully, Zelda comes in for the save yet again. Goes full-blown Super Saiyan Zelda. I've just found a new level. They call it Super Saiyan God. I've got blue hair now. Now I'm going another level. She nails it. And basically just boss hogs this part of the boss fight. I love it. Look at that.
That's so good.
Could only be better if she was going, "Aah!" She doesn't need to though. Pure light energy. Force energy. Well done, guys, you did it. You managed to successfully navigate a goldfish to complete this game. It's kind of like, you know, when the goldfish beat Pokemon, or the fish beat Pokemon. That's the will of the chat right here. Amazing.
Are you a Magikarp?
Was it? I'm Magikarp, yeah. My wife's lucky you're Magikarp. I'm like, actually, it's pretty accurate. Hit points 1. Prediction, Tears of the Kingdom will take place 3 years after Breath of the Wild. Time will tell. I will always remember where I was the day I witnessed GameSmiths' victory over Dark Beast Ganon. It was something I will tell my children and my children's children. You will tell them Jordan, that's amazing. You will tell them the amazing story of how Magikarp managed to flip its tail and it took 7 hours to get around the castle.
The Dark Beast is something that I will tell my children.
You will tell them about watching this weird streamy thing that was part of
You
this.
have to retell the story with lots of gravitas, though.
Yeah, you have to tell the story with gravitas, the missus is saying. You know, exaggerate it. By the end of it, I'll sound like a competent player if you do it right. The day will be for the history books. No, you know what, guys? Actually, this has been quite the journey, and I'm not even sure if we do an encore, quote unquote, of just try and finish off the shrines or whatever. I don't know. Look, whatever it is, but thank you. We did it. You did it. And everyone, pretty much along the way, the streams has sort of dropped through. I do try to keep note of people. There's a couple that I haven't seen today throughout, but in all honesty, shout out to you all. Thank you so much. And there we go. Do you really remember me?
Oh, wait, did we get the smile? Did we get the smile one?
Oh, we get the post scene.
Did we get the smile?
Yeah, we're going to get the smile. Oh, my wife's hanging for the smile. It's all happening. I know we're talking over the critical scene. It's okay. It's all good. It's there. We got it. Cute outfit. She's in love. She's like, Link, you've leveled up. Your sense of style. It's a sight you can't forget. Yeah. I love you, fish face. Would you marry me with your amazing sense of fashion? Honestly, do you know the scene that played out there is not too far out of the accurate introduction of me with my wife when I'm like, yo, sup, girl? And that's my level of fashion and style, and made her laugh to the point she didn't have a choice. I think that's what worked. There's a problem in the adventure log defeat. Ganon does not say complete. No, because if it did, technically you couldn't go back. It's kind of a weird timey thingy. Makes sense in a way.
Yeah, like there wouldn't be any. Because don't all the enemies go disappear, or do they not?
Well, that's the thing. If they were to complete the Calamity Ganon part and the enemies disappearing, you would know what's happening after the events of what you see in the cutscene. So you can't know because that's part of the sequel. Dun, 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 Tears of the Kingdom. Now Master Mode. Master Mode would be hilarious. That's something. You know what? Put a pin in that for another time down the track if I ever am still streaming later on. That'd be hilarious. But we could have a chat. You know who could Master Mode it?
I would never get anywhere.
Me and the missus tag team Master Mode. That would be entertaining. And then you could.
I wouldn't progress anywhere.
No, it would be hilarious. She's like, I wouldn't progress anywhere. I'm like, no, but you probably stand a better chance than me. I'd be trying to time parries and die. But you know what I'd like? The Little Smiths.
Would be like.
Death counter would be 1,000. Yep. Little Smiths would smash it though. She does Master Mode for fun.
Yeah.
While she's speed running it and doing other things with her other hand and watching YouTube on her iPad. She's like, yeah, I just knocked out Master Mode. Where you guys at? I'm like, I'm at Kakariko Village.
They do have a 2-player mod. What?
For Breath of the Wild, yeah, there is a 2-player mod, yeah.
Get out.
Yeah, there's mods for everything.
But who do you play as?
You could play as another character.
Or is it like 2 links?
There are other
Play as
characters.
anybody?
Yeah, you could play as Linkle. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, add that on.
Choice.
Put that on the radar. Master Mode starting right now. OGO, Master Mode Race versus me. Smash it. They do have a 2-player mod. That was the one we're talking about. Be my first Breath of the Wild Master Mode. Not officially. Yeah, OGO smashed this game so many times it doesn't know which way it's looking. He's a bit of a pro at it, so I reckon he would do it pretty good too. Dragon Cedric.
All 20 shrines, all base, but okay, I'm pretty sure he did that in one stream one day.
Yeah. You did that all in one day, right? And then went, I better have lunch now, quick break, like I did after 7 hours.
Did he talk at all?
No, he did. He was doing that while I was having the break.
Why you had a break?
Oh, there you go. BPX, they do have a Linkle mod. Knew they would. I think the champions will still appear in the sequel, even if it's just as Ghost. Knocking the theories out of the park today, Cedric. Loving your work.
First to win bomb. I could never win bomb.
First to win bomb. I was getting close to that one stream. And Totes, I feel like Kelly can back me up on this. I swear she saw a bit of it where I was getting closer. And then I kind of didn't really have it. And then I lost the rhythm. I was like, I'm going to practice this. Did not follow through. But, priorities, guys. You got to choose. If I was starting to win bomb, then you'd actually have some faith that I know what I'm doing, and we can't destroy the illusion. It's important for all of us. Took me 20 furious moments to get it done for the first time live. Wow. Crazy stuff. It's taken me 22 streams of never hitting anything close. Me just bombing myself and saying, win bomb. No, I can't anymore. Hey, at least you've done it. One time is enough, I agree.
Did you do it one time?
He's win bomb. No, of course I didn't. I kind of half did I did the sequence.
So you just did wind?
No, I did wind. Yes. I bombed myself with wind.
Right.
I wind spoke. I just call it a bomb launch. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You just chucked a bomb, really.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Honestly. Minutes, not moments. 20 minutes to win bomb. Dude, I think I could try it dead set for 7 hours straight, and it'd be just hilarious destruction of digital property as Link cops one hit after another. I'm happy to leave that to the pros. I don't need to compete on that level. They can't destroy themselves in the way that I do. Hilariously and efficiently over and over again in a way that's awkward and embarrassing and self-destructive, but also kind of honest and earnest, maybe. Stasis launching his way. Oh, yeah, I know what that is. I've tried to stasis launch with stuff with trees and that and never pulled it off properly. But see you, Dan. Thanks for being here, dude. Must leave you now. Dan's got things to do. Amazing things to prepare to blow our minds for the future. Dan's got work to do for future us to see and go, wow, didn't expect that. The mystery of Dan will never cease.
Aww.
The stars really aligned for so many of us to be here at the same time. I
You don't
agree,
wanna see
Jordan.
the smile, Dan? Come back.
Oh, Dan. The missus said, you don't want to see the smile, Dan? Come back. You know the smile, Dan. You know the one I spent ages trying to do was the sticker on the forge and still didn't pull it off? Like I spent hours trying to sticker that thing where she does smile, couldn't pull it off and compress it enough. But that smile's just gold. Gold. So happy you got Breath of the Wild done in time. Yeah, look, it was always part of the plan, mate. 100% it was. I've been dragging it out and messing around a bit and stuff.
Started 6 years ago.
Yeah, that's why I started back in 2015. All you're seeing now is sped up actions. It's kind of like, you know, when you see the tool assisted runs, that's what these streams have been. That's how good I am. I mean, no, I'm glad too, but there's technically I didn't do the whole 100% thing I was planning on and cover all the lore stuff. Look, things are the way they are, but it's been awesome fun. So long, Dan. That's all right, Dan. I'll speak to you soon. Touching scenes in the background there. Visual spectacular. All right, Tiny. Zelda's smile. You want to say hi to Tiny, don't you, little one? Go on. She's chugging down some rust bubbles.
Hello, Tiny.
I hope your ears are still okay. I wouldn't have moved the mic so close. And Mrs. Smiths, are you gonna Lady Smiths?
Hi. What did I say?
You technically only been background noise. I'm trying to direct the.
Oh no, I'm good.
You just want to say hi?
Hi. And bye.
Hi and bye. Lady of many words.
Yeah.
Hi and bye. Hey, little Smith, says Tony. You guys are adorable. The family here loves you all, by the way. Thinks highly of you, so. Like I said earlier in the stream, about 7 or 8 hours ago. Know that you're valued and you make a difference with what you do. Certainly have for our little family here. Sitting in the most closest place to everything else in the world that you could find. I was about to say the most remote place in the world, but we've proven that not to be correct.
Oh my god.
City. See? Still getting corrected. Love it. Good fun though. Nintendo is the author of this software. I agree, Nintendo. You certainly are. Facts to the end.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's finally happening.
It's happening. By the way, let me just point out, notice the colour of the spires. Blue.
Ready?
Ancient energy blue. Here we go.
No.
Wait a minute. No, we don't get that thing yet because we haven't 100%ed it. Oh, of course. We don't get the smile. Do we? I don't think...
No, don't they have another one?
Oh, I'm doubting myself all over again. If only Dan was here to point me in the right direction and save me from looking foolish. No, I'm okay. Like, honestly, how good are you guys? Look at that, though. It's almost like they've got tears around them of some sort of kingdom. That's spirit and light energy.
Aww.
That is honestly meant to be tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, you do to get the final scene. I thought, do you know what? That was why I was thinking, man, I need to knock those shrines out and stuff. Wasn't just for fun. We do need to get that scene. That's like crucial. So I'll promise you we'll get that. Even if I do it off stream, whatever. I don't know how many shrines I've got left. I don't know how much patience everybody has. But it will happen. What's that? The family from Perth with the most worth. Nice. I thought it was the most words. I was like, oh, you smashed it again, dude.
True.
Oh no, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, wait.
Oh, it's happening. Zelda smile.
I don't know.
Come on.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Working.
Wait, here it comes.
Investigate the situation.
Yes. Let's move on to Zora's domain.
Move us further.
First stop,
I believe he would
Fish
like to know
face.
more about her. The least we can do is visit him.
Come, fish face. I can't believe you're getting cutscenes with your fish face. Oh, wait, it's not.
Now, there is
Still
so
much
more for
much
us
to do.
and so many
But the
painful
spires are
moments
still
to
up.
bear.
Haven't come down yet. The Great Deku Tree is still in place. Great Deku Tree.
But if all of us work together, we
I
can
believe in my
restore
heart that if all of us work together, we can restore Hyrule to its former glory.
perhaps
Perhaps even beyond.
we
Beyond.
must start with us.
To the lands beyond Hyrule.
Let's be off.
Let's be off. Fancy like. Here it comes, the moment. we've all been waiting for. The most awkward smile I can recall in my entire life. That expresses so much and is so weirdly out of place, but kind of sincere.
Looking pretty good for 100.
Looking pretty good for it. Here we go.
I'm surprised to admit it, but I can accept
No, but Dad, we have no sound.
Oh, you can't hear it.
But it's still as funny.
Oh,
We have no sound.
I
so
can't-
it's just like.
oh, I'm so sorry. The girls here can't hear the sound, and yet we're all cracking up anyway. That smile was just like before we were even looking at anything else. People, Toothless Cat. Look, I've seen people comment on that smile and like talk about. There's so many different takes on it, but for me, it was just like that moment was so gold, like it was magic, and that smile happened. I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, "What? What happened there?" Like I was like, "Is she taking the mickey out of me?" Anyway. Either way, memorable moment, and wow.
I guess with 117, you can't keep all your teeth.
Wow. There's a lot of chat. I'm trying to catch up, Dragonlord Cedric. Having a bit of fun, though, as well. I'll try and scroll it back up. You got the memes. I don't know how far I missed it, Dragonlord. You know me, I always try and come good for you. But let's see if I can find it. We've got OGF there. We were talking about the memories. There we go. Plus an unfinished... Yeah, an Italian voice actor said he finished the voice work for Daruk and Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, but that's... We're bordering on Tears of the Kingdom stuff. I sort of said I wouldn't go into it too much, but yeah, I have heard that one. I have heard that indeed. Whether that's true or not, what he's done, who knows? Italian voice actor.
Imagine if he sounded like Mario.
Oh, I don't know if you heard that. The missus said, I wonder if he sounded like Mario. Imagine if it was Chris Pratt, because he'd be in trouble. You know what? We're lucky it wasn't an Aussie voice actor, because he'd have no idea what he just voiced.
Yeah.
If he's like me. But no, good point, Dragonlord. I'm smashing out the park today. Wiz, these ideas come to me in dreams, Jordan. Excellent commentary back and forth. Yeah. Wiz catch the lightning. Dang, you had that one locked and loaded. Yeah, he's firing from the hip. What did I miss there? There was a good one. That was the family Perth. Yeah, thank you. He's a kind guy, Wiz. Not Daruk, ancient, an ancestor. Yeah, Cedric. Yeah, an ancestor of Daruk apparently is the rumour, but again, talking rumours. Talking softball. Yep, Italian ancestor. Ancient pizza maker of the Gorons. Back before they started eating rocks. Zelda be honestly the comments.
You did it!
We did it. We did it, guys. We did it. So, it's a me, Link. Not Chris Pratt. Look, I don't mind Chris Pratt and loving me some Parks and Rec right now. Poor dude, like, gone into that one, copped a smashing, but you know what? He did all right.
I liked it.
I didn't mind it. And I know the Charles Martinet thing. Everyone's got opinions. I'm going to leave mine out of it. Here's my opinion. I'm leaving it out. Studio Ghibli Legend of Zelda film? When? Wow. Oh, mate. Let me introduce you to my friend Dragonlord Cedric. He'll be able to touch base with you on that. He's heard some stuff about potential Zelda stuff. We were chatting on that last time, weren't we, Cedric? Yep. But, do you know what? Honestly, I can only say if I was Nintendo, wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. Avoid like the plague. There's no way I reckon you could deliver that without upsetting some part of the fan base. Like I got to give him. If I was in charge of the Zelda franchise, I'd just freak out and crumble and rock back and forth. Because I'd be like, no matter which way I go, someone's not happy. It's kind of almost like doing theories, but on a much, much larger scale with the entire world focused on you. Nothing big. Same sort of thing, really. Metaphorically speaking.
Bella said Jack Black could be Robbie, and I said he's more of a Danny DeVito.
Jack Black could be Robbie?
But I said he's more of a Danny DeVito.
Yeah, more of a Danny DeVito, yeah.
Needs to be a bit littler.
We were driving past something the other day and I was doing my Jack Black and School of Bus. My Little Smiths had a chuckle. I was happy with that. Mission accomplished.
Okay.
Right, so here's the deal.
I'm currently channeling my
You guys have done it. You've seen it through. There's a bit more happening, chat. Sorry. Was Catch Lightning, amen, from BPX. Bit of a bro high five in there. Good to see. Always love a bit of bro love. Love to see that. I've seen so many examples and reviews on how it would work. I'd love to see it too. I just would hate to see the inevitable fallout of people not being happy because it's not what they envision. And it just would upset the experience for me. Because I'm just like, just enjoy the ride. Love it. But, no, that's me having a chuckle. Currently channeling my Andy in the landfill, Parks and Rec. Yeah. Nice work, dude. Yeah. Love it. Love it. Yet, what was it? What was the song again? I can't believe. Love that song. I was singing it for like 2 weeks. Oh. We're all in the pit. What was it? We're on the pit, like, honestly. Yeah. I can't remember. It's a great song. Stuck in my head when it was there. Now it's gone because at the moment something else in my head. Bug Snacks. I can't believe I found out about Bug Snacks 2 years after the fact. Absolute legendary effort. You know what? I've never done the Barbarian outfit ever in my life, so I might just give that a bit of a showing. You guys are talking about. Look at him go. Class act. Okay, so.
Legs for days.
Cheech and Chong as Mario and Waluigi. I could see that. That could work.
That's some good casting.
That's good casting. Shut up and take my money. It's both Ancestor and Daruk. Oh, there you go. Thank you for the clarification, Dragon Lord. Wiz Catch the Lightning. Yes, we basically watched Spirit Away, Castle and Sky, Howl's Moving Castle, and I'm not going to pronounce that right. Nausicaa. And the Valley of the Wind. One of our favourite moments was when I think it was Boy Projects did Be Right Back with BRB. You know, I didn't know the acronym, so I was like, the missus laughed for like a week solid. She like, what are you saying? I was like, yeah. Anyway, things that happen on our end of the street, like after stream, week of laughter. Classic. Dragon Lord Cedric. Was the cast of the Mario movie the same as in the Australian bit? Yeah. We still speak English, just lazier version of it and put O at the end of a lot of things. Like, for example, if your name was Thomas, we'd call you Tomo. Dragon Lord Cedric, you'd be Drago Cedric or something. You know what I mean? Like Cedro. Like, that's a Aussie sling. It's lazy. Not a pretty language, but honest, you know. Tiny with the celebration, loving it. Cedric, they spoke upside down. Good way of putting it, actually. Not the worst way of describing it. Wiz Nausicaa is my favourite Ghibli movie. Yeah, I'm not going to keep pronouncing it. Andy, the aspiring musician. Yeah. Aren't we all, though? Isn't there an aspiring Andy in us all? I fell into the pit. I don't know if it's the pit. The pit?
I fell into the pit.
I've massacred whatever was I've massacred what was a really catchy song. On par.
I can't think of it.
Can't think of it. Lost it.
No, it was like, I fell into the pit.
Oh yeah, you fell into the pit.
Oh, the girls have got it.
We fell into the pit. Remember?
Yeah. Thank God for you guys. No, you smashed it. You can see, by the way, why I call the channel GameSmiths. I had this vision in my head that in future the girls would take over and fill in the gaps of what clearly is my lack of talent, because they're far more entertaining. And I'm trying to get them closer to the line because they're better at this stuff than me. But also that maybe other people in the community be part of it too, which is cool. That was the vision. And that's where we are now. With, it's good fun. It's worked out good. They just smashed that. I love that. Keep it going, guys. Did you hear the Mario movie? Did you hear the Mario was script in Japanese was changed? No, I hadn't yet. I'll have to pick that up. Princess Mononoke. Yeah, kind of important when we talk about Zelda, the old Princess Mononoke. As a bug lover, that feel is very near and dear. That feel is very near and dear to my heart. Do you know I want to play Bug Snacks, and I've avoided any more information, and I kind of want to play the game, and I'd be happy to stream it. Just looks cool. Did you hear the script was changed in Japanese version? Yeah, touched on that. Hadn't heard it, but could understand. Be interesting bit of trivia. Thank you. Sick as is the way to say Nausicaa. Oh, I was like sick as. Oh my God, doesn't get more than that. Nausicaa is the way to say Nausicaa. Thank you. Thank you, AJ. Yeah, I was like Nausicaa. Oh dear. Delivery is on point.
We do love bug snacks.
I fell into the pit.
Yeah, that's it.
We love Bug Snacks. The song anyway, play it a lot. It's in my top 10 in my playlist. Like, honestly, that Tears of the Kingdom.
The catchiest song ever.
Yeah, that Tears of the Kingdom then goes to, for me anyway, Kitty Charlotte. So it just rocks straight out of there to a bit of good old 90s heavy metal from an old girl band. Smashing it out the park with some cool tunes and sick growls. I fell into the pit, thank you, Wiz. The average day in GS mine. Ting ting. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Without the girls, I stopped functioning. You should see it, it's hilarious. Still haven't seen the Mario movie. We will not spoil it for you then, my friend. A good watch. BPX, you will love Bug Snacks. No doubt, the little bit I saw was awesome. Jen Leanne either. Me neither. I need to. Hey, Jen Leanne 01. This is not your first time here. I recall seeing you before. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Wiz, you made Narcissic definitely made me appreciate bugs more. Plus, I love the whole premise and the ancient weapons. There we go. Narcissic. Jordan, I never told you this, but I dabbled in beekeeping for a few years.
Ooh.
Wiz, man of hidden talents. Who's the band? Sounds cool. Was that the one I was talking about? I'm not sure. Kitty?
Yeah, it was a girl band.
Kitty. As in Kittie. Look up like Kitty Charlotte or just good underrated band for what they did. But rock hard. Wiz, how dare you withhold that information? Exactly. Hold him accountable. Think somebody needs to hold people accountable. As long as it's not me, put the attention on somebody else. That's great. What are we doing right now? Don't know. I've got. I just wanted to check here a little bit. Destroy Ganon, check. We did that, but you didn't tick it off.
Lincoln was inspired by a Ghibli movie.
What's that? Sorry.
Did you know Lincoln was inspired by?
Oh, sorry. See, I take the eyes off the chat immediately. Immediately missing stuff. No Link Sun was inspired by Studio Ghibli movie. Yeah, I've mentioned it in the past series. It's definitely got a bit of a connection. That would be Princess Mononoke you're referring to there, I believe. Chong is Wario. Mario's not here, man. Cheech is Luigi. Hey, man. Yep. So, take my money. You're on board. That was a Kelly reference from The Office. Nice. Friggin' love honeybees. Okay, we're good. Things are moving. We're on top of it. It's all looking great. Where do we go to from here? I want to know how many shrines I've actually got. Because if we're getting 120, how far off the mark are we? And how do we find out? Quite easily, you might say, because you would simply go to this part in your inventory or quest log or whatever, and it's going to totally point out that you are... Got a lot of Koroks to go. How many shrines have I got?
It comes up in the load screen, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It comes up in the load screen, and that's the only basic.
Oh, you know the easy way to solve that problem, don't you? Play knifey spoony. We'll just move to another area of the map. Smashed it. Dragon Lord Cedric, check my chat. Man, you hold me accountable.
No,
Love
you
your work.
already did.
I did. I'm on it.
Yeah,
I'm up to date.
The Ghibli movie.
The Ghibli movie, yeah. Princess Mononoke. I think we're sound. I think we're on it.
I think it was
Yep.
I think it was just
High five, Dragon Lord.
delayed.
We're up to speed.
84. Did you see it? No, you didn't.
Did I see it? 84.
The shrines. 84. You got.
84. Thank you. The girls got me back. 84
yeah,
shrines.
It was 84, wasn't it?
124 shrines total if you count DLC, if not 120. Thanks for the clarification, because I would have worked on 120. That would have been an embarrassing mistake for someone who apparently knows Zelda lore. This is why I say there are no keepers of this lore. At least not me anyway, because, imagine if you were getting relied on for facts and you just pooched it like that, that'd be terrible. Where's Poochie? So I had, what was it, 84?
84, I think.
And I got to get 124. That's like 40 odd shrines. If it was my daughter, there's a good chance we could knock this out in an hour or two. If it's me, this could be tough. Okay, 36 shrines left. The calcs have been done. Everyone's worked it out.
Yeah.
There's a YouTuber I watch who makes Breath of the Wild food and other Zelda food in real life. That sounds awesome, by the way. Love that stuff. So the maths are 36 shrines left. Now, based on the calculation of my daughter doing it, her being about 5 minutes to complete 3 tasks, she'd have this cracked out hopefully in an hour or two. We could hit on par. If I do it, this could take... Tears of the Kingdom will have one game of the year by then. So, yeah, what I'm thinking is that we're going to try to wrap this one up. It's been quite a long thing.
Yeah.
Maybe give it a break. I don't even know what the time is over East. But I did promise all in good humour. No, the Master of Shrines, thank you. I appreciate it. And you know what? I tip my hat to you because shrine knowledge is good knowledge to have. There is a lot of stuff going on there. Don't know if you saw the stream where I completely diced it 40 odd times in the one shrine, but don't watch it generally, and it was painful. One shrine, 40 deaths. There's movies made about this sort of stuff. Anyway, it would take me probably a bit longer than I'd like to. I'm happy to keep going, but again, I'm mindful of the fact that it may be painful.
Maybe cut it and
But
you don't want to lose your stuff.
the question I would say at this point, which shrine was it? It was in the DLC. It was the one on the plateau. It was... You know the one where you got all the weird spiky things coming up from the bottom and you got to magnesis the doors at the start bit?
Yeah.
And there's kind of... my daughter's going, yep. It's the one, and you got to kind of just do each thing sequentially with magnesis stuff. I smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. What would you guys prefer? Well, first question is, would you like to see the shrines completed and therefore the Hero of the Wild outfit gotten? That's not good English. Please don't follow my example. I'm going to do it anyway, so here's the deal. I'm going to do it. It's going to get streamed, right? Let's answer that question. Going to happen. Sorry, I had to go to drink. All good, oaf. Appreciate the heads up. Love your work, bro. Of course it was. Definitely understand that one's horrendous. Yeah, I think anyone competent generally would have smashed straight through that one. But with me, it was, oh Lord, it was like the fingers and the brain were combining in some dark ritual of doom and death. It's actually stunningly bad to be a part of as a player. It was like, oh my God, I'm never going to make this. But we got there in the end. It was good. It was good value in the end. So here's the deal. We'll push on and get those shrines. I'm going to separate the stream though, because I think if anyone does decide to ever watch this, about this point, they've marathoned it, right? If they've watched this at any point, and, if I have progeny down the line, future grandchildren perhaps, or whatever it might be, that decide to watch this and wonder why the family name has been forever struck with concerns about gameplay and attention spans, might try to limit their exposure to the long stream. So break it up, do an encore. The question is, do we have an hour break, kick the encore on after this one, which 11:16 a.m. for me here in Perth, so the time is not terrible. However, if you were located somewhere else in the world right now, based on time zones and my ability to pull up some sort of other time zone map-esque feature, which I'm currently doing, it may be, I don't know, around, just looking, 11:30 p.m. Central, and it's getting pretty late if you're in the US. If you're tiny, you've just smashed an all-nighter anyway, and you're a champ, so you're already hero mode, because it's 5:30 a.m. If you're in Sydney, it's pretty comfortable. Fine and sunny in Sydney, but needless to say, probably for people around the world, it's looking pretty rough. 10:16 where you are, Jen Lan. Ooh, can't help myself. Again, down a rabbit hole, 10:16. So if you're in the US, I'm figuring you are... Wow, the time zone, 10:16. That's in between, let's say LA and Central, right? So in between West and Mid, I hope. Hope I'm right. Might not be. Could be completely off. Shot in the dark there. So come back in an hour. I reckon that's not going to work for most people, depending on the time zone. Or I pick up a stream more in the vice of the AMs of Sunday morning. So feel free to chuck up your thoughts in there. What would you prefer? Or don't care. Feel free to go meh, or just don't even respond. Nothing says I don't care like non-action. Freedom. We all got it. We all love it. But always like to hear your opinions. But I think it'd be good to break it up. There isn't main critical things that we haven't touched on that I want to. Definitely wanted to do that Yiga thing. Yeah, just tidy up and get the Breath of the Wild, Hero of the Wild outfit. I think that's a good way to just clear it out. BPX, he's done for the night. He's like, peace out, bro. I've provided comedic relief for nearly 8 hours straight.
Maybe a bit later.
He's feeling it, yeah. I hear. I reckon if I was to do a later one, give everyone a solid break. If you decide you want to join in, all good. If not, it's all good. Dragon Lord, he's in Missouri. Oh, that sounds like a good spot. Love the sound of Missouri too. Texas over there. Oh, Texas. That is a place I haven't been, but I want to go. I love America. Congrats on the win. Thanks, guys. Thanks, BPX. All right, so let's make the call. We're going to wrap it up. We're going to say that was a solid run there. We've hit a lot of marks. It's amazing. I'm just going to pull the actual Heroes Path up. We talked about that. It's pretty bare for me. Not going to lie. There's normally a lot more green on that map, particularly in the snowy regions. Looking shabby chic. So got a bit to clean up in there. Bit of snowy going. So, based on those time zones, let me try and give you an indication before we wrap it up what it might look like if you were interested. Noting I have work on a Monday morning too, and how that might look. Maybe around the ballpark of something, potentially maybe 8-ish, maybe 8 a.m. or so Pacific, 10 a.m. Central maybe, somewhere in that ballpark if we go with it. 4 p.m. London, that sounds okay, reasonable for people in those parts of the world. For me, that's it's about 11:30 at night. Nothing like doing that and then backing on into work the next day like a champ. But yeah, should work out hopefully with a bit of opportunity. That'll give me a chance as well just to catch up with the guys in the Forge, which I wanted to do with the 12 days stuff happening, and see what I can do there to help. Maybe just continue to stay out of the way because they're doing a fantastic job without me, to be fair. But give Jordan a bit of relief if possible, and also to be a human being for a sec and try and get my brain back in order before I lose it again on another stream. But let's say that's where we're at. It's looking good. Finding out Terran that'll give more Gerudo Highlands area. Agree. Get the sword in there as well. Nice, good lore spot. Love your work, Jen Liam. Appreciate the heads up. That's a good point. Dragon Lord Cedric, check my chat. You're on the Missouri thing, hopefully there. Oh, wait. The Floating Horror Castle and Tears of the Kingdom, inspired by Studio Ghibli movie Castle in the Sky. Indeed. There's a few Ghibli references throughout Breath of the Wild there and Tears of the Kingdom. But, yeah, connections. Who'd have thought? Source materials have those connections, which is great. Do all 124 shrines, get the tuning koala. Look, I can only put that out as the goal. We'll aim our best. That being that late at night, I'm not sure I'll have the... I'm going to just call it an encore because I won't have the... It's all good, don't worry. I won't have the assistance of LIVESTREAM, who would maybe get half of that over the line in now, but we'll try our best and see what we can get done. Guys, thanks heaps. This was awesome. It was great fun. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I know you guys are awesome and do fantastic things. So, we'll try to do a bit of an encore. Heading into next week, Tears of the Kingdom live stream. Theory's coming your way. I'll try and have a look at the Q&A as well for the advice and the tips that you guys put up. So please understand if I haven't addressed that here. I will be checking it out and taking it on board. Hit us up on Discord. Hit us up in YouTube on the comments or whatever with any themes, suggestions, issues, concerns, feedback, whatever it is. I'll try and get back to you when I can. And just enjoy. Hey, Kat! Hey! Hope you're doing well, Kat, up in the NT. You guys want to talk about remote, NT remote. Anyway, thanks everybody. All the best. Keep being amazing. Love the work. And we did it. The Hero's Path. He's made it. And all thanks to you guys, so thank you. It's been fun. You guys are awesome. Have a good rest of your day.